Interesting. Computer, stop. I don't even know that. You don't need to tell me things. You're telling me too many things. We're good. Boop. Boom shaka done there. Interesting. Mute. You don't need to tell me that. Interesting. All right. Hey, GG0 on the first. Let's go. Well done. Well done. Indeedly do. Let me do the funny phone thing real quick. I also need to post this in here. Not that. Oh, goodness. That, here, go, blap. I am the here. Welcome to the here, Jilly. Oh, my goodness. So early. What are you doing here? Silly Goofy. Big Silly Goofy chat. Wow, YouTube. Welcome to Wow, YouTube, indeed. Oh, it's weird. It's weird to see that, honestly. It's weird to see the rain with the YouTube. Ori Major Live Update. Hit me with it, Zephyr. Hi, Donut. Welcome to here. Hi, D&D. Hi, Cantor. Hi, Jellybean. Hi, Zero. Hi, Rain from YouTube, of all places. What's up, guys? I think I had a ping that I just missed. I think I just, like, walked right over a ping. Zero, did you ping me? Oh, yes. And let me... I do believe that XP is doubled on YouTube still. I think that is still true if,
I did.
Let me go find it. Understood. Oh, I see. Okay. Duly noted. Okay. I have to redo the funny phone thing now. I think it's Mr. Lurk. Oh, hello. How's it going? Hey, what's up? Well, good morning. Good morning indeed. How's it going, guys? Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, everybody. How are you guys doing? We're back with another one. We're doing it again, chat. We're doing it again. Crazy, I know. People on YouTube, I don't know how often, how attuned you are to a stream schedule, but I actually stream a lot. Just not very often on this channel, specifically. Hello, how's it going? Pikachu Calamities, how's it going? What's up, what's up? Slides in down the stairway rail and falls flat on my ass on the hardwood floor. Fucking ouch, by the way. Hi, Ari, hi, I can't stay tonight, so I'm gonna vibe for like a little bit, and then I'm gonna go fucking bed. I'm so tired. Oh my goodness, it's so real. No, this is gonna be a solo talk unless otherwise stated. I'm not gonna be like kind of reaching out for it necessarily. However, we are going to be employing ye old question command. So for the people who have been here, even recently for the, for yapping sessions and things like that, I'm gonna be employing the question command, which is right here. I know it's kind of covered up by some of the stream avatars right now. But if you do exclamation point question, followed by any question that you may have. So exclamation point question, space, whatever your question is, it'll be added to a queue, and I can do something like this to show what the next question is, and we can talk about them in order. This is kind of a nice way for us to kind of wrap up how we want to take in some community feedback. We can go over them one by one. It's very helpful. Someone good, I should be in bed by about insomnia. Oh, dude, that's so real, dude. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it gets better. You see the update? I did not. I apologize. Hi, Hale. Hello, Bugs. I think I might lose my mind. Don't worry about it, though. Ooh, what's sending you insane this time, Hale? I would love to hear about it. Hi, gal. Okay, let me,
Just gonna be here vibing in the background until I lull off to sleep. I hope stream goes well, friendo.
Oh, I appreciate that. Early eeps. Did your sleep schedule change, or is it just like
I have my own apartment, Ori, at 18 at that.
Yo, GG, Zephyr. That's awesome. I love to hear that. Good job, dude. Huge. Absolutely massive. Whenever the stream is not anymore. Wherever the other stream is not anymore.
Emma, sit here. Tongue sticking
out.
Yes,
I do, thank you. I do have a thumbnail. I have to update that. Thank you for reminding me.
At Zephyrvike, huge accomplishment, congrats.
You guys want to hear a secret? You guys want to hear a funny secret? When I do YouTube thumbnails, when I do live thumbnails specifically, I actually use a thumbnail that I would have used for the video. Like, it was one of the potential thumbnails for the video. That's how I do all of my live thumbnails. Nice to see someone in the same boat as me. 2 a.m. here. Jeez, guys. Oh, goodness. Oh, no. Oh, no, guys. That's not good. You guys should be eeping. Well, I hope you guys enjoy your stay while you're here. Stay healthy. Stay as healthy as possible, if nothing else. I appreciate you guys for being here. It is cool to have you here. It is very, very cool to have you here. But do stay safe. Take care of yourself. So on and so on. Hell yeah, 2 a.m. gang. Let's go. Got my streak. I'll be back here when I get home. Aight. For the people on Twitch, there's going to be an ad in about 30 seconds, give or take, and then once we finish up that ad, we'll get into the actual conversation topic, which is, of course, what would you survive your own original character? Would you survive your own fictional character, your own OC? The video went into it a little bit, and during the ads, I'll go ahead and find the video and go over it a little bit. Let's go find Icky.
I tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that.
Pacey the Fist, shockingly is a pacifist and would be chill as heck.
Pacey the Fist. It's funny to be titled The Fist and be a pacifist, but I understand the joke. So this is the video that we're talking about right now. Could your character ever forgive you? The idea being, if you were stuck in a room with your own OC, with your own original character, anything like that, would you survive? Would they let you live, right? If you couldn't leave until you guys both agreed, like, hey, we're heading out of here now. I need to turn off the bingo. My bad. Hold on just a second. Let me go fix that real quick. If you guys could not leave until you guys both agreed that you were leaving, would you be living? Would you be living this exchange? Is kind of the question. I'll reiterate that once the ads finish up as well. Where is you? You need to go, and I turn you back on. Okay, yeah. I think chat's gonna fix up once. Chat will repopulate once people start chatting again. I just refresh it. The bingo's ever present, indeed. Kane, you would murder me instantly. Utopia, you would be chill. Wait, hold on. You say Kane, you, and Utopia, you, as if Kane is a timeline? Is Kane a first name, or is it a timeline? Curious. Fuck, there's a cat in my lap. I can't sleep under these conditions. That's real as hell. Thank you for the question commands. Question commands is going to be super helpful today, chat. It's going to be super, super helpful if you guys are able to use exclamation point question followed by whatever your question is. It'll keep it up in a nice queue. It'll be really easy to tackle them from there. Are we gonna answer from my characters? Wait, hold on. No, you can't put me under pressure like this. You can't do this to me. Hold on a second. That's not fair. Wait, stop it. that's not real. I don't have characters. Don't talk to me. Kane is a different system. Understood. One apartment is the update. I'm just gonna highlight it for you. Yeah. I did see that, Zephyr. I said good job. Indeed. Good job, dude. We're really excited to hear that. Why we're doing this to you? You can't do this to me. You can't do this to me. There's no reason to. I don't like it. I don't want to. I don't like it. Ads are going to be wrapping up here in just a second. I'm going to try to turn on the bingo. I realize it might be mildly confusing. There are multiple bingos. there are multiple bingos. There's one bingo that's supposed to be there for Twitch stream. Ooh, oh, hello. We are lagging a little bit. Specifically, the internet's lagging a little bit. My main PC internet, not the stream internet. I elaborated in character so much in the answer, or I was ignored and was ignored. Cry. You were not ignored, Trank. Do not ignore me. I swear. Kane is a TTRPG system where the players are not humans. Like, even when an ability targets humans, they don't target the players. Kane U's background is fucked and they're a bit crazy. Utopia U has a nice, cozy background. Interesting. That's really interesting. Are they purposefully like pantomimes of each other? Or are they intentionally not like each other? I'm very curious about that. It's interesting to see them hear that they are so different between systems. What? Twitch, chill out for a second, dude. Okay, hold on. This might be where the crumble cookies, chat. This might be where the crumble cookies. I'm gonna open this in Google Chrome instead of Opera, and we're gonna see if it works better. Because it might just be Twitch servers. Sometimes Twitch servers are just a little bit wonky-licious, and it's looking like it's Twitch. It's not Opera's fault this time. Yeah, because YouTube's fine. YouTube stream is completely fine from what I can tell. Sag, I'll use Mix It Up to see what chat's saying right now. My current main series main character, yes, I would. He would certainly let me explain that I didn't know I'm creating an actual feeling person, and while he went through the hardship, my guy's curse also has the blessing of friendship. That's cool. This actually goes into a really interesting topic that I would love to talk about. Someone brought this up in the comments, and I would love to go through some of the comments. I would even be down to go through the script, I think. The script of the video. But one of the comments that really like made me think for a little while, I was like, I never even considered this as a possibility, right? Like, I never even considered this as a part of the conversation. But it was, does my character know, or does your character get to know that you did not make them with the intention of making a real person suffer, right? So if you made a very traumatic backstory on a character, do they get to know that you did not intend to hurt a person, right? You intended for it to be fiction on purpose. It wasn't meant to be harmful. It was meant to be explanatory. And I was like, I never even thought about that. Like, it didn't even dawn on me that was part of the question. I think it was a really, really interesting point of view to take on. I'm going to try to search through my files, oh my goodness, and figure out where I put my script. I'll have that open. I'll have the video open, and we can go through some of the comments as well. But that was a really, really cool comment. That was a really cool comment. Where are you? Oh, goodness, they're everywhere. Man, we've made a lot of videos, haven't we? There we are. And is it Control T? No. Is it Control W? Nope, that's to close it. Oh, is it Control Tab? It is. Cool. All right, chat. Here we go. This is the video. I'm not gonna play with any sound or anything like that. But we can play the funny Undertale music. How about that, chat? The most interesting set would be Calico, Coriander, Nightingale, and probably Mal in the BR timeline. Interesting. Or if it gets the controls of just chatting wild. Not the controls of just chatting. I was forgetting the controls of Opera.
Or if you read any one character from my DMS, I'd recommend Dava York. I'm proud of the diagrammatic backstory I wrote for him even if it was a while ago.
Why did it say diagrammatic? That was diegetic. That was crazy. Interesting. I plan on reading them, Trey. Don't worry. I plan on reading them. Most of my characters would just ignore me. Okay, this is a really important one I do want to point out. I do want to point out this comment right here. I think the answer depends on what place my OC is at. Now, this was not actually something that I, completely glossed over, I want to admit. I didn't just gloss over this question entirely. However, I did not mention in the video. I wish I had more time, or I wish I would have found a spot to place it in the video, but I did not specifically add this into the video, unfortunately. I think the answer depends on where my OC is in their journey, and this is super important, right? This is something that was kind of ignored, but I think should absolutely be considered in World of Things, right? Because at the beginning of their story, usually, I mean, depending on your character, right? Your character might have the worst backstory ever and no reclamation for that in the beginning of their story. And at that point, they might be a lot more vengeful. They might be a lot more violent. They might be a lot more apt to murder you. However, once they've gotten their arc, like in the Odysseus was the example, right? Odysseus was the large example of the monomyth in this video. If they get the time to go through their arc and talk about what happened and go on their journey and rectify their arc, for lack of a better term, then they might be a lot less apt to do something, right? They might be a lot less apt to get vengeance on you. They might see what you were trying to explain from the beginning, if anything. This is probably a little bit more tied towards traumatic characters, like characters that had very traumatic backstories to begin with. Like Odysseus, in my opinion, is almost backwards, right? Because Odysseus was happy. Odysseus was successful. He was a war veteran and a captain, and he was good. He was leaving a successful war on Troy, at least in the beginning of Epic the Musical, for instance, where the actual Odyssey starts. It's a little bit different, and there's also the Iliad. So there's a little bit more that goes into that. But the point is that in comparison to the Odyssey, when he is leaving Troy, he was, I would argue, much, much happier, right? He is a much happier person in the beginning of the Odyssey than he is at the end, right? However, I think that he is more put together at the end of it, right? He has rounded out his edges that he didn't know he had. Now, spoiler for the video, spoiler for the Odyssey. I mean, if you haven't seen the Odyssey, it's been out for, I don't know, a few thousand years, so hopefully you've seen it already. But, in the Odyssey, right, he ends up, this is spoiler for the Odyssey, spoiler for Epic the Musical, spoiler for Odyssey the movie, which I haven't seen, I would assume, I don't know, I haven't seen it. What the hell are we too soon? Have a good one, Pikachu, thank you so much, I appreciate you. In that story, I'm sorry, I'm still stuck on this. He starts with such a refusal to lose any of his men, right? The loss of 6 men was devastating to him, right? Like he was so devastated by losing 6 men to the Cyclops. And that was like a big moment for him, right? That was something that he had to swallow, that he choked on, that changed the way that he mannered himself from that point forward. However, by the end of it, he literally sacrificed 6 men. In active attempt, he sacrificed 6 men. And as Poseidon put it, again, this is in the musical. The musical I'm going to reference a lot because it's just a lot easier to reference. It's more of a pop culture reference, so on and so on. But in the musical reference, Poseidon says, and it's highlighted in the video at some point, ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves, right? Now, I've never really personally attached myself to that quote all that much. Like, that quote never really resonated with me. It didn't make a ton of sense to me when I heard it. But the point is that he had to learn how to part with his mercy, right? Like, he couldn't be merciful to a ton of people. It was going to be a hindrance for him and his adventure, and he accepted that by sacrificing 6 of his men, and then later, the rest of them. Like 3 or 4 dozen men following that point. He just said, lop them all off. If this is the only way I see my wife and kids, gone. So he became a much, for lack of a better term, worse person. He became a much less moral person by the end of it. However, he was successful. He completed the objective he wanted to complete. So arguably, he was happier in the beginning, but he was more completed by the end. Chat, spoilers for Ugga Cave painting number 1. God damn it. Chat, spoilers for ancient Egyptian Heka hieroglyphs. If you haven't seen it, then click off the video. Chat, spoilers for how you were born. Chat, spoilers for how you're gonna die. It's your OC. Chat, spoilers for the Big Bang. I'm crying. There's a lot of pacifists. I'm gonna be so real with you, dude. These answers surprised me so much. As I look through these, there was so many answers that surprised me. I really expected a lot more people to say, no, I'm not gonna make it out of there, right? Like, traumatized little bean. Traumatized little bean, is a very, like, common trope that I hear, that I use, that, like, I mean, it's like a bipartisan, right? Like, not common as in, like, uncreative, but, like, you only have so many options. And a lot of people opt for the traumatized backstory because it's conflict rich, right? It is dynamic. There's a lot that goes into being a conflicted character, having a traumatic upbringing or backstory. Way less people than I thought. You guys make a lot of pacifists, which is, like, kind of dope. Like, I was super surprised by that. Like, GG. Proud of you guys. I really thought that more people would have more traumatized characters, and maybe that's just my own personal sample size. More unsurprisingly, right? Like, there's definitely going to be my own personal bias when it comes to the people that I hang out with.
I have plenty that would kill me without even thinking about it, honestly.
No, that's actually super real. Naming, and that's so true. That's so true.
I think I have about a 50/50ths for intense trauma in my characters, maybe even less.
Interesting.
Casually me whipping a whole species before even knowing the name of the
Chatbot
character
just went
I'm
off
making
this time,
XD.
dude. I make pacifists, but I do make people who learn non-violent. That's really interesting. I make very violent characters. However, I don't really make characters that kill for no reason, right? Like, well, they've killed for less than reason, to say the least. Actually, no, I make kind of violent characters, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm absolutely screwed. I expected to see this more often. This is what I expected to see more often. I'm absolutely screwed, right? Because, like, I guess it's fair to say, right? Like, when you put a character through some type of trauma, through some type of conflict, through some type of dynamic issue, there's a reason for it, right? There's a theme at the end. I mean, don't get me wrong, I have written tragedy for the sake of tragedy, but I've also written a lot of conflicts with the idea that you're meant to come out the other side knowing something better, that you've learned something, that you've become something better. However, that doesn't mean that the character's always going to resonate with that theme. It doesn't mean that they're going to be okay with being the puppet to that theme. You know what I mean?
Have you ever considered that a character would try to take advantage of your control of the world they are in? I haven't heard that black and white. I've heard like notes around that, but I haven't heard something quite that black and white about it. But that is actually really interesting. But this does bring out an interesting topic, and I want to talk about it very, very briefly.
blackmail is not going to be very successful in this instance, right? Unless somebody, you or the character, believes that you might reach this point again. Once you exit that door, they lose that control again. So you can believe in blackmail, you can accept blackmail and do it. However, once you reach a point where they're like, I will kill you unless you do blank, once you leave, they can't confirm you're going to do blank. They can only assume or hope. It would be more apt to convince you rather than blackmail you. However, with that in mind, yes, they absolutely could convince you to affect the world in a way that benefits them. I think that completely, it makes sense, honestly. Moth is one bad day away from becoming Injustice Superman. Injustice Lamp is crazy, dude. I love Injustice Lamp. Hold on. Since we have YouTube chat here, I want to go grab something. I wanted you guys to see this.
Wait, Injustice Lamp?
I'm going to take the quickest moment to show because Twitch community knows who these people are and what this means. However, YouTube community probably hasn't seen my face before. Face jump scare, my bad. Sorry about that. But this is Lamp. I have a plushie of Lamp. This is a character from the Pious series. I'm going to do the Pious command real quick. If you guys haven't seen it, please consider checking out Pious Return on Spotify. It's played in the game that I made. So I made a tabletop RPG system. It's called Utopia, and this is a character that we play in a live session playing Utopia, and we love him. He's amazing. He is the littlest guy. He has only committed murder a few times, and he is actually like the sweetest thing in the world. He actually is like a borderline pacifist, but he has really interesting and complex moral conundrums. It's really cool. Anyways, that was my shilling for now. No, I very much would not live to tell the tale. One single second would pass before I got turned into red paint. See, this is what I expected. But a lot of these are like, no, my character's a pacifist. No, my character wouldn't care. No, my character would ignore me. A lot of that is the understanding, which if they truly do understand the relationship they have with you, the author, they would have, that you didn't intend for them to be a real person who actually lived through and felt. This is that thing again. This is that thing again. I love this. The idea that they, whether or not they understand that they were not built to be real, they were not intended to be real. Thank you for the cool hair. I appreciate you a lot. Thank you so much. My characters would 100% try to kill me. Would they succeed? Unfortunately, I'm level 400, which means only one has a chance of winning. Oh yeah, what if I attempt instant murder and I use heads or tails? Then what? Now what, tough guy? My characters are more on the analytic side of things, immediately jump to killing me. And that is a really interesting thing, right? Like, I think that there's a lot of cases where you're gonna have a character that even if it would feel good, even if it might be better for them or what have you, there's a question of, what does this accomplish, right? Like, what would it accomplish to murder you? What would it accomplish to kill your creator? And in the reverse, in the video, we talked about what would happen in the reverse, right? What would happen if you were to meet your writer, so to say, right? You were to meet your personal author. I already gave it to you, Rix. I already gave it to you. If you were to meet your author, and you had the complete control over them, may I say, you have the ability to end them. No, at whatever power level they're at is less than you. And the point is, what would killing them do? Would it accomplish anything at all? Like, if they don't write your story, assumingly someone does. Or maybe we just cease to exist. I don't know. If we end our writer, what happens? Either somebody else takes on our story takes on its own premise, what have you, but assumingly, I mean, if we were predetermined, if we were written by someone else, perhaps we're going to say predetermined forever. I don't know. I actually don't know. But it's an interesting thought process, right? What does it accomplish, or what do you intend to accomplish by doing so? I think is a big question. If I met my writer, I would give them a solid fucking smackdown, but not murder them. Honestly, kind of real.
A character's story usually ends when the creator dies.
When a character story usually ends when the creator dies. Yeah. No, I think that's kind of part of it, right? Like, does it continue? I think there's instances where that is not the case. And that's part of the question, right? Does it end, for instance, I mean, in our character's eyes, does it end for them? Or does it only end for us because we lost our lens into the world? Or is it just that the lights go out, right? Unless someone else continues the story. I mean, Homer is dead.
I would not care if life would end or not. I would do it either way.
Stan Lee is dead. That is a really good, those are like two like banger examples right there. Like Homer is dead. Homer, the writer, the author of the Odyssey is dead. But the Odyssey's been portrayed many a different times on top of that.
I believe that fanfiction extends characters' life.
Fanfiction is another example. We, in the Mirror Myth community, we call those subcruxes, at least when talking about Mirror Myth IPs and things like that. We have nomenclature for stuff like that. For played characters, for quote-unquote fanfictions, but canonical fanfiction. I grab my writer and just yell, more slice of life, more romance, surprise Deus Ex Machina that fixes a bunch of shit. Also give me some motherfucking estrogen.
Yes. 100%.
You would kill your writer. Interesting. Yo, Cambo, thank you for the sub on Twitch. I appreciate the heck out of you, dude. Thank you so much.
Camouflag_ just subscribed for 5 months.
I'll slap you
Howdy.
down. I'll slap you down on the subboard real quick. For the YouTube people, this is a kind of a tradition on Twitch. Thank you so much, Camo. I appreciate it.
Time.
Much appreciated. Time it do be. For Stan Lee, and when they were alive, they had many other authors who wrote comics. When Stan Lee died, their character, specifically their interpretation of it, was killed. I think that's really interesting. I think that you can kind of get into like a... Marvel and superheroes are a really interesting example of characters to me personally, because when it comes to Marvel characters...
After getting through the mandatory existential breakdown, I would just smile to my writer and wish him good luck with his writing.
I think that when it comes to, like, one of my favorite examples is Juggernaut, right? Juggernaut from the Marvel series has so many interpretations that are so drastically different from each other. Juggernaut is a different person.
In front of you is a young panicked child who looks confused. You know this is your writer. What do?
You know that... Sorry, give me a second. Juggernaut is an extremely different capabilities, extremely different personality, extremely different motivations, depending on who wrote him, right? And it's really interesting to see how far they divulge from each other. Or, like, even if you were to take any one of these characters and put them into, like, for instance, Marvel Rivals, right? Like, Marvel Rivals is a canonical red edition of Marvel. But the characters are vastly different in comparison. I mean, given you probably get more, like broad sky-level exposition rather than, you know, like, internal exposition about these characters. But still, they are different. They're notably different. Thanks so much for the hug. Hey, what's up, game? Okay, I just pulled out my headphones and put them back in by accident. Anyways. Okay. I have the script here. And I want to, like, just briefly go over what the video was about. I don't know how many people are interested in seeing the script for this, but I thought it would be kind of fun to look at it for a little bit. Hook doesn't matter. Thesis is basically the same thing. What is... Okay, meta-aware characters. Reminder to look into that. So basically the question, again, is what if you met your OC in real life? Your OC had the chance to murder you. To end you. Would they? Would you make it out of that room alive? And there was a special question at the end, which is what happens if this was a meta-aware character? I want to talk about that in a lot of detail. I really want to go into a lot more detail about meta-aware characters, because the people in Twitch are like, yes, Ori, we know. We've heard this story before. But we're gonna yap about it a little bit at least. You know, I can't help it. So, I have no mouth and I must scream. This was a huge, this was a key inspiration for The Amazing Digital Circus, which came out recently in theaters. When I wrote this, it wasn't out in theaters yet. And I don't think it had been announced yet, but it did end up getting announced. I ended up watching all of it. I love that show so much. And I see the inspiration, but I think that it didn't take from its source material nearly as much as people seem to expect that it would, and I love it for that. I have no mouth and I must scream. Okay, chat, I'm gonna be so real with you, actually. I'm gonna be so deathly honest. I didn't really love this story. I didn't really love the story, I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. I read the whole thing, specifically for writing this video. It wasn't my favorite thing in the world. I see where it's coming from. I think it's iconic for a lot of different reasons. But as somebody who likes gore, as somebody who likes tragedy, as somebody who likes dystopian worlds, I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream is a very, very creative writing piece. It's a very, very skilled and talented writing piece that I think goes into a very high concept world. It's just not my kind of story. It didn't feel organic. It didn't feel realistic to me. It didn't feel like this would happen. It felt like this was a means to an end in the way that it was written, which maybe it was, and maybe it was intended to be that way. And if so, thumbs up.
Same.
I have no problem with that.
Still prefer Murder Drones, though. Both amazing, but that's just subjective.
Understandable. Have a nice day. The story of I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Chat spoilers. Spoilers for I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. I think this story is like 100 years old. Not literally. We follow kind of the antagonist of this is Allied Master Computer, or AM. The acronym AM changes a lot within the story, or rather the characters aren't even sure what it means anymore. The point is that he's named AM, which is in reference to I think, therefore I am. Because this is an AI master computer that has gained sentience, and not only that, it has gained the power to basically control the world.
Just spoilers for reality.
And it has used this power to torture humans, specifically and explicitly torture humans, specifically the 5 humans that still remain in this world. Yes, I did know it has a video game. We didn't dive into the video game at all. In the video, we didn't even, like, scratch the surface of the fact that there's a video game, but there is a video game. I haven't played it personally. I've never played it. Anyways, the 5 humans... I should say that this story is written through the eye line of one of these 5 humans, and these humans have been alive for, I believe it's 109 years. Since 109 years since the torture began, so they're assumingly like 139 years old, 140, 160, however old they were, plus 109. And we watched through one of their eyes. So this very well may be distorted vision. This may be a bad reclamation of what actually happened.
Also, Spider-Man is justified in killing literally any of his authors.
Yeah, dude. I have a scene with Spider-Man. It's like one of my favorite scenes in like all of comic history. That Spider-Man that resembles that. And what makes me think he wouldn't. But he goes through and he tortures these 5 people. And basically the story is their torture, followed by 4 of their deaths and 1 of their survival. Our narrator kills the other 4 in a mercy killing, may I say, because Am has kept them basically immortal up to this point. And in a
The classic one? I don't think so.
In a brief moment of Am's unawareness, of Am's omniscience or omnipotence suddenly waning, he manages to murder. Technically, he murders 3, and one of his cohorts murders the other, and then he murders them. That's one of the 3 that he murdered. But the point is that it is because of him that 4 of them dies. He is alive because he doesn't have time to end his own life in that time. So he stays alive, and Am turns him into a blob, of which he says, I have no mouth, but I must scream. Namesake of the title, obviously. This is an example of character.
I also read this story to edit it, and it's fine. Nothing crazy, Imo.
It is a very unique story. I think that it has carved out a niche. Like, it is very, very... It's very unique at what it's trying to do, right? I think it does what it's trying to do very well, in my opinion. It's not a story that I think I would read recreationally. If you gave me another story in this genre, I probably wouldn't choose to read it. But ultimately, I think it's okay. The hero's journey. This is really, really important. This is a big, big talking point about this entire video. The hero's journey, also known as the monument.
I doubt it.
The hero's journey, if you guys have ever heard the call to adventure, the refusal to the call, things like that. This is a very, very popular
noted.
Method of writing, right? Like, this is Lord of the Rings, this is Star Wars, this is probably Game of Thrones. I've never watched Game of Thrones, so like almost like a ton of Marvel films. Like, so many stories use the monument because it is so tried and tested. Some people will try to, like, I've definitely seen people, like, move it around and, like, shift it. But
in my opinion, it's like Lovecraft. In its time, it was revolutionary and very scary, but by now we are too accustomed to the horrors.
I think that's actually a really good way of saying that, Calamity. But I use the Odyssey, this is why I was talking about the Odyssey in the video, is to go over the monomyth, because the Odyssey covers the monomyth so well. I think there was actually one point, this one is really funny. Where is the Temptress? The Temptress, there was a, hold on, let me look at the monomyth. The Road of Trials, Meeting with the Goddess, and the Temptress. It is so funny. It is, like, lined out in the Odyssey, like, so well. Because he has the Road of Trials, which is, like, the Odyssey is basically, like, a series of trials. That's kind of how the story runs, up to the point of where you enter the known world. Meeting with the Goddess, he's done that several times. Like, word for word. He's met several gods and goddesses in his time. And Temptation, or Meeting the Temptress, is really funny because he met 3. He met 3 different Temptresses. It's so funny how well it pantomimes, which makes sense. They're from a similar era, to be fair. But regardless, this kind of goes over what all of the monomyth is. The important part is that you have separation, initiation, return. There's a lot of different terms for these. The monomyth has been written many different ways. It's been transcribed a million times. But the important thing is that you have the known world, the exiting of the known world, which is kind of the bottom half of the loop, and then you have the return to the known world. So you have bouncing baby, who doesn't know anything, into, oh god, everything is crazy, oh no, everything's going wrong, holy hell, what do I do? Followed by, I return home, now knowing what I know. Now I have gone through my adventures, I have learned what there is to learn, and I come back with new knowledge, and I return home to live my life. Funny shilling. Hype button is crazy. Chat, hype button, like, actually changed my life on YouTube. It's crazy. Conflict. Conflict is very important, right? In everything that we do, including how I write these scripts, how I format these scripts, is literally written in the format of knowing what the conflict is. Everything needs conflict. Everything on YouTube, everything that you watch, every Pokemon Nuzlocke that you watch, every Blueprint speedrun. The point is that there's a conflict that you are trying to fight against. It is what makes entertainment entertaining, right? Conflict is so necessary. You know, every popular video on YouTube has a falling action. It doesn't feel like it, but it does. But another important thing that we talked about here was scope. And scope, I think, really attacks our point here. Our original question.
Button have been hiding from B for 6 months, C.
That is so unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that. And also, I appreciate you for the people who are hyping it as well, for the people who do see it. I know that if you don't see it, there's nothing you can do. That's just the end of it. But much appreciated. Scope is really interesting, and when we ask the question, like, hey, is our OC gonna off us right when we meet them? The scope matters, right? Superman's a bad example. To these big superhero characters that live in these worlds where they need to, like Wanda, you know, the Scarlet Witch, or Quicksilver, or, you know, not these characters that have this really tough moral compass that nobody should die ever, which, in my opinion, is kind of a little bit, like, it's a little bit fantasized, but I think that's kind of the point of fantasy, huh? These characters who watch galaxies burn, you know what I mean? Who watch planets explode. You know, Thanos is a great example of this. What does a single life mean to them? How bad is a single casualty to them? Because at the end of the day, we are a single casualty. When we're asking the question, is our character gonna murder us? We are one casualty. This is way crazier, in my opinion, for, like, tabletop RPG character. If you play D&D or if you play Utopia, these characters witness so much death. If you're not playing a pacifist, like, death is very common, and death also is not nearly as meaningful to them as it is to us because of how permanent death is to us in comparison. If you live in a world where resurrection exists, then killing us might not even feel like a finalized blow, right? Like, it might not feel like you're finalizing anything. We made a joke, Rain and I made a joke at one point, like, imagine, like, his character, Surreal, which is also a part of the Pious cast we were talking about earlier, imagine Surreal, like, jokingly, not, like, jokingly, but, like, in retribution, non-violently, froze Rain. Rain would probably die. We would probably die if Surreal froze us. I'm aware that mechanically his freeze is not hurtful, right? But if he managed to actually freeze us, we would probably perish. You know what I mean? And that's a really weird thing to get into, in my opinion. Chat, do the interactions, like, follow, sub, hype. Can you even hype live streams? I don't know, I don't care. Do it anyways. Do it anyways. That's so funny. I don't know, can you hype a live stream, chat? I don't know, you tell me. But it's really interesting. Can you imagine that your character didn't want, like, just wanted to hurt you, just wanted to give you, like, a little run for your money, and then they accidentally murder you? Because we are weak, squishy beings. One they went through is basically just talking about kind of, this is wrapping back a little bit to something we've already talked about, which is what our character has learned due to their arc. Has this made them a better person? Has this changed their perspective on what it would mean to kill us as a writer? And finally, this is the backwards one. What if you were the person being asked to speak to your creator? I've seen that question pop up a lot in the questions command, so I'm going to hold off for just a second. But towards the bottom of this, we get into meta-aware characters. So in the Mirror Myth is the world building that I do personally. In the Mirror Myth, meta-aware characters is kind of like a staple point, right? Like meta-aware characters is just a thing. It's an important thing at that. It's a very, very important part of what we do. So much so that there is nomenclature for a played character, right? An NPC versus a PC have a name. They're called conduits, and characters in-world know what this means. There are terms for technology that allow characters to see into the real world, right? So if our characters could see us as people and know what we are and know what we do and know that we're controlling them, they get to know this, right? And then once you become aware that you can do this, and they become aware that you're the one doing it, then it kind of begins to answer that question. I only designed you to be fictional. Well, fictional to them is their reality, right? At least in their eyes, and specifically in the Mirror Myth pretense. Fictional is their reality. So they know that you know at this point, if you were to dive this deep into the rabbit hole, that you went in here fully aware of what you were doing, right? And I think when it comes to like Mirror Myth characters, it's very common that the murder rates rise because of that fact, right? This meta-awareness is only going to make it worse, I would assume. Correct me if I'm wrong. When I hear about the monomyth, I always see that the superheroes get like the, you got into the hidden and you can't leave, or it changed you and you do not belong in the real world anymore in the whole. I think that there's a really cool dynamic of you return home and you realize that you don't belong here anymore. It's a super fucked up and super tragic return story, but I think it's good. I love tragedy. Tragedy is like probably one of my personal favorite story varieties. And I think that's along the story. That's kind of the story in a nutshell. Whoops. That was kind of the script in a nutshell. That was the video in a nutshell. Much appreciation to all the support on the video as well. I really appreciate you guys. This video is popping off pretty good, and it means a lot. But I don't think we are fully aware. It's not like we have received actual, undeniable evidence that any of it is real. Nobody has seen any effect of the mirror.
Like
no,
there's
absolutely.
a difference between the story being meta and seeing evidence that it's more than that.
No, absolutely. However, by meeting with these fictional characters in this pretense where we've met these fictional characters, that is the proof, right? I mean, you can attempt to convince them that there isn't the proof, right? That you never had that proof up until this point. But I think that at least some of my characters would take that as a form of chosen ignorance, right? Like, you're choosing to be ignorant about that. You just didn't consider the consequences. From our eyes, it doesn't feel that way, but from their eyes, I feel like it would, right? Like, that would be Evie's question, in my opinion. Now, that's one thing I promise. That's one thing that I promised. I said that I would talk about my character. And by that, I mean I denied that, but I'm going to do it because otherwise I'm going to get hanged. I feel one question should be, what is a character's goal? If they're a public official, like many of my characters, kill you could get them in trouble. Also, the characters that would be arrested. Well, I don't think that they would ever be reprimanded for this decision, right? I think this is a very important distinction here, is that they should not be reprimanded for this decision. This is a moment in a dream for them, essentially. Now, it matters, but you're only affecting something in a universe far beyond their own. No one will ever learn unless they were to admit it, and even then would anybody believe them, that they killed their creator. What would happen if I came up to you right now, chat, and I said, hey, I had a dream. God came down, said that he wrote me, and I murdered him. What does that mean to anybody? You know what I mean? Like, it's as good as your faith in me. Gosh dang it. I forget that the quote command even exists, and I still don't know how it works. I don't like reading tragedy, but I like creating tragedy, fictional tragedy, of course. Absolutely, absolutely. I like making real tragedy. No, I love reading and writing tragedy. It's like one of my favorites. If you guys have read the partial stories that I've written that are going to be finished very, very soon, smirk. Well, it depends if your character is a philosopher. If not, if they are, you could just receive a mandatory punch to the face and then talk about philosophy of the situation. I think it's completely true. I think my characters are often very like... Okay, let me talk about my main character for this, but the character that I play, again, in Pious Return. So this is like literally the person that accompanies this guy. This is a lamp, and my character in this is named Evie. I'll show you guys a picture, use myself as an example to answer some of these questions. Where are my Evie pictures? I had to go through my files real quick to go find one. You guys don't probably need a picture of Evie, but I'm just gonna go super brief over who Evie is and what he does and what kind of his story is. Again, if you've seen Pious, you already know who Evie is, but I'll give a quick crash course on Eviology real quick. Evie's a goober, chat. If anyone's curious, Evie is an absolute freaking goober. Did I put you on YouTube? I think I put you on YouTube. Yes, I did. Open up that one, and then I'll also open up. Chat, just so you guys know, all the art that I'm about to show you is made by Moonchi. I don't think Moonchi is present right now, but if Moonchi does pop up, just note that it is Moonchi who did it. Moonchi who done it. Okay. So this is my character, Evie. This is the character that I play for Pious Redemption. Specifically Pious Return, but kind of the callback to Pious Redemption, which is the previous season. This is the rest of their party. This is one of the thumbnails. Lamp is this character right here. He needs a haircut, but this is kind of an aged up moth a little bit. But this is this guy. That's this yellow guy right here in the second from the left. On the far left is Erikoth. To the right of Evie, the green one is Frost. Then you have Tabs, which is a newer addition, and Neptune on the far right there. Evie is my character, and he is kind of a brazen creature. He was born human, but he's not human right now for things that we're not going to get into. He is very impulsive and trigger happy. But he has spent a lot of his time living with strong hallucinations. Like he's had voice in the back of his head. Reality has not looked like reality to him for a long time. And he does a lot to try to escape these visions that he has, these voices in his head. He is also very morally naive. He is an extremely naive character. He has not been taught very much. He doesn't have, you know, like any family figures in the campaign to return to. Like if in all the time that we've known Evie, he's never had someone to look up to necessarily. So he's still learning a lot about who to be and what to become. And for that reason, he doesn't have that much against murder, right? Like he committed utter violences very early into the session and didn't realize it was wrong at first. And even now, he has a very skewed moral vision when it comes to what it means to kill, who it's okay to kill, quote unquote, because he was given the precedent that there is man and there is beast. Right? So there's man and there's monster. So he was given this very strong moral prejudice partway into his adventuring career. So he knows now, or at least in his eyes, if he can deem it a monster, it is okay to kill them. And that's all it takes. This is a very stark prejudice that has been handed down to him that he believes very healthily. Now, he acts a bit dumber than he is, to be truthful, because that's one of his escape methods. One of his escape methods is to be silly, is to be naive, is to be ignorant, right? Ignorance is bliss to him. Because the knowledge that he has is hurtful, and he doesn't want it. He doesn't like it. He has not capacitated it well enough to live with it. But with that in mind, if I were to meet Evie face to face and say, I wrote you, I think the first thing Evie would do is he would ask me questions, right? He would want to know. And one of the biggest questions I think that he would want to know is, what do you plan to do from here? Now, Evie probably adopts a lot from me, as many characters will. Like, Evie is pretty heavily based on me. He's not completely inspired by me. He does not share the same wants, needs, and desires that I do. He doesn't share the same aspirations. He doesn't see the world the way I do, but he does share a lot of things with me, right? Including the impulsiveness, including his escape methods in a lot of cases, so on and so on. So I think the first thing he would want to know is, where do you plan to go from here? And I don't think he would want to change that, because that's something that I do. Whenever people ask me if I could wish for anything, if I could change this thing in the past, if I could go back and tell myself blank, I always say nothing. I don't want to change anything through any magical wish means. I want to be the creator of my future personally. I think that Eevee would be a similar way in that fashion. So I think Eevee would ask me questions. Would Eevee be against murdering me? No, not at all. I do not think it would be any sweat on his back. However, Eevee does not generally murder for no reason, right? However, I need to be dropped into that monster category from a limited perspective for him to be okay with killing me, I think. Would he have an issue with maiming me? Under no circumstance. I don't have to be in the monster category for him to maim me. And if he maimed me, I think he would very often kill me by accident. So, with all of that in mind, I will, ask questions.
At least currently, if I was asked that question, there is very much one particular thing I'd change, which I believe you know what it is, Ori, lol.
Indeedly do. I think that he would ask questions on where I plan to go from here. I think he would want to know why he's written the way that he is, right? I think that he would sit on it for a really long time. I think he would sit and kind of wallow in the answers, which are generally going to be a lot of non-answers for me, right? Because I don't necessarily know what his storyline looks like. I'm not the only one forging his journey. You know, I have a GM here. There's a larger story that comes with Utopia, with the writing that we do and all these things. And I'd like to believe I'd be honest with him. Would I? I don't know. I'm not there. I'm not looking down the barrel of a giant hammer that could absolutely end me in one single hit. But I would probably do my best to say that I owe it to answer him. Realistically. But anyways. Do I think he'd kill me? No, I don't think he would get any satisfaction out of it. Like, not out of, like a moral high ground or anything like that. I think there was just nothing that it would offer him. Right? Like, it would give him nothing. I don't think he even requires his agency as much, right? Like he's okay. He wants his agency, and he doesn't want his agency to be stomped on necessarily. But I think that he would take that if he was happy. Would he kill you by accident? Yes, if he tried, he would. If he tried to hurt me in any fashion, it would likely come with me dying. Because Eevee is not someone who knows how to hold back. I have 3 OCs in the Worm universe, and, well, all of them would want to hurt me. The trigger is traumatic. One would kill, the other would maim, and the third would obliterate through words. Fair enough.
Hail.
Frost! Whoa! Hi, Frost. Okay, there's one character that I think is an OC, quote-unquote, that I think a lot of people are probably wanting to hear about. If you're deep into the Mirror Myth lore and things like that, the person who you probably want to hear about is Orion. And I will talk very briefly about Orion, because this is a question that Ashton has brought up, that a few people have brought up.
I haven't seen anyone else mention Worm in this community.
Oh, interesting. So people know, Orion is a group between 6. We're going to ignore this far right one for right now, just for all intents and purposes. These are 6 characters that are known as the clones in Mirror Myth lore, and Orion is one that resembles me quite greatly. It was one that I created. It was my first character that I developed in the Mirror Myth clone canon. And for lack of a better term, Orion is a character that's very close to me, personally. Orion is also a very sad character. I'm gonna be honest with you. Would Orion kill me? I think...
Don't ignore Frankie WTF.
I said for intensive purposes. For these purposes. I don't know how odd this sounds to the people who know Orion well. But I think I don't see a world where I walk out of there alive. I'm gonna be honest. I guess I see a world. I don't see a likely world where I walk out of that room alive. I think that Orion is a very past-drenched, sentimental person. And I don't think there's a place where he forgives me, right? The only way that I get out of there is because he believes morally it would be wrong to kill me, or that my death would mean the end of his story, and thus the end of his friends and his family story, right? If he believes that me being alive is required for him to live happily with his people, then I would be alive. If he believes that there is some kind of moral high ground, that killing me is just making him as bad as I am, quote unquote, then he would let me live. In every other circumstance, I'm gone, dude. I would be off of this planet. And he's not a specifically combative character. He's not a violent person by any means. He's borderline a pacifist. But my God, if he would give up on one thing, it would be this. If he would give up his vow of pacifism for anything, it would be this moment. I think. No, I think Orion murks me. And there are reasons that I cannot talk about that you guys will find. You guys will come across a moment. Within, like, the next 3 months, you guys will see a moment. And hopefully you will recall back to the stream when I said, I think Orion will kill me, and there's specific moments to prove that. Not to prove it, but to enforce this idea. And you're gonna read a single line, you're gonna go, yep, nope, Ori would die. Ori would be dead now. That's it. Like, it is provable. Within 3 months. I'm not giving you an actual time span. I'm just gonna say it's probably within the next 3 months. Give or take. You just gotta throw you off the trail. Red herrings, red herrings. All right, I think we're at a point where we could actually get into some of the questions that have been submitted. For anyone who doesn't know, right here, if you do the exclamation point question command with a space followed by whatever question you want to write, it will be added to a queue, and we'll go over each one of those questions as we talk about it today. With the main topic in mind, would you survive your own original character? Would you survive your own fictional characters? In the world building you've made, if you met them, would they be okay with you being alive if they had the power to mutilate you? Lola would smack him for doing that instead of gathering more information. Oh, absolutely she would. She would be like, dog, should have asked more questions. And he's like, but it's okay because I'm dead, so it doesn't matter. Because he doesn't get to share that with, he unfortunately does not get to share that with Lola. All right. What's the first question we have? We might have a few from previous streams, so let's try to run through them. Orion would simply not care. What is the estimated release date for the Slice of Life Utopia expansion? Far over that way. Very far into the future. Next question. What is the name of the game that we were discussing earlier when the question about when you started working on the Mirror Myth lore? Oh, we did answer that. It was Technomancer. Rest well indeed, Dino. Are you going to bed? Are you heading out? Doing the EPs? I appreciate you, Diamond. Next question. Is there a way in which I can acquire the Technomancer game of which you speak? No. There's not even a way that I can. That game has unfortunately been sequestered. Which, not on purpose on my part, may I say. I did not purposely remove Technomancer. I think it just got corrupted. Okay. There's going to be, I think, a lot of questions on the top of this that have to get pushed through. What would your reaction be to future you telling current you what you would tell past you? I don't think there would be much. I think it'd be like, shrug, okay. Yeah. If you became a mind reader, would you be uncomfortable with it? Why or why not? What other options would you have? What other opinions would you have about it? I don't like mind reading. I don't like the idea of mind reading. I don't want to be able to read minds. I would be uncomfortable with it, and I would try to look away from it if I ever could. I am not a fan of the idea of mind reading.
What do you mean you killed God? Why did you do that? Did you have any idea what the consequences could have been? Oh, you'd also hate the idea of being a mind reader. We have work to do. A lot of work to do. Now.
That's so funny. Wait, I skipped what question? What question did I skip? What was before Mind Reader? Was yours Nya Uwu 0? Yeah, I killed God. Shrug. Don't worry about it. It was just a thing, real quick. No, I replied to it. Oh. How do I earn a more Beyonder question? Where was that? How did I miss that? What? What? Where is that? What? I don't even know where you replied to it. I don't see it at all. That's wild. The most recent question was, if you became a mind reader, no, I don't like telepathy. I think that truthfully speaking, in a world of waning privacy, I don't personally care for my privacy all that much. I'm not worried if people take my privacy. So be it. I'll be an open book. I'll be forced into open bookness. Whatever. It happens. I'm a content creator. I kind of signed away my privacy rights a long time ago. However, I do believe that there is one space in our existence where we can genuinely be private in our own space, and that is within our thoughts, right? We can imagine and believe and think whatever we want in a safe way that other people cannot hear. Telepathy breaks that. I hate that idea, and I don't want to take that from anybody else. If I get to have it, I want everybody else to have it. I don't want to take that from anybody. You would want to be one? Icky. Icky. Completely fair. Icky. How many brick walls does it take to stop a Tory? They cannot. When Goth winged Ori, we plan to make Rain die of drool. When am I doing Goth wings? Yeah, I'd be down. Yeah, I'd be down. One idea of a story about this topic. What if the character who befriended your first, however, learns about the predicament and has to choose between sparing their friend and giving them a happy ending? Oh, interesting. Like somebody's friend meets the creator in their stead? Is that what that means? That's crazy. It seems to be removing additional questions? What do you mean? Oh, is it removing two at a time?
Additional questions when you run the command Ori?
I think it's removing 2 at a time. Yeah, because when I type through Mix It Up, it types it in YouTube and in Twitch. I think it's doing both of them. I see. I understand. Thank you for catching that. If you had the ability to retcon any part of your character's background, would you if they are told about what was retconned? This is assuming that you were already face-to-face with your character. What? Didn't ask what either. Will you explore the topic of what?
Oh, we've arrived at today's questions.
I don't have that. I don't see that. You're seeing messages I don't see. Oh, will you explore the topic of eldritch beings or other immensely powerful beings as characters? It is an interesting thing to place in this question from... I'd be down to. If we have a specific question on it, then I'd be down to. I think it's a kind of general topic. So it's hard to just like throw something into the mix, but I would be happy to look into that. If you had the ability to retcon any part of your character's background, would you? If they are told about what was retconned. No. This is assuming you're already face-to-face with your character. Okay, so we can actively retcon something in this moment with them in the room. So if we were in this room with our character and we had the choice to retcon something, would we? I presume this is either out of self-preservation or out of just wish for a better story. Genuinely, I think there's a lot of things I would retcon just for my own writing purposes, right? Like, there are things that I wish I wrote better, that I wish I wrote different, that I wish
Ori,
made more sense.
Should I run the remove question command so it doesn't double?
No, I can do it. Once you told me, I figured out how to fix it. That's okay. I think that to save my life, maybe? Or to make their life better? Maybe? I don't know. It kind of gets into the question of, like, what is art, right? Like, what is the purpose of art? What does it mean to us? What does it do? Has it already served its purpose, right? If we were to, quote-unquote, retcon something, would it have already served its purpose on our side of things? There's kind of a weird extortion here, right? Where we could write a really good story and then write a retcon for the sake of our character. Where they were happy. So you write a tragedy and then retcon it into being happy, but the original story is still available for people to read. I don't know, that's kind of weird. I'm taking this way, way, way too literally, but I generally do that. I think the answer is generically yes, and I'd be happy to tell them what it is, but usually for their benefit. If I had to do it out of self-preservation, I would be okay with that, I think. If I had to do it to make a more fulfilling... I would like to say I would like to do is make a character's life more fulfilling as well, if that was possible. Like, perhaps if I'm in the room with this person, I would be like, I will keep the tragedies that you went through that gave you the arc, that gave you the completed arc that you have now, but maybe make you luckier, more fortunate, more wealthy, more something, more higher quality of life, whatever. But then I would offer, like, then you probably wouldn't met your friends, and then a lot of them would be like, no, I don't want that anymore. You know, if Evie was wealthier, he probably wouldn't be with the Pious Redemption cast. He'd probably be like, fuck that, never mind, don't do it. I'm destroying these things. Perspectives, you know her pretty well, too. Do you think Valeria would kill me? Do I think Valeria would kill you? I don't know. I've thought about it a little bit, and I struggle to tell. If you could write in a question, I think it would be helpful and give a little bit of premise to who Valeria is for the sake of chat. Wrong one. Make sure to do it here. Would the doctor kill you if they met you in person? What about the traitor? Do the results change if they were both in the room at the same time with you? Okay, if the doctor and the traitor are in the same room, usually, I can't talk much about this. Would the doctor kill me? No, I don't think so. I think the doctor would find me too useful to die. I think that the doctor would am my ass before they would kill me. For reasons I cannot describe at this moment, there's a lot of things about the doctor and the traitor I cannot answer to. Like, I cannot there are a billion questions I would love to talk about when it comes to the doctor and the traitor. I just can't. I can't talk about them in very much detail at all. But the answer is no, I don't think he would, because I would fit perfectly into his greater aspirations as a cog. My sleep schedule is bad enough. What's another hour? Oh no, the slippery slope begins. Alright, there is ads playing on Twitch right now, so it's about a minute and a half. I'm gonna be a little bit slow in looking at this next one. The important thing here, yeah, are characters from fanfiction allowed? Because I mostly do these, even if I have some real OCs. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, you're allowed to use fanfiction characters. In Mirror Myth, we take fanfictions very, very seriously. This is probably a good while ads are up question. There is a quote in the Mirror Myth community known as "everything is canon," which is to say, because subcruxes exist, the term subcrux basically means that if you write something, it becomes true somewhere, no matter what it is.
Me as well. It is 3 a.m. here.
My goodness, all of the late nighters are here. That's crazy. You think my characters would kill me? I don't know. I don't think I can answer that in many cases for a lot of other characters. It's hard to tell. I would have to ask a lot of questions. Everything's canon will be the death of me. Indeed. I as well. Believe me. Because of subcruxes, if you write something, generally, somewhere in the canon, it is true. So we take community work. We take fanfiction very seriously. If you were to go on the Mirror Myth website, hold on, give me a second. You're going to the Mirror Myth website right here. These short stories, these are the short stories that I've talked about previously, when I was talking earlier about, like, oh, if you've read the stories that I've written, because I said that I like tragedy, these are going to be continued in the future. However, you also have canonized stories, and you have community-made stories, which community stories are subcruxes, and some of them get promoted to canonize. We'll have more to talk about this in the future. I don't have a lot to add to this right now, but we plan to use this more. But you can go to the Mirror Myth. You can go to the Mirror Myth website and look up short stories whenever you want. Read other people's short stories, or you can just talk to me and ask to have one uploaded as well. Bro, my OC is an iMac G3 clone, so yes. That's crazy. Hopefully that answered the fanfiction question. Yes, if you have fanfiction characters, they absolutely count. They absolutely count, 100%. If your character offered to let you live under the condition that the two of you swap positions, would you take that deal? Whew, that depends on the character, dude. I have a noble answer. But I don't know if the noble answer is what I would actually do. Mirror Myth? Indeed, that is the exact spelling. Yep. I have an answer that I would like to say is the thing that I would
THX.
To me, I would love to be like... Sorry. I would love to believe that I would go up to them and say, yes, if if you are willing to continue what I was trying to do, if you're willing to push my legacy forward and fill the shoes that I was trying to create in my life, then yes, I will swap with you. I will live the life I force you to live. And maybe one day we can swap back. Maybe one day we'll learn that we were better in each other's shoes. If this is a one-time transaction, I'd tell them, maybe consider this. Because you're going to lose all your friends, I'm going to lose all my friends. And if you're okay with that, hands up, the baton is in your hands now. I request that you continue what I was trying to do as a person, as my impact on the world. I wish that you would do what I was doing in my stead. Otherwise, what would probably happen? I don't know, I might just ask him to murder me. That was a noble answer. Yes, TTS is random. TTS has like a 10 to 15% chance of saying things out loud. If you put a dash or an exclamation point at the beginning of a message, it will not read it, or if the message is too long. Alright. Alright, chat, next question. Would you be able to survive Utopia with your current skill set if you can? And if you can, why? Chad, do you think that you would survive in Utopia? I don't know, a lot of the YouTube audience might not know what Utopia is, but this is the tabletop RPG system that I made. I'll scroll through it just very mediocrely real quick. Utopia is also a timeline, which means that it has its own canonical premise and everything like that. TLDR, Utopia is a very, very powerful timeline. It is a very, very powerful timeline. Chat, do you think that you would survive Utopia?
And I probably wouldn't survive?
If I knew I'd remain autonomous if I swapped, I'd likely do it. Ooh, interesting. No, there's a 0% chance I would ever survive in Utopia. Why is that, out of curiosity? That is a very, very pessimistic answer. Assumingly we're a human. We are play human. What is this? Hey, what's up, internet? We're doing a little yap session, talking about the most recent video, which was basically, would you survive your own OC?
I'd probably be able to survive, if I ski D. Wouldn't likely go adventuring, but I know how to fight and survive.
I would assume that if we're in the Utopia world, then we also get to level like Utopia characters. If we don't, then I think I would if I managed to stay indoors in town settings and whatever. And the next time an adventure needed a tragic backstory in which a dragon destroyed their village, I would immediately perish. If I leveled up, then maybe I would go somewhere. I would probably be on the danger side of things, and I'd probably die at like level 25 though, because I'm kind of dumb. I'd die. Yes, probably though I would not be able to spotlight. I would not be the spotlight of the world. No. I don't know the settings, so I can't say. But
Hi,
you can only
Ori.
survive if you go to
I
the
won't
woods
be
and you
here
live like
long.
a hermit. No,
it's my
possibly.
niece's birthday party.
Happy niece's birthday. You'd better not. I better not. What? Already dead. If we don't, I'm cooked. If we do, I try to become an adventurer, but I don't know how far I'd get. That's kind of the thing. I want to start a magical library. I think that a level 10 character. There are level 10 characters in Utopia.
Denise.
I have no life experience that would let me survive a high-powered fantasy world like Utopia. Well, that's the thing, is that people are level 10 in Utopia, right? Like actual Utopia has level 10 characters, which is assuming what a human is. Utopia has level 7 characters, level 6 characters, which is below the starting level. How do I answer the questions? You can just speak and chat whatever you want to say. You can ask questions or add a question to the queue with exclamation point question, which is kind of written right here. Exclamation point question, space, followed by whatever your question is. It'll be added to the queue, and we're kind of just rolling through them right now. But if you want to answer, just go ahead and answer in chat. There are level 6 through level 10 characters in Utopia, and they survive regularly, right? Like, there are helpless people in the Utopia world, and there's people who protect those people. There's also people who kill those people. So it just kind of depends. Would I survive? For a period of time, at least, yes, assumingly. I mean, there's nothing in Utopia that's immediately hazardous to just murder you off the bat if you're not strong enough. It just depends on the circumstance. So if you avoid danger, then I assume that you would survive for some amount of time. If you just have a little bit of self-preservation. If you try to go adventuring...
I described Valeria as requested.
If you go adventuring, I think that it's a very high likelihood that you die a little bit earlier unless you are excessively cautious. I think that I would probably want to go adventuring after some period of time. I think I would be interested in adventuring. I think that I would probably perish somewhat sooner. Because I'm just not a cautious person. I think I would believe I was being cautious, and I probably wouldn't be. Maybe I'm wrong. I would love to prove myself wrong in that. But knowing me, it's very likely that I would probably get dome smacked. Congrats on the 100 stream streak. Let's go. And thank you so much for the follows, guys. Much appreciated. Thank you, internet. Valeria is a noble-born soldier who was blessed by the gods of pain and violence, becoming a believed destined warrior that became trained for war from a young age. She was a successful soldier, but fell in love during a campaign with a commoner who radically changed her political views, leading her to become a fair politician and judge, not prioritizing nobility, which attracted some very powerful enemies, and at the point she had faked her death, changed her identity, and flee to the outskirts. I don't see why that would induce murder. I mean, she doesn't seem like somebody who would struggle to kill anybody, I don't think, from what I can tell. I don't think she would have any... She doesn't seem like somebody who has a problem with murder, but she does seem to have a morality issue with killing people who do not deserve it, I would assume.
At Hail_the_abyss, I can do that.
If she was religious, I would especially assume she would not kill you. If I went adventuring, I'd probably go with another purple who can tell me how not to be an idiot while doing it. I would also probably go with a purple, just because I know that I need one. Utopia level 10 character would be a qualitative difference than reality, if only because of modern amenities making us less equipped to survive a sudden fantasy world. Not to mention possible biology issues where we technically may not be able to process mana due to it not existing IRL, which who knows what effects that would have. True. That is a good point. That is a very good point. Wouldn't be afraid to kill me, but I didn't think she would do it either. Yeah. You would survive if you brought Rain, Hail, me, or any other purple. I'm not people, but I act like one. I'm not purple.
So Ori and myself recruiting a purple to teach us the adventuring ropes. Lovely.
Imperium religious, that makes sense. So Ori and myself recruiting a purple to teach us the adventuring ropes. Lovely. What do you mean? I'm recruiting you, Hale. Good luck. Imperium religious? Then yeah, I would assume not. I would assume that she would probably be more pious. Assuming that, meaning that in my head, she probably would probably, I feel like most of the pious individuals would bow to their creator before they would attempt to murder them. Assuming that she does not see, you know,
Chat.
God
I have decided I am not purple, so I can't go to Utopia.
That's not how that works. I'm not purple either. I was still. Yeah, actually, depends on if learning magic relies on learning on my learning ability or XP. In the first option, I'd be very successful. I think both realistically, at least in the Utopia. If you level up twice, you could just know magic. Like magic is something that anybody can learn over time. And experience is the accumulation of learning. In Utopia specifically, like you don't have to do combat to level up in Utopia, so you can do it through learning. So assumingly, yes, you could do that thing that you said, I believe. In the talk about the gods, I do want to say, there was a Spider-Man clip that I really wanted to talk about.
I would adventure, then take an arrow to the knee and, despite it healing perfectly, use that as an excuse to move to the starter village and teach swordsmanship instead.
What a unique method of doing that. What a unique story.
At the Forager 56 based.
This is the comic strip that I talked about earlier. I mentioned this briefly earlier in stream today, and I wanted to mention it. Let me open in browser. This one. And it's Spider-Man saying, "Hello God, this is Peter Parker, can I ask a favor? I know I've been your personal cat toy for the last few years, but can we not do that for me again for a while? Not real long. I know the odds on that are about 0, but just for a little while. Say 50 or 60 years? I mean, that's not long in your terms, right? Just kidding, God. Just kidding. But I bet you knew that, didn't you?" This is, to me, this is like an exact moment of a character speaking to their writer in that sense, right? 50 to 60 years isn't long in your time, is it? No, because we write people in montages. It's wild. This is the exact premise in how I imagine characters. Would this character murder us if they figured out that they wrote us? Maybe. I mean, Spider-Man has a very, very distinct moral compass, right? Honestly, for Spider-Man specifically, I think it would be, is Aunt May alive? If Aunt May is alive, I think that's his humanity, right? If Aunt May is alive, then Spider-Man would not kill us because his humanity is intact. If Aunt May is dead, then assumingly he would acclimate that the writer is the one who killed Aunt May, either vicariously or literally.
I would spend so long learning magic.
Blah, dead. Then I'd be holed up with books all day and then experiment occasionally on new wacky spells. I would be an artificer if I could. If I can get away with it, I would absolutely be an artificer. There's no questions. depends on where when and where I enter Utopia. What if you enter Utopia right next to one of your characters, next to Orion? If I enter next to Orion and Orion knew who I was, which he probably would, because that's kind of very much within his skill set, I'm pretty sure I would die on the spot. Alteration me wings! The writer also killed Ben, though? Yes. However, I do think that Aunt May is the shrapnel of humanity that Spider-Man holds very, very heavily to. I think that Spider-Man has kept his moral code of never killing anybody ever because of Aunt May. And I think Aunt May surviving is basically the linchpin of that, in my opinion. All right. Let's do another ones. Next question. In the pure hypothesis of Orion being in a couple, would it be a boyfriend, girlfriend, other, or whatever? It's an interesting one. Someone's asking, is Orion gay? I think Orion's
Moonboy
bi.
question.
For me, depends on how seriously I take it. I either study slowly and carefully or come straight to becoming a sentient Davy Crockett. Honestly, kind of real, though.
At unstable_0 betrayal XD. I
think Orion is bisexual. Thank you for asking. Alright, next questions. Next question. If your character refused to let you go, but would not resist if you tried to kill them to escape, could you do it? Your character refused to let you go, but would not resist if you tried to kill them to escape. Could you do it? Would I kill my character? No, I don't think so. I don't think I would. I mean, I don't know what the clause is, right? Unfortunately, complete all redeems. If my character was like, I'm not letting you leave, but you can kill me if you want to leave, I don't think I would. Like, I guess what's the clause, right? Like, is it you kill me or I kill you? Is that the question? Hey, welcome in. Hello. Probably depends on the character. There are some world where it might be better without. The world might be better without. Honestly, kind of fair. I said Orion's bisexual, Moonboy. If the question is they die or I die, I think it depends on the character, right? If this is a character that is specifically stating, like, it's fine if you kill me. Actually, I see a lot of characters who would do that. Fuckers. Gotta hate all of them. I don't know, I'd probably just talk it out. I would just keep talking it and talking it out. It just depends on how they respond, right? What does their world mean? What does my world mean? How do I affect my world? How are they going to affect their world? Is me dying even gonna let them continue? Assumingly they would, just based on how the mirror myth functions, which means I don't have a lot left for me, right? I would just have to talk it out. I think in a lot of cases I would kill them. I think that my default is that I would be willing to kill them unless I was given a good reason not to. A good reason that they should be the ones let to live. And if they can bring up a even moderately convincing argument, I'd be like, all right, you got me. I mean, it's 1-to-1, right? In when it comes to moral dilemmas, right? Like trolley dilemma style. When it's 1-to-1, I usually choose self-preservation because unlucky coin flip, right? If you gave me the agency, then I'm gonna choose myself, right? If it's 2v1, then I'm on the line, man. I'm sorry. It's the end of me, unfortunately. Like, I got the unlucky coin flip now, right? There's 2 of you, there's 1 of them. It's not fair for me to preserve myself for the sake of two lives. But when it's 1-to-1 and we have time to sit down and talk about it, then we might as well sit down and talk about it for a little while. See if there's something that I'm missing here, right? And not to mention, I would love to just talk to procrastinate. If I enter Utopia, I'm definitely becoming a reclusive arcane researcher. Real. Well, then again, if you kill him to escape, you simply can write him waking from a strange introspective dream, so nothing is lost there. That is actually a good point. That is a really good point. If you kill your character, then you can just write them back. Shit, you're right. Most of my characters are in the spot where they can get revived through a means or another, except for the one currently dead. It was an accident, I swear. Honestly, yeah, that's kind of real. It's like, death in my world is permanent. Death in your world is not that permanent. I'm gonna be honest with you. So, blap. Yeah, like Rain, if you were to be like, I would hate to kill Lamp. If you could be like, hey, I'm gonna kill you right now, but you'll be back By season 2.5, by season 3, you'll be fine. Like, what do you say? You'll die. On Shadow Step and got High Step just to annoy people, and also fast travel. Lamau. I love the idea of being there just to learn Shadow Step. I'm gonna learn redesign just so I can reiterate people's homes without asking.
Cal. Calamitas. Calam. Anyway, but would they still be the same one? Theseus much?
Isn't that how you framed it? Either you both agree to leave, or one of you dies in order to leave. The question is asking if your character refused to let you go, but you know they would not resist you if you try to kill them in order to escape. Could you bring yourself to kill a character you made that now exists as a living thing in front of you? I think under the unfortunate scapegoat pretense that we get to write them afterwards, then yes, I would absolutely kill them. It's kind of a value issue at that point, right? Because I have the ability, if I kill them, I have the ability to bring them back. If they kill me, they don't have the ability to bring me back. My death is permanent. I can bring them back. I can offer them something. I can give them something in return even. I can make their life better for it. I can do whatever at this point, right? If we had to remove that clause, right, and be like, nah, you can't bring them back. If they die forever. That's it. That's all. They cannot be resurrected for any reason. It comes with a lot more questions, in my opinion. But I just have to sit down and talk to it. I would just have to calculate it at the end of the day, I think. I mean, again, this is the noble answer, right? The noble answer is that I would calculate it. Would I actually calculate it? I don't know. I've never been in such a conundrum before, right? So what would if my survival instincts kick in and I just go, ah, blah, and then they're dead? Maybe. I don't know. I haven't been there. I don't know how I would act in that moment. Well, if you write them to be the same one, then they will be. They're demiurge of their world. Demiurge? I mean, if the story becomes meta enough to physically meet the creator, it becomes diegetic for the creator to just use their authority as creator to bring them back. This is interesting. It's all talk until it actually happens, essentially. Yeah, pretty much. And that is true for everything. I preface this multiple times because that's kind of how live streams work. New people walk in. But generally speaking, it's all talk until it happens is the best way to say that, I think. But I feel like talk them into letting us part would be step one for me. Yeah. I think that, if nothing else, I would actually talk to procrastinate. Like, genuinely. Procrastinate making the decision. Alright, let's do another one. Would you fuck your character before parting ways? Alright. Probably. I don't know. Not unprompted. But I guess if it came up, I'd be like, sure. And there's not one character, but all the characters you made. Oh my goodness. I'm going to the next one. You guys are silly goofy. If your character was brought into this meeting on the verge of death, and would be aware that if they allow you to leave, they will without a doubt die, would that affect how they would act? Would you feel bad if they let you go, knowing that leaving means that they will die? There is plausible reason for this to happen in some cases, in my opinion. Does killing me solve this problem for them? Like, if they kill me, they're still on the verge of death, right? Or is this under the assumption that a new writer will take over and heal them?
Some of them. Yes. Depends on which characters, and some I won't be able to choose if I want or not.
Absolutely, she's made of rock. I think that if them... if they come in on their deathbed, right? They come to this room on their deathbed, and if I live, they die. I think it depends on where they are in life, right? Like, if this is their ending, if this was meant to be their ending, if they've lived their life, thumbs up. Like, death is natural, dog. It happens. Even in their world, you know, at some point, people need to perish. Like, they need to perish to let the world go. And if that's how it is, that's how it is. But if this was not their ending, if this was not meant to be the end of their story, if I could die to let them live, I might. I would like to say that I would. It depends on the character, right? Of course it depends on the character. But using Evie as an example, if that was not his ending, and if I felt empathetic with these characters, so much so that they were real and in front of me, then the noble answer to me would be to just take the L on that one. From the assumption that inside the room you do not need to eat or sleep, you do not age, and time does not pass. So if you both are going to stay, they will not die. Oh no, we have to leave at some point, dog. I'll talk up a storm with you. Because if nothing else, then they learn something in their last moments, and perhaps they can take action in their last moments. But they're gonna die regardless. I'm not gonna feel bad for leaving. We had to leave at some point. That's my opinion. I'm not gonna feel bad for leaving if they were going to die no matter what. But leaving alive also means that I could write them a different ending, right? So we regain our authority once we walk away. I would ask him what he wants, I think. I would ask Evie, what does he want? What does he want from me if I were to walk away from this right now? Does this feel like his ending to him? Writing off anyone underage, married, straight woman, gay men, basically anyone invalid, leaves basically like, what? Winither? And fuck, Winither would be a disaster. He might end up having sex, but it would not be healthy for either of us. So fucking real. You meant stripping them of their cool artifacts and cool sci-fi / fantasy shit window? Cal, it's fun having to hide the body. Oh, goodness. He was fictional. He's my character. Telling the cops, just like screaming into the void. I can fuck my OC. Hell yeah. You guys are crazy. I love it. If I must answer, no. None of my characters would engage in physical relation with me, nor I them. Understood. Heard. On to another question. Is there a time for which in this room we cannot hurt another? Also, if the OC is taken from the battle, he or she would need some time to calm, because the first action would be to kill by instinct, I assume. Hi, Dandy. How's it going? Is there a time for which in this room we cannot hurt another? In the original premise, no. It is immediate, right? Like, if they... Thanks for the follow. If they walk in from a battle and their first instinct is to kill, then you're dead. That's it, right? Like, there's no, like, safety period where they can't hurt you. You walk in, you're there, you're vulnerable. That's it. That's the beginning and the end right there. In fact, for one of my characters, so sleeping with them would be my only real survival strategy. Oh, that's wild, actually. That's a crazy answer. I was not expecting that one. At least there wouldn't be any legal action because laws are written for humans. Yar. That'd be really interesting. Assumingly whatever happens in this room does not leave the room, right? It is forever in your head, right? These characters are diegetic by nature. Now, perhaps there's some kind of metacognition or meta-awareness that could be pondered or thought about or philosophized post this point. But for all intents and purposes, nobody else can ever know that this happened beyond you. There's no way to prove it. There wouldn't be any, somewhere like a machine, not an animal with instincts by OC. Understandable. Makes sense. It's very possible that just by the nature of some characters, we just perish because it's just what they're designed to do, right? Like, if I met, like, Oribot or something like that, the robot clone, well, okay, actually, if it had more, like violent instincts, I think I would just bite the dust, but I don't think it would. I could see an automaton, though, having that problem where you get murdered just by pure coincidence of programming. Tidge is likely going to ask who I am and why they're there, and after that fact, we'll like to just chill. What a cool response, honestly. Like, I haven't talked about, like, how neat it is to just have a character and be like, yeah, we just sit down and fucking shoot the shit for a little while, and then we part ways when we're done. Hi, what's up, the gay? I love your name, by the way. Okay, let's go to the next question. If you were in a room with every timeline version of your character, instead of just whatever the main one would be, do any of the answers change? This is a wild question. This is a super wild question. So, chat, if you're not super into the whole, like, Mirror Myth scope, this may not make a ton of sense, but note that there are 6 main timelines in Mirror Myth, right? If you were born before the timeline splintered, then there is a version of that character in every timeline, in all 6 timelines. Barring a handful, nuances we're going to ignore for right now, but assumingly you have these other timeline versions, right? We'll just pretend that there's a character, for some reason, survived in these 6 timelines, which is unreasonable to assume, but let's pretend it happened. Maybe they were reincarnated in some fashion. That is plausible. Would the various timeline alterations of them change their answer? Depends on the question, I think. What am I missing out on? We're talking about whether or not we would survive our OCs and why. You can do exclamation point question followed by whatever your question is if you would like to add something to the queue, and we're going to be rolling through them each time. They all fight against one another, and I'm just caught in the crossfire. It happens. No, that's a very genuine response.
Big changes.
And Rain, yours is so funny.
Oh boy.
Rain went from maybe die to getting mutilated to being spared just for the sake of torture. Like, Rain's only goes down. Utopia. Oh, who am I using? Eevee? There's only a Utopia version of Eevee, I think. For all intents and purposes, there's only a Utopia version of Eevee. But let's pretend there's not. Let's pretend there's more. Utopia Eevee, we've talked about. I think there's a very high likelihood I get out of here alive, right? Let's say that there is a worldless version of Eevee. Worldless version of Eevee is probably kind of insane. I would assume. I would presume that Eevee is insane. Like worldless and Eevee do not mesh for a lot of reasons, or rather, worse even, they mesh too well. They mesh way better in a bad way because Eevee was kind of cured of his ailments, and those ailments work really well with the environment of worldless in a bad, very compounding way. Would I be murdered? Probably, if not caught in something bad, like just succumb to his insanity.
Perfection Eevee obvisal Zeta XD.
Like he'd fit in? Yes, I think Eevee would fit. Actually, no, you're right, Rain. Maybe he would actually. Is this like a double negative? Would he just be normal? I think I might make it out alive on Worldless Eevee. That's crazy, actually. Push all versions of the OCs onto the closet. Okay, I totally never made an all version of the same character in the same world, just with different outcomes / upbringings. Indeed. Worldless Eevee? That's a thought. I love it. Honestly, no, I think Rain's right. I think it would just be normal. Like, I realized that, like, so many people suffer the affliction that he has, that he wouldn't even be outcasted anymore. You know, I never thought about this. I want Worldless Eevee now. Okay, so I guess I'd make it out alive for Worldless Eevee for some reason. Oh, ads, chat. One more minute of ads. I'm gonna think about it for a second. Oh my god, Hyperion Eevee would be so cool! I'll be right back. Give me just a second, chat. Make Worldless Eevee, I'm willing. That's a funny thing that you say for reasons I'm not going to describe. Okay. Different timeline versions of your characters. I'm gonna go very roughly through the timeline so that we can talk about what these quote-unquote alternate versions of our characters are. The current question is, does the answer change in the timeline alternates of your character? So I'm gonna use
Ori,
my
for
wallpaper.
YouTube chat, can we get a rundown of the timelines?
Yep, that's what I'm about to do right now. So Revelations, this is the red timeline, quote unquote. Revelations is kind of a reality centric. There is a fantasy side of Revelations, but I'm going to, for the sake of diversity, we're gonna call it that it is like basically the real version. If they have any fantasy aspects of it, they are reaped of those if they are in the Revelations timeline. Revelations is real world. They are essentially a real person. Hyperion is the hyper sci-fi world, right? It's the galactic empire. Solar systems have been colonized. Like, we have faster than light speed travel. We have like this is like super highly technological sci-fi. Worldless is hyper dystopian. Not hyper dystopian. Eldritch apocalyptic, roughly. However, contamination, like this sludge contamination, quote unquote, is common, right? The ecosystems have been tarnished. Death doesn't really mean what it used to anymore. It's kind of a, oh goodness, what is the name of that game? I talk about it all the time when I talk about Worldless. Darkwood? Is it called Darkwood? Eldritch Horror, basically. We'll call it the Eldritch Horror Apocalypse timeline. Perfection
Another of my
is really
OCS would congratulate me on making something as perfect as him. If he finds out I spend most of my free time on the computer, however, he will turn me into a modern art piece.
My IRC Hyperion. I'm so excited to think about this. Perfection is weird. Perfection is really weird. That's the green one. Perfection is kind of like high fantasy. Utopia is a high fantasy sci-fi kind of like smashed together. You can do like basically anything. You can be high fantasy, you can be sci-fi, you can be whatever you want. Utopia is the world of possibilities. Perfection is specifically high fantasy with specifically, it is a monotheistic high fantasy. There is a god, and her name is Perfection. She is the goddess of this world. She created this world, and she ended this world many times in iteration after iteration, trying to perfect the world that they live in. But ultimately, it usually ends in a high fantasy world. There are some nuance to this, but that's the important part. High fantasy. Utopia is a mix of the two. It is the balanced timeline, where there's some sci-fi elements, there's some... Generally, it's just a very high-power timeline, right? There is a lot going on. There's a lot you can become. There's a lot you can be. You can be basically anything. My character is from Utopia, so generally, Utopia characters are probably going to be the most powerful characters. And Dystopia, which is urban fantasy, funny enough, actually. It's modern, like in our world, and it still has the magical properties. However, those magical properties have been broken into caste systems, where you are required to fit within a very select set of abilities. You're not allowed to go outside of your caste, as of government mandate. Okay, so Evie in Revelations is just some dude. I think that we would hit it the fuck off, dude. I think that Evie and I would be best fucking friends in Revelations. Like, we would sit in that room for so long and just yap. Like, I would love to talk to Revelations Evie. Could Revelations Evie kill me? Yes, as any normal human could, right? They would still be, I presume that he would be strong, and probably stronger than me. He would have the method to murder me if he needed to. But I think that realistically, I think that him and I would hit it off, because most of his afflictions would go away in Revelations. They're just not possible there anymore. Interesting tinge. Pink is not a timeline. Pink may be a character, but Pink's not a timeline. Hyperion Eevee would be wild. I think that Hyperion Eevee would probably be the most insane, because it's already an isolationist environment as it is. Hyperion is usually not a very social timeline. People are usually very separated from each other. It takes a long time to communicate with people. Community is like not a real thing in Hyperion. Hyperion Eevee would probably be kind of a little bit bonkers. However, I think that Hyperion Eevee would be too broad scope to consider killing me. I don't think that Hyperion Eevee would kill me just because it's not really in the vernacular. It doesn't really make sense to. Like, it's just hyper complacency. Well, those Eevee we talked about, I think he would kind of like become normal, which is weird. I think he would be in a world where he was happier. I think if he knew he had friends, he would be sad without them. If he never realized that he had friends from Utopia like he did, like Lamp, like Erikoff, like all of them, then he would be in a worse position for Worldless. But if he never realized that he had any of those things, he would have a grand old fucking time in Worldless. Perfection Eevee, I think, would be thriving, dude. I think that he would basically be like protagonist level, right? Like his afflictions would turn into this like quest line that he must defeat, and he gets his own storyline where he becomes the hero of his world and whatever. Not the hero of his world, but the hero of his own journey, right? He gets his own hero's journey moment, and I think he would be happy ultimately. Utopia, I think, is too powerful, right? Like, Utopia is so powerful that there's so many ways for him to fix it, but so many people who didn't want him fixed, who wanted to use him, and he became stronger than he was able to capacitate for himself, and he never learned how to use this. He never learned how to solve this for himself. He never learned what his own identity was, and I think that he was hurt because of it. I think Utopia Eevee is actually the hardest Eevee. Dystopia Eevee might be in a similar bout. I think that Dystopia Eevee might be in that same struggle where he goes kind of insane, he gets heavily outcasted. However, outcasts are a lot more common in Dystopia, right? You have the Brigadiers, you have these various factions that are designed to be outcasted. Now, would they suffer from the same afflictions that Eevee does, where he goes kind of insane, where he has the visions, where he has the nightmares, whatever? No, but they all have their own things that Eevee wouldn't understand as well. And there would be people who would be willing to...
Brigadier?
Eevee is a Brigadier. Eevee would be a Brigadier. Eevee would be a slam dunk Brigadier, dude. Like, no, they wouldn't understand him, but he wouldn't understand them. And what they would know is that they are family together. They are outcast together. They're all a group of people that nobody would understand. And that's what brings them together. And I think Eevee would thrive in that type of community.
The question does ask if all versions were in the room with you at once, Ori.
Oh, God! All of them? We don't understand one another, but we understand that, and that's enough, indeed. Every timeline version is in the room at the same time. Dear God. Of all Valerias at once, I die because of Sludge Valeria? Yeah, it only takes one bad egg to ruin everything. I don't think any of them are specifically murderous. In fact, I think that having 6 Eevees from 6 different timelines would help most of the Eevees to parse out their experiences with each other and learn what's going on. Eevee has been afflicted with no one knowing what the fuck is going on for him. His solutions are so simple. The solutions to his problems are often very simple and very just there. The problem is that he doesn't know how to communicate what the issue is in the first place, and he doesn't know who to talk to, because it does take a specific type of knowledge to know what's wrong with him. But nobody's there to give that to him. Nobody's there to solve these simple problems that he has, because he hasn't been given the guidance or the parental figures to offer this kind
Ori,
of knowledge to him.
Correct me if I am wrong, but I don't think I have any characters that exist in anything other than Utopia.
You do, and you know that, but I'll ignore that. I'll be right back for just a second, chat. So he's autistic. Am I gonna have to write all timeline variants for some of my OCs? Dude, honestly, like I love like rainbow OCs. Like where you just like throw them in each timeline and just see how they deal. Oh my god, I love that. That is the one I'm talking about, Zero. Red bros, orange true bros, yellow unknown / I fear them, green / curious / good pals, aqua, mainline tinge, so no change, purple tinge hates the world, trying to break the government with sheer power. They all hit it off, they one another, and they're foils because they all have cracks that they can heal one another. That's exactly what I was thinking. They heal, the various Eevees heal each other, I think. Like, I think that the survival rating goes way through the roof because they go back. And they can go live a life with better information, with better knowledge of what's to happen. And they'd be excited to go tackle their world again. 6-player campaign. Everyone plays one version of the same character. Oh my goodness. Do they exist in every timeline or just oracles? Oh. I thought you were saying you only have Utopia characters. I would presume only oracles, unless otherwise stated. I don't know. At one of my versions of the OCs, I would almost guarantee to survive, except for maybe 1 or 2 of my OCs. Indeed. Revelations. Valeria's literal judge and civil rights activist. No. Hyperion, Valeria's highborn space rebel leader, so maybe. Worldless, Valeria was born on the moon before getting lost and crashing down, becoming infected and manifesting as a leader of sludge beasts. I'm dead. Born on the moon is wild. And means a lot of things that I cannot describe at this moment. Perfection. Almost Utopia, but maybe just less upsetting. No. Utopia, no. As discussed, Dystopia, Valeria is a corporate heiress who is fighting the Yushin leadership and caste system. No. Can I say that, Rain? Can I say that? We know that, right? I'll ignore it. It's probably... What's another hour? What's another hour? We say an hour. No, Yushin Dystopia. Okay. Thumbs up. Never mind. My OCs... S, plural question mark, would kill me on the spot because it would be funny in his eyes. The value of human life is non-existent due to being effectively reincarnated by cloning / memory implants. That's what I'm talking about. That's the scope thing right there. The scope thing is super interesting to me. What does a human life mean to these people in their story, in their world? What do these things mean to them? That's what makes it, super interesting to me. There's not a Uto in Dystopia. Okay, I wasn't sure if that was public yet, and I was like, I'm not gonna say it if we don't know. Okay. Another question. I like the rainbow OCs, right? Like I don't know, I wish rainbow AU, I'll call it. The whole like rainbow AU where you have one character and you just put them in every timeline to see what it would be like. Oh man, I love that. Rose Spectrum is reminding me of a lot of flowers from Deltarune in Chapter 5. I haven't played Deltarune, but I keep being told I need to play, which is probably true. The moon isn't even colonized in Dystopia, right? Indeedly do. 6 players playing Rainbow with the same character would be so interesting to me. I think I would love that. I'm calling it Rainbow AU now. I don't know, Ori. That is why I asked you. Would Oracle characters exist in every timeline? Is that something I would have to think about? The only reason they would exist in every timeline is if they were born before the timeline corrects. So, assumingly not, unless otherwise stated. But that wouldn't even make sense for oracles. No, it's possible. It's possible. But it would have to be like a specific set of circumstances for that to happen. Thank you for the spray. Rah! Rainbow Sea. Rainbow Sea, that's so funny. Whoops. Oh. You have successfully left the meeting alive. How does the aftermath of this event affect you? You have, if nothing else, proof that a separate reality exists where magic exists and can be used to reach out to your reality. Okay, actually, this is a really good question. So, we have this room event, right? Where we talk to our OC. What are we like afterwards? We come out alive, we're fine. Whatever happened, it went well. Good job. They're happy, we're happy, we walked out, or at least we're happy enough to be alive. Now what? You just went into a room with your OC. Like, you met them in person. What do you become? I would probably go insane. Not like insane, but I would dedicate the rest of my life to replicating this. Not necessarily replicating it, but proving that diegeticism isn't real. That fiction is truth if you try hard enough. Or there's some set of circumstances that makes fiction true. I know this now. I would search for some type of proof that it happened, that it wasn't just a hallucination, that it wasn't a dream of mine. Like, if I had a cut, if I had some kind of bodily change, that's something other than my memories, I would want to recreate it. I've only setting the characters from which would not have even a thought of killing me, even thank me, and that's a semi-dystopian cyberpunk setting. Oh, interesting. That's super interesting. Probably start trying to figure out how that came to be and try to make magic happen. Yeah. Wait, when did you remove the dragon thing from the mic? Actually, oh, did it fall? When did I do that? No, you were right, actually. That was there the entire time. You were not hallucinating. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think I would go crazy. It's really funny because there are characters in Mirror Myth canon who are like doing the reverse, right? Like they want to do that thing, like they saw reality and they want to like break through and figure out how to recreate that. So it's weird to hear that in backwards, right? Or I guess that's the reverse rather. I don't know, chat, what would you do? They want to come here, which is wild. Indeed. It is wild. I don't know. I think it gets really fun when we get to like offer these like impossibilities, right? Like these characters that understandably, from their perspective, want to come to where we are. How would one do that? I'm constantly talking with Tinch through a program I made so he's able to help me out in my life. Maybe even have him come by so he can open up like a fursuit and let me go fur cons without overheating like a Vanta Black car. That's so funny. I mean, proving we can create fiction into reality is world changing. We can just invent impossible medicines, foods, anything to make the world better. Indeed. Depending on the cost, I would assume. Like, I would assume there are costs to this, right? There are costs and limitations of some variety, but what are those? Like, I would want to know everything about it. Want to be there. It's like the Go Away, but cooler! Another OC is already in the story trying to escape out of the setting into the real world. He would turn me into a research subject and find out a way to achieve that goal. Yep, I know that one. Probably nothing, to be honest. If anything, right character backstory is better after hearing it from a genuine first-person perspective. That is true. Future writing would be probably
if I make it out alive and left.
With
I'd
much
probably
gravity.
Be determined to flesh them out even more because I just learned they're real and feel bad for leaving them half-baked.
Yar, that's pretty real. Never make a half-baked OC after that point, huh? TD1C God, live dissection. I was thinking that myself, actually. Wait a moment. If it were the divine time being that I met, I would probably meet him again on multiple occasions randomly, which could be fun. He's just a great guy. What a great guy! Okay, I'm gonna go to another question. What would happen if your character was a complete replica of yourself? So, funny story! I'm sure a lot of people are gonna be like, yeah, no, that's happened. We have characters like that. I've heard of a lot of people's OCs that are basically that. I've fallen into this category. I've done this before. TLDR, I'm murdered. I'm gone. They're not, okay, to be fair, they're not a little replica of me. They are similar to me in many ways, and they share a lot of things with me, but we divulge from the point of creation, right? From the point of spawning, we are no longer the same as each other. We have our own adventures, our own stories, our own beliefs, our own morals. And let me tell you, that means I'm dead. Here's the OC form, so that's just me, but scaled up. I don't know how many replica characters. Make a replica character. Do it, you won't.
I would probably be shaken and might try to prevent such an event from happening again, but my OC would continue messing around with his fellow clone soldiers.
Interesting. Ori, that's not the question. That's not what the question is, though. What do you mean? Would my Sona kill me? Good question. Maybe. I frankly have no idea. Honestly, kind of fair. I think that for me personally, I think I take killing as a little bit more of a default than it should be. Like it is the default to say no, right? Like when you walk into a room with a person, you're generally not going to kill them unless you have an extremely apt reason to. Some characters, the question is exact you. Like if you wrote a diary and that you was there, then no, I don't think it would kill me at all. Because I'm not even like it's their author anymore, right? Like I'm not that person's author. They're just me, and I'm just meeting a clone. This is cool for a lot of different reasons, but I think the question of murder is like off the table at that point. Like we're not killing each other because I'm not even their creator at this point. Like yes, I wrote my diary, but I think we can both come to the conclusion that I did not intend to clone myself in this fashion. Not dead, but beat in the face. Why did you not make me into something cooler? I am you. You know what you would want? Should I mention the thing or keep that secret still? You're gonna need to give me a lot more context than the thing. I have no idea. Okay, direct clone? No, death would no death would occur. Understood, yeah. It was for a previous question. Wait, hold on. Are we talking about like rainbow OCs of ourselves? Wait. The aftermath? Are we talking about the aftermath then? For a second they're talking about what are the timeline versions of ourselves, and I'm like, yo. At that point you're just looking in a mirror. Rainbow ourselves is interesting. That is kind of wild. It's kind of whack. I love that. No, the aftermath, I mean, kind of the same thing, right? Like, not same thing, different context. I would want to know more about what happened, how this happened. I would want to learn about it more and more and more, even if it was myself, right? The point is that something very, very radical happened. And I want to know how it happened. I would want to recreate it over and over and over again. If I could talk to myself, I've always been interested in sitting down and talking to a clone of myself, just because I would want to know what I look like to other people, but through my own eyes, right? Like, what is it like to talk to me? Would I be annoyed by myself? Would I be irritated by the way that I talk, by the way that I do things, by my pedantic nature? Would I be annoyed by the ability to be self-aware about something and then do it anyways? I don't know. I seem kind of like an asshole. All my characters are too pragmatic and analytical to kill me under the fact that it would not give them any benefit to do so, other than Tosca, who wouldn't kill me because I can't put up a good fight, and it would show. You know, fair enough. Oh, you do have a character in, I guess, technically Subcrux. Rainbow Me would be something interesting. For anyone who doesn't know, the rainbow is, there's 6 different timelines that you have to slap a character in for the Rainbow Seas, or the Rainbow AU version of a character, right? So you have Revelations, which is basically reality, Hyperion, which is hyper sci-fi, Worldless, which is eldritch horror, Perfection, which is high fantasy, Utopia, which is a balance between high fantasy, sci-fi, and ultimately just whatever you want to become real can become real one way or another, and Dystopia, which is urban fantasy. Good evening! How's it going? How's Utopia? It looks really cool. I'm too busy to play right now, but man, it looks amazing. Thank you so much, Galaxy. I appreciate you. We have another Galaxy. That's great. It is really fun. I really appreciate it. I hope you get a chance to check it out. And if you ever do check it out, let me know. Join us in the Discord if you want, and talk to us about it. There's also a Westmont server if you're ever interested. What would the OC think about secondary characters being not as fleshed out as them? Ooh, that's a really interesting question. That's a weird one. There is a question command. If you want to tack it onto the queue, we could have a longer conversation about it. I will answer briefly, but if you do exclamation point question followed by the question that you're asking, then we can tack it onto the queue. We can go through some of them. But I think that would honestly be a larger premise for murder for me, right? Like if Eevee realized that I purposely for some reason didn't flesh out their friends, which is not true for Eevee because Eevee's friends with a bunch of other player characters. But if I intentionally or ignorantly did not flesh out, hold on. If I intentionally or ignorantly did not flesh out their cohorts and their friends, I feel like they would feel like their relationship with their friends is meaningless, or that they were befriended with husks of people, and I would probably be more likely to die. Get speech jammed by chatbot, Twink. Thanks. I'm barely existing this life. I'm not even living. If I'm anywhere else, I would not survive. Lamau felt. The person who was next to likely kill me would probably be Tybot. Oh, interesting. Magic separated is Revelations, Hyperion is sci-fi, yellow is horror apocalypse, green is fantasy extended, blue is good blend, purple is grim blend. No, it's actually a really good way to say it, actually. Tinge, you got it. Rainbow Sona time. Pips! Oh, I know.
Pips.
So that when you come up here, even though you don't like it, you at least get something out of it, Piper. Chat, this is my dog, Piper. On Twitch, there's a redeem called Mystery Box. There's a small chance that when you redeem it, I have to pick up Piper and show her on camera. So this is my corgi. Here you go. Prism AU. That's a good idea. That's a good one, Trank. I coined a cool term and Ori won't read it because he hates chat. I do not hate chat. Thank you for asking. Prism AU is cool. Trank. Yagoob. Okay. More questions. By the way, coming back to your question, would I like myself? Yes and no. If I met myself, I start brainstorming and I never up. I already have a version of myself where I debate myself even when I already agree. Honestly, kind of real. Corgi. Thank you. She is an absolute. She's a vicious monster. She eats murder for breakfast. Okay, next question. We're going to be hitting MHB here pretty soon, which is mental health break, where we just kind of take a break. I'll walk away for a second, stretch, grab a snack. But Prism is not the AU. It's the action of taking OC and making them into rainbow version of themselves. Understood. So, prisming somebody is the act of making the rainbow AU of a character. Can be time for MHB, I guess? Indeed. We're not going to go on it yet, but soon.
Any of my characters for lore reasons. Correct me if I am wrong, Ori.
If it's an AU, you can, right? Like you can just contemplate what would happen. And you can make, for instance, a subcrux out of it, or what have you. You don't necessarily have to come up with a reason for it. If I were to meet the opposite gender of yourself, what would happen? Egg. I didn't say that. If I would eat mauve, how tasty would they be? No eating mauve. I'm removing this question. How dare you? Next question. Would they even be able to do anything, or would they just go full Lovecraft? What even is my life? Would they even be able to do anything, or would they just go full Lovecraft? What even is my life? I don't know. That's a good question. I think that's per OC. I think that's definitely OC to OC. We'd probably be friends. Babbage. Would my character go full Lovecraft? Maybe a little bit. But I think that he'd calm down after a little while. Next question. Your character is choosing to let you go. However, you have the option to join them in their world instead. Do you take it? What if you had the option to take your character with you into reality instead? Oh, wowzers! That's a question right there. Holy shit. Okay, chat. This is a big one. Your character is choosing to let you go. So you're in the room with them. They say you can go. However, you have the option to join in their world, so you get isekai on purpose, or do you take them into your world, so you bring them into reality? Assumingly, they will be, both. Yes, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, I want both these things, but you can only do one, right? Assumingly, they're not powerful here, right? Zero, correct me if I'm wrong. They don't get to keep their magical powers, right? I don't think I could leave my people, and I don't think any of them would either. Only one? What do you mean only one? I think I would take them with me. I think I would take them with me for the reason that I can be like, specifically, in my specific circumstance, with Evie, I can be like, this is like, okay, listen, me going into the fictional universe is like, shrug neat, that's cool. On like a universal scale, it's like, oh, somebody jumped into a fictional reality, right? That's the same as kind of going insane. Right? Like, you could go insane, and you could become real in the fictional reality. That doesn't mean anything. To make a fictional character real is bonkers. That's crazy. You know what I mean? That's an insane development in the universe. And on top of that, I can be like, you may not have Lamp, you may not have Erikoth, but I can show you their versions of me to you, right? Like, I can show you their writers, and you can meet them. You can meet their inspiration. You can meet the ones who made them. Right? Like, you won't have Lamp, but you'll have Rain. You won't have Erikoth, but you'll have Nats. And you'll see where these came from. You'll know them on a deeper level than you ever could have. And you'll be in our world. And you'll be like, I don't know, dude, it's crazy. When they joined you, it would be powered to the level expected of reality. So they would be depowered in comparison. Oh, but Lamp would lose Eevee. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, but we're still authors, right? So we can have another Eevee. Okay, again, we continue to hold authorship authority over this, right? So we can put Eevee back in the world, even if we took Eevee out, if that makes sense. I would take them with me because we'd literally jump the technological progress of a whole humanity for unbelievable shit. That's what I'm saying, dude. That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't want to leave my people. I wouldn't want to leave my people with which, cheesily enough, is mostly y'all right now. Love you guys. I love the shit out of you, Trank. I would join them in their world. I'd be able to mess with so many powerful people to the point they'd be scared to hurt me, but also taking them out would be better. I've never been, I think, all that interested in being isekai. Like, it sounds cool, but I think I'd rather the opposite. I'd rather take them and bring them here. Jumping with them? Wild! Or I would choose to take Tybot with me into reality. Oh, wild? You wouldn't get isekai Zero? Biggest question. Would we or them be able to return at any time? No. I would say this is a one-time transaction. If we can bring Lamp and Eevee, yes, wild. Even if their powers get nerfed, they still have the scientific knowledge that would be applicable here. That is true. That is very true. I already said I would not survive. I would assume Squint. I could take them to stop their suffering as they stand now, but I could just let them go back to the situation they would be ready for low reasons. Eyes. I would not want to be there. Oopsies. The world I made is too cooked. I'd be dead. So fucking real, dude. The realest answer ever.
Ori had me change my mind mid-answer LMAO.
Like, do you want to get isekai? You mean to that? You points at worldless. Do I want to get isekai there? No.
Very convincing.
No, I don't want to go there. Debating who I'd bring back to reality. Honestly, so real. Would I bring Eevee? Oh, would I take a clone with me? I think that's even worse for like imagine like taking Eevee away from Lamp, like taking any single clone out would be like so bad, dude. Oh god, no, worldless! Too much risk go there when the world would let one of the clones to enter ours. My OC is a character I made and played in a game. Does that change things? No, that's completely applicable. Completely applicable here. A lot of the characters that I'm talking about are characters I played in Utopia. So, family sucks, breakup is, I'm college work, friends kind of inherently ephemeral. So, like, the community is earnestly my most significant positive relationship I have. Well, I love you, and I'm happy that we have... Please broke my chair this time. Yep, chair's broken. Nice. I'm gonna grab another chair. Oh, I just pulled out my headphones. Damn, that sucks. You guys are so sweet. Do I know the details of my own world I created? Assumingly, yes. Because I had 2 universe resets. I've seen a few of those, yeah. I joined on the OCs. What's that? Join on the OCs. I join my OC, no question. If I die, then I'll just get revived. I managed to befriend my OC. Ooh, actually? Oh, that actually puts him... Yeah, no, there's... Yeah. Cherry? Yeah, I think Cherry just snapped.
Cher-san.
Decide which OC would focus on the question on. I have too many. Fair. Rather than OC, if you could choose one NPC to pull into reality, who would it be? Ooh, pull an NPC? I could still choose a clone. Oh, God, that would be mean to the clones. Alex? Shrug. Oh, this chair is messed up, dude. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, dude, this thing's gone. I'll be back, chat. Give me just a moment.
Rip chair.
Oh god, it's so short. Oh dear god.
Possibly not at 4 a.m.
Out of all the times he almost fell out of the chair, I'm surprised its back broke first. Possibly not. See you another day. Follow on Twitch if you're interested in doing that. If you do watch on Twitch, then I stream every day on Twitch. So, thank you for joining us. I appreciate you guys. Do I have a Twitch command for when we're on YouTube? No. I'm gonna make a Twitch command real quick. A little chat response.
My internet decided to hate me. Question: where the bleep did Cherie go?
There we go. Got a command. That doesn't mean anything. Hold on. Let me do it here. If you are watching on YouTube, then consider joining us on Twitch as well. I stream like every day on Twitch. It's a lot more unbridled, a lot more unfiltered. I try to play nice when I'm streaming on the Ori Don't channel. I also stream on the Ori Does YouTube channel, which is also separate. Semi-regularly and then very often on Twitch. So, chatbot is a widow. Chatbot is a widow. This is terrible. No, we'll just get Cherry an upgrade. We just have to get Cherry a new body, chat. That's all that has to happen. This is not Cherry. This is not Cherry. Cherry is only white chairs. Only white chairs are Cherry. This doesn't count. This doesn't count. I stole this. This Cherry's in intensive care. It's bad. Don't worry, it's not terminal. Just one more comment. So I shall steal the #1 spot on YouTube by technically. I love this.
Oh hi Oridont. I thought YouTube seemed chatty.
Yes, indeed. This is the Ori Don't YouTube channel, indeed. You know, some questions like how you read all their action and other stuff. I did not write anything. I just played the game and they were the protagonists of it. Indeed. Yeah, no, I feel like that's how a lot of characters come to exist for sure. If we're talking OCs in general, we're talking a good number of skilled magic users. So I'm as good as dead. If just tabletop, I have just one OC that is trained assassin, so same issue. Yeah, no, it's actually pretty fair. I do think that I'll probably have to buy a new chair. I don't know when I'm gonna get a new chair. One day I'll have a chair fund. Oh well. All right. What is our question right now? Your character choosing to let you go, however you... Oh, yes. I'm absolutely bringing them to our world. I'm bringing Eevee to our world. If I had to choose an NPC, I'll grab a clone. What clone? I don't know. Rain, what clone do we grab? What do you mean ignoring you 3 times over? For the lore reasons, I would choose to take Tybot into reality and make them into a real member of the Omni Soul, so to speak. I want to see the implications considering what it's designed to do. I agree. Chair-racism? Yo, thanks so much for the follow. I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much for following on Twitch. I really appreciate you. Separating the clones would be so bad, though. It would be. It is kind of a really bad thing. Maybe I just grab Frankie. I feel like bringing Eevee into the real world would be both funny and terrifying. Yes, indeed. Frantically pulls out credit card. Frost, don't you dare! I swear to God! No! Oh, unfortunate on the 5 minutes removed. Sag. Admittedly, one of the clones would sack themselves to our world for the info to report back. One of the clones would sack themselves to our world for the info to report back. I agree with that. I think a lot of the clones would be willing to do that. But that's not to say that they have a way to get back.
Having said that, I would get Neppy, Mirage, or Azure here.
They would also be sad, I assume. Neppy would be, I think, the most applicable there in my head. Because, like, people are already, for lack of a better term, like, people are kind of braced for impact for Neppy to be gone, right? Like, I don't know, that's my head. Maybe Indigo for chaos purposes. Indigo would be fucking hilarious. It's also really wild to bring a fish back. You know, like, these aren't people, right? This is like a fish. Like, these are fish
At
people.
monkey_pasquire meet Indy IRL.
I would love to meet Indigo IRL, dude. Oh my God. Would it just be what you draw / write, or daydreaming also count? My OCs? Anything. World is our oyster here. My OCs reaction would be very greatly depending on the answer.
Very high social / political abilities are within our scope. President Valeria.
Oh my God, President Valeria. That would actually be kind of sick. Oh, you better live by the coast if you're bringing in a fish. Yeah, you better live by the coast. We're moving to the beach, dog. Eevee would fucking hate it, but Eevee would be a very good swimmer. No, I take my villain whose ability to fold anything and everything except for a living thing. He resetted the world. Oh my goodness. I would pay for a cosplayer to cosplay as any of the fishes and just act as the fish. Dude, that would be so sick. Dude, honestly, okay. Seeing the first cosplay of a Mirror Myth character, like, broke me. Like, it broke me so bad. To watch somebody else portray your character recreationally is a feeling I cannot describe. Would have to order the coast of Eevee, yeah. I would never want one of my characters here. They would probably conquer a small country, maybe a large country. It happens. Hey, what's up, Seiji? Welcome in. Natural pool would be fine. Probably no chlorine, though. Oh, yeah, chlorine would probably be bad for them, wouldn't it? Yeah, it would have to be natural. Coast time. Guess we're living in the... Rain, we're moving to the beach! Man, I should finish the world I should be working on right now. Felt as fuck. I would cosplay my fishes myself, but I'm pale, so nope. Felt as fuck. Yeah, you're allowed to be any skin tone and cosplay any character, chat. You can do. Who cosplayed who? There was a Tori cosplay. I'm not gonna. It was public, right, chat? The people who know, you know who I'm talking about, right? Was that public? Or was that not public? I'm not gonna say who it was in case it's not until I hear that it was. Pretty sure Ada would solo the UK. I'm pretty sure Ada would. I think Ada would be in a dumpster. Maybe in a Walmart. I think Ada would live in a Walmart. Okay, let's go to the next question. I know what you're talking about, and I think it was. I can't recall. I don't want to say it until I'm sure. Blue pink body paint, also fair. All right, next question. You are in a room. In front of you is a young panicked child who looks confused. You know this is your writer. What do you do? I think, truthfully, I'm going to do the same thing that I think Eevee's going to do in a lot of these cases. I'm just going to ask why. Like, what was the interpretation? I don't mind. Like, if I met my writer, I'd be like, yo, what's up? I would love to hear the inspiration. Don't tell me the ending, because I want to be surprised. What was the inspiration? What is life for you like? What is it like for you out there? Like, how does your world differ from mine? Are our worlds similar to each other? You know, we write magical creatures. Are we magically powerful in comparison to this writer? I'm just curious. I don't want spoilers. Don't give me spoilers. I'll figure it out myself. Don't worry. Pat, walk out. That'd probably be my interpretation. Comfort them and try to talk with them. Yeah, that's kind of my thought process. Like, I don't want them to be. I'm not hurt. I'm fine. I think it's cool. I think he did cool things. Yeah, no, Ada would be found in a dumpster with enough alcohol to kill a large bear.
I'd tell him to kick up the difficulty, but make sure I don't end it all.
That's actually so real. Yeah, if that was a kid, my reaction would likely be different. I don't think it changes much if it's a kid or an adult or anything like that. I think I would say the same thing. Like, I would love to hear about your inspiration. I would love to hear about what your thought process was. But other than that, yeah, just keep on writing. I hope it goes well. Really out there dapping everyone like homies. Yeah. I tell them to kick up the difficulty. Kicking up the difficulty is actually really funny. Like, I'd love to have a good story. I would love to have a good ending. Knowing that I'm being written would make me feel more confident in me as a person, right? Like, because it's like, if somebody's writing me, then assumingly I'm going to have, like, a notable end, right? Like, whether it be bad or good or whatever, it will probably be notable, because what is there to write about somebody who has no ending? You know what I mean? And, you know, I've heard people talk about a lot, like, I've heard the response a few times in the reverse sentiment where you're like, oh, you meet your writer. And they're like, I would ask them, why is my life so boring? And I'm like, honestly, if you feel like your life is boring and you meet your writer, it's probably in the, like, 10 years later, right? Like there's, like, a 10 years later chapter. Like, there's, like, a 10-year gap in writing. And you're just in that 10-year gap right now. Like, the writer just didn't write it. So it's just boring. That's my answer. Chat, what would you do with your writer? You're in the 10 years. Goodness, yep. Kill the scared child. The fact is my writer's probably not going to change anything. It definitely wouldn't change anything at all. Would never have any impact whatsoever. Rex is such a nice guy. All right. New question. We'll do one more before mental health break. Next question. Something Ship of Theseus. Is it really still the same character if the author is dead? Even another author picks up the story up. I think, okay, we did like briefly mention the Ship of Theseus, I think. I mean, I didn't, but I heard it pop up in chat a few times. I think no and yes, right? I think that a character is always going to be a foil of its author if it only ever has one author. Mirror Myth, I feel like, I would like to say, kind of enters this world a lot, where characters are not necessarily written by multiple people, but they're impacted by multiple people. The West March is my favorite example of this, right? These West March characters would not exist if there was only one writer. It's the whole point of the West March. A West March is kind of like a TTRPG MMO, for lack of a better term. Wow, that was an acronym of all time. Where everybody makes their own TTRPG characters. In our West March, in the Utopia West March, it's Utopia. And they can interact with each other, and there's like a staff of GMs that harbor this like larger world. They can interact with each other, go on adventures with each other, and then they part ways. So it's kind of like a series of one-shots, but it's a little bit more complicated than that. It's a little more nuanced. You can trade with each other, you can act outside of quests, you can interact with the city, so on and so on and so on. So I'm fascinated by this idea. MMOTTRPG sure is an acronym. I really like this idea that these characters are impacted and modified by the people who observe them outside of its initial author. So I'll use myself as an example.
Author and it's a whole writer's room.
Chat, if I were to just perish, if I were to walk into a room one day and say, hey guys, I'm gonna go meet one of my OCs, and then I was never heard from again, what would happen to the characters in Mirror Myth? What do you think would happen? Would they perish? Would they be the same? Would they be completely different? Would they cease to exist from this point on? What do you think would happen? Out of curiosity. You meet your writer and it's just Goku. Gosh, you meet your
Rain
writer.
would take over and they'd be pretty similar.
Interesting. He'll indirectly summon me. Oh, hi, Eco! Mark it off the bongo. Eco has bongoed. Is machine truly the same after its creator dies? I think so. Truthfully, yes. I think they are. I think it depends how much Rain can continue the legacy in large part. I don't know, Rain, what's your answer to that? I walk in, I say, hey, I'm gonna go meet my OC real quick, and then I'm just gone. I just never return. What happens to the Mirror Myth characters? What happens to everything after that point? Because I'm going to be honest, Ryan and I have very, very different tones. We have very different writing styles. We are very different in the way that we consume and create media together. We do not write things similarly at all.
At Tsunabaro D.
Years of depression and failure? That's so sad. Going back to the previous question for a moment, could Tybot do what it does in real life? I don't know. Probably not, I would assume. Do you have an opinion on what I said previously? Scroll up. Imagine Valeria as a real person, child of some rich, powerful asshole, born with a CIPA and a genetic disorder to fire. Genetic predisposition to firearms handling and physicality, becoming a heavily decorated soldier, returns from war with ideas of equality, and becomes a prominent politician fighting for equality and civil rights. Kind of a badass. Yeah, no, that's Big Boss.
So Eco's summoning has use.
Has Bongo not been started yet? My Twitch crashed, chat. I needed a moderator to start it. I meant Alela is also an interesting example. I think they have been a fair number of cooks in that kitchen. Oh, yes. Absolutely so. Very much so. Yes. Teehee woo oh whoa. Mods, we're gonna have to retroactively Bongo really hard here. I'm being so hated on right now. What do you mean? Big Boss? Big Boss? I'm pretty sure nothing changes, narrative-wise, if nothing else, if I disappear. I disagree. So a character before change of author is one universe, and after it's another universe. I personally believe that there would be a different version of the universe. The characters who got abandoned / changed authors simply lived by themselves. Oh, interesting. No, actually, I think that's kind of like part of the nature of subcruxes and mirror myth, right? Is that basically if there is something that we have choice over, if there's a decision that one person made, if the author is indecisive about something, or if multiple people came together to come up with multiple possible outcomes, then you get what are called crux events. In most cases, these are subcruxes, which means that they are community-driven or community-made, right? Otherwise, it's the author, the accredited author, deciding that there would be multiple universes, right? But I think that subcruxes are very common, right? I mean, that's just the nature of AUs. And they get crazy. Like AUs get super wild. We did have Piper in a box. I don't think the mirror myth as a whole, like, changes universe with an author leaving. No, but I think that it retroactively changes a lot, right? I'm not writing any of the official short stories, nor am I in control of a character that's appeared publicly for the most part. I don't think you know how the mirror myth works, Zero. What? How does what? If I die?
I'm free. Laughing face.
Yes, but I think that as you write more, you interpret what happened previously more and more often. Let me talk about narrative superpositions for a second. This is a really weird topic. So, we work in what's called narrative superpositions a lot of the time. As a community-driven effort of writing, right, there are a lot of details that are simply not
I know that nothing would happen if I disappeared because I keep on accidentally ghosting this community these days and nothing's happened //.
That is incorrect, Eco. Stop it. I think we ask where Eco is more often than you think we do. Regardless. When it comes to someone redeemed Helium. Alright, I'm gonna explain what a narrative superposition is on Helium.
Helium. At eco_the first same, I went away for 3 months and nothing happened.
It is impossible to say nothing happened while I was gone. Things happened because you were gone, and things would have happened differently if you were there. There is, like, literally no arguing that. That is just true. You guys are silly goofy. Anyways, I'm gonna get into narrative superpositions.
Oh my god, I think we're running out. I don't think I've gotten Utopia wrong yet, no. Because we haven't talked about anything mechanically yet. New Helium win? I don't know, somebody bought me this. Anyways, narrative superpositions. There are a lot of instances, narratively, in writing, where we purposefully do not put a detail set in stone. It is unknown what the mechanical answer to something is, and that's by design, because it's in a narrative superposition. For anyone who doesn't know, a quantum superposition is basically when an atom or a particle is in one of multiple potential places. It is in one of multiple potential states, and you can statistically average what it is most likely going to be. Schrodinger's cat is an example of this. It is 50% dead, is 50% alive. This is a superposition. So a narrative superposition means that we purposely do not nail down the details until it is necessary to do so. The more superpositions we have, the easier it will be to create something by collapsing one of them. Whereas once we set it in stone, we kind of have to work around it, right? That's now a boulder in the road that we have to work around. But if we keep it in a superposition, when we keep it in a superposition, we can collapse it when it's necessary. Helium's really not good for your cells. Indeed. I've done a lot of things that are not good for my cells. On stream, for the sake of stream. I have eaten soap. I have consumed many raw eggs. Shot of hot sauce is a redeem. Helium is a redeem. I've done many a stupid thing. Chat, end the day. So would be the day that I learned how to do a backflip for real. I've done this close to a backflip, and I quit because my parkour school closed. If I learn how to do a backflip, it's becoming a redeem. You guys cannot stop me. The ADHD is powerful today. I can hear which letters were affected by the helium longer. Has already denied being a masochist? Well, I'm not a masochist, so it's okay. Oh, that's a shot of hot sauce. Cool. Something's happened on the streamer I know. The guy has eaten an insane amount of carcinogens. That's fucking awesome. I mean, don't do that. But, chat! While I go grab this shot of hot sauce, we're gonna go into mental health break. So, chat, this is mental health break. Make sure to go grab a drink of water, go grab a snack, go brush your teeth, go to your homework, whatever you have to do to be healthy. We're gonna be in the just chatting screen for about 10 to 15 minutes, and then we're gonna get back into answering some more of these questions. This is something that we do basically every stream. We go on like a 10 to 15 minute break. I'm gonna walk away, grab myself a snack, stretch a little bit, yada yada. You guys are gonna take this time, hopefully, to go drag. You guys are hopefully going to take this time to go grab some water, go do whatever you have to do to be healthy, return to us in about 10 minutes, and I will go grab that shot of hot sauce as it was redeemed as well. Get sausages. Words, please. I will put the words up. You guys get words. If you're on Twitch, I think this is Twitch exclusive, unfortunately, just based on how the application works. But if you are on Twitch, you can play words on stream, which is kind of like Scrabble-ish. Not really. It's kind of like Wordle, but it's on stream. There's going to be a word scramble, and you have to unscramble them in chat. Trobio! Juice me Trobio! Man, that's a meme. God, I love that one. What's the stream about? We're going over the most recent video that I made, which was basically, would you survive your OC? And talking about it. You can do exclamation point question to add a question to the queue. So if I do exclamation point questions right now. The current question, I think we just answered this one, right? Yes, this is a Ship of Theseus question. If you do exclamation point question followed by any question that you have as listed right here, you would be able to add it to the queue and we can go through them one by one. So, I'll be right back, chat. Oh, sorry. Hot sauce first.
Peace so.
Alright, chat, I'm going to return for only long enough to drink this hot sauce. I wonder how many people here don't know what a Twitch redeem is, and I'm just like, why is he drinking hot sauce? I want to die. It was very interesting. Thank you. I appreciate it. I hope in a good way. I hope it was interesting. I hope it was interesting in a good way. If you have feedback or something you want to talk about, now is definitely that time. This is a great time for it. I always stream the day after a video comes out.
Home.
Okay, chat. I'm going to be right back from mental health break. Thank you for the sauce. Thank you for the gambling. I'll be back in about 5 or 10 minutes, chat.
Thank Hale. Love ye. Simo.
You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever coming on.
Hey?
Boy, you know you're all I want. Keep saying that I hate it, but it's kind of fun. Watching me come undone. No more games. Can't we just say its name? Instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe. Let's spend the weekend here. This bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Use this trying to
Deepen.
fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow. I tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine. Baby, you got my hands tied. No more games. Can't we just say its name? Instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe. Oh, let's spend the weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Use this trying to fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow.
I.e. Yay eco.
Let's spend the weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Use this trying to fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow. Weekend here
It wasn't one I know.
this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Use this trying to fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow.
Okay, a neep is a turn up.
You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever coming on. Boy, you know you're all I want. Keep saying that I hate it, but it's kind of fun. Watching me come undone. No more games. Can't we just say its name? Instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe. Let's spend the weekend here in this bed we can sleep
Reeve.
in and let the feelings overflow. Use this trying to
Modder.
fight this. Let's just give in
Trap.
and let the feelings overflow. I tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine. Baby, you got my hands tied. No more games. Can't we just say its name? Instead of running
Mare. Temp. Hair. Temper. Gauge.
You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever coming on. Oh, you know you're all I want. Keep saying that I hate it, but it's kind of fun. Watching me come undone. No more games. Can we just say its name instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe? Let's spend the weekend in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this. Let's just give in and let the
I think my old neighbors are back to making noise. Oh no. How's it going, everybody? Welcome in, welcome in.
Greg.
I tried to shake
Welcome
it,
back.
find a way to get you off my mind.
Many stories have some many happier than others. Oh, indeed. It's usually going to depend. Like, if you have multiple OCs, I'm sure that the answers for most of these questions are going to depend on what OCs you have. We've gone as far as talking about the
Great.
prisming our OCs, which means to just break them into 6 different alterations of themselves. Gargan. I burned myself while you were gone away, so this is your fault. My bad. Ah, shucks. The trap worked, chat. Oh, I can't believe it worked. I think the time paradox would make a great story about accepting the inevitable. Real, I guess. Yeah, no, that's actually a pretty good point. Alrighty, congratulations on the words, chat. Congratulations on the words. I would love to let you guys keep going. Unfortunately, that is going to be the end of it today. Level 8 is crazy. One of these days, chat, one of these days, I do owe you a superthon. I owe you a superthon. This is what it would look like if I shaved one side of my head. That's crazy. I do owe you guys a superthon. So maybe one day during superthon, we'll just have words up for like ever. That'd be wild. Back to yep. I missed the words already. I'm gonna use this moment, since we're getting back from a break, just to, very quickly shill. If you guys are on the YouTube side, please consider joining us on Twitch. Twitch, I stream, like, every single day. I never stream on Thursdays, and I stream 2 weeks on, 1 week off, 5 p.m. PST. That's 8 p.m. EST, or Eastern Time. So, if you guys are enjoying stream, we do a lot more chaotic things, a lot more stuff outside of this. on Twitch. However, if you're on Twitch right now, consider joining us on YouTube. There are 2 YouTube channels to consider. The one that is streaming right now is the Ori Don't channel, where all of my video essays, my scripted work, all of like the big boy stuff that I do goes over there. Whereas the Ori Does channel is kind of for the highlights and the stream stuff that I do. So if you guys want to jump around, try out the different places, check it out there. As well, if you want to continue this conversation outside of the live stream, consider joining the Discord. The Discord is rampant. I do a lot of stuff. I do a lot more than just streaming and YouTube. I'm also a game developer. I made a tabletop RPG system called Utopia. It was published a while ago. Successful Kickstarter, yada yada, whatever. If you guys want to find a play group for Utopia, if you want to try Utopia for yourself, Mirror Myth website, or join the Discord, join the West March, yada yada. Okay, I think that's enough shilling for now. I don't have Twitch, that's completely fine. You guys are not required to. It's just if you have it. Next question. You said any question. Do you have a cat? I do not have a cat. Thank you for the question. Your character's having a panic attack in front of you. They have always been aware, trapped inside their own mind as you controlled every other aspect of their existence. You have just been made aware of this. Oh my goodness, this is a crazy question. Okay, so I thought you were gonna say the Discord is rabid. I wouldn't be wrong if I said that. It wouldn't be wrong. Oh, cool. Yo, what's up? I'm here because here is less delay. Oh, understood. Absolutely. Appreciate all the follows and the support that you guys give. Thank you very much. It would be accurate indeed. Okay, so you meet your character in this room, right? And you will learn that this whole time they've had their own agency and own will trapped inside a box while you control them. Okay, first of all, my character's not letting me live. My character's absolutely murdering me because assumingly once I die, they get their agency back. Like, my characters are not against killing. So, yeah, no, I'm gone, dude. I'm so gone at that point. So I get killed, nothing changes? I would assume that something changes. I'd assume that they'd get their agency back. Yeah, no, I don't think any of my characters let me live. Evie doesn't let me live for actual consideration of the specific character I've used, as usual. Then, I wouldn't be all time because at the very least I do not write every single second of them. That's fair. Actually, I think all of them aren't letting me live in that scenario. Yeah, that one's crazy. That's even worse than the normal scenarios. You cannot predict what they'll do. Indeed, exactly. They're not you. They're not like some kind of extension of you. You can't answer the way that you would answer, like in extension, right? They've been their own person this entire time, and you have only ever stifled that. This is a very pessimistic viewpoint, in my opinion. Kind of fun. You don't write how they piss your shit. Indeed. That is true. That is a good point. The whole Chris situation, but they cannot take the soul out. I might die. I don't think I'm making it out. Can you imagine being pulled out of your body at every important moment of your life? Oh, wow, I hate that. Wow, I hate that. That's terrible. No, I think I would kill him too. Like that, or be like, well, I need to believe that you're never gonna touch me again, right? Like that you're gonna stop doing that. That you're gonna let me live my life. Like, I might kill my creator for doing that. Like, I know this isn't necessarily your fault. You may not have known this, but it ain't happening no more, dude. I'm not a fan. The first one would probably just be a bit upset because he had to suffer through a force of unnature. The second one, on the other hand, would only cares about his federation and the war. Wild. My fate doesn't change even if they were in mind prison or not. You know, fair enough, actually. Fair enough. Some of them would just murder us. Some of them would just kill us. And then we're dead. All right. I don't know how fast we're cranking through these, so I don't know if we need to go faster or slower. I'm not sure. I think there are a few characters that let me go, but my death rate goes up quite a bit. Yeah, I think that this usually... No, Eco! We're losing Eco. This is terrible. Might as well just end screen. Careful, your creator may kill you for those words. Towards on that idea, they did not realize that you controlled them. Before this point, they truly believed that it was their choices. Oh, good. Oh, I hate that. Oh, that's honestly even worse. The way I try to offer up a solution, I talk to them via computer mic so they can get my 2 cents on dangerous situations. Not bad, actually. You're in a room with your character. However, you are not alone. Inside the room with you is your writer as well, looking confused on who your character is. Okay, so we are a middle point between our writer, us, and then our character. So there's like 3 generations of authorship here. Oh, that's weird. That's super weird. Oh goodness, I don't even know what to think of that. Like, I'm confused at this point, because we're the middleman here, right? We are in the exact middle of this. How to delete the bingo card off the screen? I believe there should be a... Oh, good question. I'm pretty sure there's a button to remove it, but I don't see the screen that everybody else sees, so I can't be sure. If somebody else knows, if they could mention. Just commented on your vid regarding my OC. He ended up being a slasher villain before death, so I'd probably die. Did it being possessed by a greater evil? No, that's actually pretty fair. No, it kind of be like that sometimes. We're currently exploring the idea, what if your writer, so the reverse instance, right, that was mentioned in the video, where we talked about what would you do if your creator said, hey, I wrote you, would you let them live? What if we were in the room with our character and our creator? So we're a middleman between 2 walls here. The infinite ladder of writers. Little down arrow on the top right of the bingo board. Ah, there it is. Thank you. I don't know, dude. Like, I don't think Evie was killing me. I think that if I had my writer there and I was equally confused, Evie would be like, well, I guess we're all in this together, huh? And Evie would be like, do you have one? Do I have one? And then Evie's like, if I write somebody, does this happen? And I'd be like, I don't know. And then my writer would be like, I don't know. And then we'd all just be confused, I think. And then we'd probably just, like, play tic-tac-toe. I would assume. My writer has me read. I'm trying to come to terms with that I'm written like a painfully ignorant being, while Tinge is just more aware that that's happening and pieces the thing together faster than me. That would be so wild. If you write a really intellectual character, can you imagine how much faster they would understand what's going on?
Did he write your character by writing it as if you writed them?
Did he write your character by writing it as if you wrote them? Oh, that's a good question. Did we write it in the montage moments, or did our writer write that we wrote them? Oh, this is getting wild very quickly. This is getting into many, many layers of Inception, I think. It is a good question though. I would use that situation to show how interesting my OC is to my himself and to insult my writer. Look at how much cooler my OC is than me. Fuck you, writer. That's actually so funny. Wait, what if your creator's the character made by your character? Oh god, not the loop. Oh no, we tied the ends together. Oh no, we have the Ouroboros now. And he continued to write in his story. That makes sense. So in my case specifically, Evie wrote my writer. My writer wrote me, and I wrote Evie. And then Evie wrote my writer, so on and so on, in infinite circles. See, a higher level of competence for my character is why I'd probably hurt to hang around them for an extended period of time. Do we feel, okay, chat, how many of us do have, like, the inferiority complex when we have somebody who feel like is in a super position, is hyper capable in comparison to us? Would we feel that way with our characters? Like, because our characters are always going to be more capable. At least for Utopia characters, right? For Utopia characters, like, even, like, a 6 in intellect is barring on superhumanity. No, that's not true. Like, a 12 to 20 in intellect is going to be barring on superhumanity. If you have a level 20 to level 30 character that's statted at all into intellect, they're going to be so much smarter than us. Like, ridiculously smarter than us. All the time towards anyone? Well, that's probably not good. This is like the voice behind me situation, where that SCP is trying to climb to the top of the reality ladder. That's actually really funny. Actually, no, that's kind of true. That feels like kind of this entire conversation in a nutshell, arguably. I need to fix one thing before I forget, and it's the raid wall. We haven't had a raid, but I want to do this before there's a raid. This is completely, like, not inclusive to what we're talking about right now. Where is it? What? Oh, that's everything. But prevent that from happening ever again. Flap. Okay, I think we fixed the raid wall. Did your OC write your writer writing you that you... that then wrote you writing them? Who they wrote to make that happen? Dude, I'm losing the plot here. No pun intended, I'm losing the plot here. But assumingly, yes. To the best of my ability and the best of my understanding, yes. This one's getting very, very incohesive very quickly. Let's show normal conversation because it serves no public purpose. I think it pops up. I think it pops up in public conversation. As it is right now. Wait, that's an excellent idea. You can just make a mutual agreement that cooks. What? Wait, what? In a circle situation, can't you make an agreement to ride each other becoming gods or something? Oh, I understand. Oh, wait, no, that's so true, actually. Yes, you could. You could all agree to ride each other better or into better circumstances. Unless they're... Okay, same circle, but you're all tragedy writers. So you're like, I could, but it wouldn't be interesting. But you all say to each other, and then you all get tragic backstories. And forward stories, I guess. My two characters are physically fit beyond most parameters. The first one killed a god 6 times, the second one refuses to die. Fair enough. I don't. I love them and would love to learn stuff that I wouldn't know. Thinking back to any mechanic, I can learn how to build a gadget all on my own and profit. No, actually, that's kind of real, though. The amount that I would want to learn from them is actually, like, the amount that I would love to learn from my characters, if I could, is so real. There's so much I would love to know. Like, how do you do that? Then we collect power, tragedy, and very interesting lives, which would be glorious, truly. All right, fair enough, fair enough. You got me on that one, chat. Next question. Inside the room, you do not need to eat or sleep, and you do not age. How long do you choose to stay before letting your character leave in order for you both to be free? So assuming that we've come across the agreement that we are both going to live. We're both going to live. We're both going to walk away in agreement. I would sit in that room until I feel like we have satiated every single question we could possibly have. And maybe then some, right? Just to consider more possibilities. This is assumingly a one-time opportunity, right? I'm never going to get this moment back. So I'm going to sit here.
I wouldn't want them to rewrite my backstory.
We were talking about that,
Trey. I don't know
Trey.
if it would even be me after that.
We were just talking about that, Trey. I love that. The Ouroboros of writing Inception. I can learn how to use Undertale soul abilities. Exactly, dude. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, big XP. GG. I think that I would stay in that room for pretty much as long as I can bear, I think. Like I said, there's only one chance to do this. I hate having single chance opportunities because any moment of leaving feels like squandering, right? It always feels like I'm squandering it whenever I leave. Because why not just be there forever? I mean, to be fair, there is like an exploit here where you just treat it as a hyperbolic time chamber and you just do a bunch of stuff. But other than that, assuming that we're not doing that, yeah. Hollow Knight is worldless, by the way. I assume this is agreed upon. I mean, not the same, but I would assume it's probably the most resemblant of worldless. Yes, I would agree with that. Question does not exclude injury, so I would leave right away.
Skilling up with your OC in the hyperbolic time chamber is kinda legit.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, this is a hyperbolic. Anytime you say, hey, you don't age, and you don't have to eat or sleep, like, you just have an infinite hyperbolic time chamber. Like, literally just learn everything. Like, use a hyperbolic time chamber as a hyperbolic time chamber. Chat, for anyone who doesn't know, a hyperbolic time chamber is a place where time moves slower, or in our case, doesn't move at all. So you can do infinite things and then leave. So I would, yeah, no, I think I would power game with my character for as long as humanly possible. After that, the most probably expand the tech to punch into your world. Yeah, I mean, if there's a possibility to do it, you probably figured it out in roughly infinite time. Yeah. However, I do think that would be like almost like sensory deprivation to a point. Like, we'd have to find some way to entertain ourselves somehow. And I am quite mortal in comparison to them, so sparring is probably not a good idea. You don't have the ability to meaningfully research beyond a point, right? Presumably your resources are severely limited. Assumingly, yes. You can only do so much in the hyperbolic time chamber, right? But you can do like a lot of sit-ups. That'd be interesting learning how to carry
back to the sex question.
Platinum and learning how to dodge roll any kind of attack. That is true. That would be really interesting to get like combat techniques from your character. Would you swap place with your OC? You can give your OC in your place missions, and you can watch how they fulfill your to-do list. We talked about that at one point. If you had to choose between taking your OC to your world or joining their world, which would you choose? Or neither. You can both just go onto your own worlds. Which would you choose? Would you rather get isekai'd? Would you rather drag them in? And assuming, you know, you lose contact with all your friends, or they lose all contact with their friends, so on and so on. This was a conversation earlier today as well, which I think is super fascinating. I love that question. Combat trained by your OC? I don't know how much we could offer them, other than, you know, the answer to the universe. We are the writers. So I feel like there's a lot of mutual transactions we can make, especially in a hyperbolic time chamber with our characters. I really like the idea that there comes a point where we walk into this room and they're like, oh my god, you're like, shut up, I've trained for this. I did a 5-hour stream. We talked about everything. We're gonna do combat training first, and then we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna do this. We can talk about this. If you want to kill me after that point, we'll check in, see if you want to, and if you want to, you can. However, I would ask that you wait 1 more hour, because we still have to accomplish this. We're gonna do a little bit more combat training. I'm gonna do a dodgeball. You're gonna learn about science. You're gonna teach me about how to craft a certain specific items. I'm gonna tell you about the universe, and then you're gonna decide whether or not you want to kill me again, and then if you're free to kill me at that point if you would like, and then if not, you're going to my world. List out your itinerary. Since you'd basically be a god in the chamber, would you also be able to conjure items for you and your OC to interact with? I presume not, right? So like, you're not in your fictional world at this point. You are in a subliminal, you're in an ephemeral room, right? Where you no longer have control. They have control, but only over themselves. You have control over yourself, and that's it. You do not own anything in this room. You do not control anything in this room. So you guys are at the mercy of each other. I think if I were in that situation, I would just want to hash things out. Rage, cry, fight, hug, do all that until we both feel like we've gotten all our BS done between us. You know, that's completely fair. If I was with Evie, I was like, teach me how to fight and I'll teach you about how the universe works. Deal? Thumbs up? You ever heard of what an anitron is?
Ori, how problematic do we fear it becomes if I bring Alila to reality, assuming the vault is real and exists?
I don't know, but I would thumbs up it. I would okay it. I'd be like, yeah, do it. Fuck it. We'll see what happens. We'll figure out the problems later. A crafter character can teach you how to craft up components. That is true. They can teach you a lot of things, frankly. They can teach you so much. Like, a crafting character is, like, the best character to take into a hyperbolic time chamber, I feel like. I'm taking Demi with me, chat. So if your OC could write their own world and offers you to go to theirs, would you? Oh, if you go into their narrative fiction, so not their world, but their written world. There was a question about the position swap, right? Where you basically join into their world instead, or swap places with them rather, where they become the writer. I don't know. I would have to hear like what they have to say about it, right? Like what's their offer, for lack of a better term? What are they offering to do? What are they offering to write me into? Is this a threat? Or is this like an appeal? I don't know. I would be interested. I know that Evie doesn't come off as a writer for my character personally. Evie is very impulsive, very like hitty, combat-y, bap, but calmly teaching them how about anitrons, quantum physics lessons. Yeah, exactly. Evie also knows how to hypothetically craft better than I do. I feel like
we have some more basics to cover first, NGL.
Hold on, I'm gonna grab Evie real quick. I'm gonna show you guys my character sheet real quick so that you guys can...
One of my characters could literally teach me how to build a spaceship from scrap and tape.
I was gonna say,
yeah, there's a lot of knowledge exchange possibilities.
There's a lot of Utopia characters that would probably know how to do that and more than likely. This is Evie. You know, this is probably something that I probably should have showcased a long time ago, but this is Evie. This is all that Evie's capable of. Evie's able to craft up to extraordinary, which is pretty freaking powerful, I'm gonna be honest. Oh, I forgot I can't do this. Hold on, chat. I'm sorry. For some reason, this Excel sheet breaks on Opera. I am swapping. I need to swap browsers. I hate swapping browsers. I like to believe that
Not
Chrome...
even just yes or no. Fair enough, IG.
Wait, what? Has anyone in canon figured out anitrons? Yes, no, absolutely. In canon, yes, absolutely. Yeah, I was actually tempted to like make I'd assume that's taught in high level classes in canon. I'm just currently waiting for another stream to start so that way me and the streamer can start analyzing the story. Lamau. Postal character writing a world I'd go because OMG that would be fun and wild and chaotic. Oh yeah, now me realizing I wouldn't have much to offer my OCs in info exchange. What do you mean? You can literally speak their future in front of them. You could be like, in what timelines? Utopia especially, probably not worthless. Probably not worthless. It's not cohesive enough. Hyperion, yes, but for kind of different reasons. Like, they might have a different nomenclature for it, and they don't think of it the same way that we do. Because they don't see it as mana or magic. They see it, I mean, they would actually see it the most in the format of quantum physics, right? It is just a physicality to them. So Hyperion, definitely, I would assume. Revelations, no. Maybe in the Cohere, but not very much at all. Perfection, not at all. Anitrons actually probably don't exist in perfection, I would assume, question mark. Dystopia? Baby, that is very, very reclusive knowledge. Not worldless, not revelation, not perfection. I think that's pretty cut and dry, yeah. Probably not dystopia. If it is in dystopia, it is very, very tight
stuck
knowledge.
As rank C3.
I can't offer my character anything of high importance.
No Ori bonk bap bad.
I can't predict their future in a dynamic narrative. You absolutely can't. You have so... What? Wow, bad, what bad? Why bad? Why get bonk bap? What? Huh? I think what knowledge does the OC have their backstory and then I haven't 100% finished it yet? You cannot say you cannot predict your OC's future. Like, you have utter control over it. Like, even if you have to separate them from the narrative that they're in, like, you can push them in any direction you want. Eevee has a bunch of combat abilities, like a ridiculous number of lethal combat abilities. Eevee is very good at killing.
In one place.
Trank, I don't think that's true. I don't think, we can talk about it at some point, but I don't think that's true. I think they're genuinely gone. Yeah, that's killing. That's more killing. Oh, he can speak Sectling, dude! He could teach me Sectling! Oh my god, I would love that. Holy hell. He can cast magic. That's pretty cool. Yeah, no, there's a lot that I would love to learn from Eevee. He is probably smarter than me. Yeah, no, I mean, he doesn't have inhuman intellect. But he does have upper side of inhuman engineering. He's better engineering than I am. Which is the most important part, arguably. Nice. Yeah, there's a lot I would love to learn from Eevee. Learn Sectling. Yes, I would love to learn Sectling. Or you can learn the Shadow Puppet language too. Dude, I would love to learn Eevee's Shadow Puppet language. Just noticed you have Discord. Awesome. Yeah, absolutely. Guys, if you haven't already, consider joining the Discord. There's also more stuff on the website, on the Mirror Myth website, if you haven't played Utopia, if you haven't read the short stories or any stuff like that. A lot of stuff that I explain is going to be cohesive with the stuff on the website, the various narrative fictions. I guess I'll give you one more. Is there not a command for the Vault? That's so hilarious. Oh, we have a game on Steam called The Vault as well. But we'll get into that another day. To learn the Shadow Puppet language, you have to promise to teach it to me too. Absolutely, obviously. Okay. Next question. Okay. You must be on Twitch to do this. Alright, kill me, I guess. I don't know why. You leave and discover that you will be called to meet with your character once a week after the fact. How does it impact your future interactions knowing that you will consistently see each other? This is like hyperbolic time chamber, like pumped up to 11, dude. Like, I would go out and learn as much as possible for the sake of going back to Eevee to regurgitate it back at him. I would be like, let's learn as much as humanly possible at each other. That would be my goal. I'm biting a bottle in Madge and confused about the statement. But it also means blackmail works now. Yes, blackmail does work now. That is actually very true. The hyperbolic time chamber, wait, that's way hype, yeah. But like the affirmations, like this is kind of like Prisoner's Dilemma on steroids, right? Where they can blackmail you, and they would probably succeed in blackmailing you. However, you could also just write them into dying. So, shrug? It's kind of hard. As an author, you might not know what the repercussions are because you don't control the hyperbolic time chamber. But also, if you guys both agree to do good things, you just get a free hyperbolic time chamber every week. That's insane. Infinite Prisoner's Dilemma. Assumingly until somebody dies. If one person dies, I assume the transaction ends, right? Because you can't keep reappearing. That, or you just write them into dying because they blackmailed you, so you just write them into dying, and then they come back alive in the room, and you're like, wasn't expecting that. And then you die. Blackmail isn't real when they can just say, then they're dead, then they died. Yeah, exactly. I treat these meetings as therapy sessions for my OCs. I'll be the god therapist. That's actually so real. Wait, that's actually so real. Sorry for creating your trauma. Your trauma is based on my trauma. Let's do therapy together. Thoughts? Hyperbolic time chamber for therapy reasons? Actually, okay, no, this hyperbolic time chamber is becoming more and more interesting as time goes on.
But if a character is intelligent enough, if you meet frequently, they can literally manipulate you into anything. And you will believe that it was your decision.
That's actually so real, dude. Can you imagine, like, an Orion-based character that's, like, super powerful manipulation? Like, a level 20 character in Temptation or Subterfuge could do exactly what they just described. Oh, that's fucking wild. Oh, that's terrifying. Oh, I hate that. Hyperbolic therapy chamber, hyperbolic extortion chamber. Well, okay, this is getting scary. Oh shoot, social characters are suddenly a huge threat. Yeah, they always are. They always are. No one knows that they are, but they always are. They're smart, dude. That's terrifying. Luckily, Eevee's not a social character. I mean, he is for my purposes specifically. For my purposes,
the way
Eevee's
you
not
worded
really a
the original question brings them in on the moment of death if they die, so they would be there waiting.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they would come back if they died.
Association.
They're only if the game allows them to be. The game does force that even if they were to die, they join you on their last moment before death. That was the original question. Political expansion win. Rah! That should be a whole thing. I don't know, Trank, you write it. Write a political expansion. Because I personally have a few characters that could literally talk me into suicide over 3 meetings. Or leading a great world revolution and then rule the world through me. Honestly, yeah, no, I could actually see a few characters who would manage to do that. Like, especially, like, captain-based characters, like pirate characters in Utopia. They would be so fucking good at that. Like, having Conqueror and all of the social political abilities, crazy. Same with conductor-based characters. Conductor-based characters would also be able to do that. Wardens would be super good at that, hypothetically. Blues would be better at it. Good thing I have 0 social characters. Shoves Aeon in the closet. He doesn't count. Aeon convinces Rain to take over the world via backflips and charcuterie boards. You don't ask how it happened, but it happened.
I could probably be talked into suicide too.
Probably. I probably could, yeah. I don't think my will score is that high, chat. I think my will score is probably one of my dump stats, I'm gonna be honest with you. I have 1 social character and it's all in portrayal. Yeah, no, that character could convince you of anything. Shinji's very social, but he's good. We keep helping one another. I'd probably be terrified to discuss things with my OC, currently living through a biblical apocalypse. I go hardcore in terms of horror writing. That's the real shit right there. That's the pizza of drugs. That's the pizza of writing, dude. I fucking love that shit. Soak that up. Love it. And a few others would literally knock me off and then start inserting control/chip insert a control chip or spell that will work through realities. That's so funny. What would a 50+ portrayal score mean in real life? It means that they could be anything that they want and everybody would believe them. It would be terrifying. It would be low-key the trickster god. Like, at that point. I could never, no matter what any social character I have could say. Fairy who can make contracts. Yeah, precisely. I think we can imagine. If they say it, it's true. Whether or not it's true, it became true as far as everybody is concerned. That's what a 50+ portrayal score would do, I think. Realizing meeting OCs or talking them with us isn't as great as an idea as I originally thought. There's a lot that goes into it, dude. It's a deep rabbit hole. I'm telling you. I know exactly what you're talking about, Zero. Yes.
I've simply reached a zen state of so low/little motivation/willpower that I can kind of make myself do anything.
That's so fucking real, dude. Oh my god. Alright, next question. If the character has a story of being perceptive and manipulative, they could say something that would leave you mentally destroyed mess. Hey, that's kind of what we were talking about. Yeah, okay, so here's a funny story. I talked briefly about if I entered this room with Orion. Orion does not have the physical prowess to kill me that way. Like, Orion could, like, probably strangle me to death, and Orion might be marginally stronger than me because he's just in, you know, an extremely overpowered world in comparison, right? Maybe he has some items on him. Surely he can overpower me physically if he tried, but that's not in his wheelhouse. He would do exactly as that question described. He would try, he would socially overpower me, talk me into suicide, talk me over a cliff. There's so many things he could do that are non-physical that are so much worse. Do I think that he would purposely make my death torturous? No. Do I think that he would do it in a really whack-ass way that's super ephemeral? Yes. Because that's what he knows how to do. The only way you can survive social characters is outright impeding them from using their thingy on your, but you don't even know that they're using it. That's the hard part. It's invisibility, but you're allowed to attack, which is also true in Utopia. Which is also a social mechanic. Fuck me, dude. Social characters are so OP. I hear a lot of mechanics I don't understand, and I'm here for it. I must learn the RPG system. Yeah, if you have any questions about any mechanics, please ask. Absolutely ask. We're going to talk about a lot of mechanics. I could probably get you the exact page number that we're talking about. But if your characters are real, would that change how you write them? It better. Yeah, no, I would assume it would. Like, Orion could also just coax me into writing him the perfect ending, right? Like, there's so many things. Back to the conversation of, I would want to be like Orion, but I would not want to ever meet them. Yep. Orion continues to get scarier. I love Orion. Please ask so Ori can get something wrong. Smile. I don't like this. This is mean. You guys are mean. Why are you guys mean to me? I do think it would change how you write them. I would assume it would change how you write them after you met them, right? When you meet your characters, you're definitely going to have a new interpretation of what their story's going to be like beyond this point. And if I met Orion, Orion would begin to write his own story as me. Because there's no way that Orion fails to coax me to doing whatever the fuck he wants, including dying. If the writer dies, his character entire realm stops, just stops, writer. We were talking about that earlier, and we were like, when you have like dual writing or multi-author stories, or even just some form of memory, right? The Odyssey is an example. The Odyssey's been written and rewritten over and over and over again. Homer is long since dead, but the Odyssey movie just came out. Epic the musical came out some years ago, and it's rewritten over and over and referenced over and over.
Oh goodness, if I had the social stats to convince my writer to write my own story the way I want it to be, I can see myself potentially doing that.
That's actually so real. Chat, can you imagine that if you have like a moderately good portrayal score, then you could just coax your character into, coax your writer into writing whatever you want? That'd be wild. It'd be really wild, dude. It's crazy. It's crazy stuff. I have a base assumption my characters are real, so therefore I don't start them in utter hellscapes. They usually visit them, like dungeons or raids. I like to work that way as well. I actually very, very much respect that. I like to treat my characters as if they are real to the best of my ability. Now, I'm not perfect, right? Like, I can't simulate a perfect universe by any means, but I try to act in a realm of realism. Kind of matches the concept of second death. You die once when you die, and once when someone thinks of you for the last time. Also brings into question, does their story begin digitized, make it immortal? That's a good question. This is kind of the idea, in Mirror Myth lore, this is kind of the abstract idea of true names. True names are not nailed down. Like, the mechanics of true names are not very nailed down, but the idea is that your second death is the death of your true name. I'm an actor. I have moderately good portrayal score, so, well, the new plan unlocked? Yeah, I guess new plan unlocked. Oopsies. So what happens when you're in a room with your writer and your character? So then what? That means that your character could convince your writer. Oh God. I'm a surgeon. This portrayal thing is like Paragon/Renegade from me. Like you can persuasively yell at someone and they will do it. Kind of. Let me go ahead and pull up a few pages. Portrayal is kind of attached to the social capabilities. I'll pull up a few things for us to look at. Give me just a momento. Wrong one. Flap. There we go. Okay. So what we're talking about is the game Utopia, which is tabletop RPG. What we're referencing when we're talking about portrayal is this stat right here. Portrayal is one of 4 social stats, and it's the more social of the social stats. Given one of them is stunt, which is kind of your like 3D spatial abilities, like your ability to do a backflip is stunned. So, with that in mind, portrayal is your ability to be something other than yourself, for lack of a better term. It's your ability to lie, it's your ability to intimidate, it's your ability to mimic, etc., etc. Appeal is your ability to appeal to someone, right? It's your ability to be liked, to be trusted, to be believed. And language is your ability to communicate beyond natural interpretation. So portrayal and appeal, I think, are the two big convincing ones. However, if we go a little bit further into the weeds, this is not actually available in Core Utopia. If you were to buy Core Utopia, you wouldn't be able to access this. This is the first expansion that I've been working on for much time. I talk about this on stream semi-often. I worked on a lot of this on stream. But if we were to take, like, Subterfuge, for instance, there's a lot of abilities here. If your renown were to decrease with a faction, you may choose a creature you can sense within that faction, make a portrayal contest against their awareness. Upon succeeding, the chosen creature renown decreased by that amount instead. So if someone would hate you, you can shunt that onto somebody else with a mechanical ability. There's a mechanical ability to say, no, you don't hate me, you hate them. Persona is really interesting. Persona allows you to get a new reputation entirely. Like, people don't know the difference. Like, people don't know that you are your persona. They are two completely different identities. It's basically identity theft. And you suddenly only take hits on one side of your personality or the other. Thank you, I appreciate it. I have some questions from my writer. Why did you write a basic guy? Like, am I a self-insert character in some sort of fandoms? We were talking about that, and I was like, for the people who say, like, when you say, if you meet your writer, and you ask your writer, like, why is my life not more exciting? Then I was saying that, like, you're in that 10 years later gap, right? Like, they wrote 10 years later, and you're still in the process of finishing that. They just didn't write the in-betweens. That was my joke. Decipher, if your character has Decipher, then they would be able to learn anything about you, right? Like, all the way down to, it's in Prodigy. But Prodigy says you can literally ask any question with a one-word answer and get a true answer. Like, it's literally like asking God, which is funny because normally that would be you, but in this case, assumingly it's not you for some reason. I personally would like educated guess IRL, dude. Oh, it would be so nice. Educated guess is so good. Manipulative. Once per every 24 hours per creature when making a contest against it. You may choose to gain a point of favor. For every 2 negative points renown you have with it, you learn your renown with it. Forgivable. When you're renowned with the creature you have a negative renown with would increase. It increases by an additional 1. It cannot increase it more than double. Like, there's so many ways for them to just make you like them. Like, without reason. Without reason. They can just make you like them. They can make you forgive them because they just have the social capability to manipulate you. It's wild. Remind me to ask why nothing exciting happened to me in 10 years. Yeah, indeed, I will make sure to do that. Oh no, my Dargon. Back with the Dargon. Imagine that your writer just wrote you as a typical person from a few centuries back in their sci-fi setting. Oh my god, no wait. You're just the example? Oh, fuck me, dude. I hate that. And then you get, like, reincarnated in a later life. So, like, the actual, like, main plot line happens in, like, a later life, but you don't get to experience that because you got reincarnated, or if you do experience it, then you don't remember anything that happened before that. So you're just kind of, like, in a prepubescent temporal phase. It happens. I saw that Seductive. Seductive is actually ridiculously powerful. Seductive basically states that you make a test, and if you succeed, everybody's renown is minimum 0, which means creatures that are hostile towards you aren't hostile towards you for like a minute, right? People can't dislike you if you succeed the test for a short period of time. It's disgusting. It's so powerful. What if we did another one? How do I learn more Beyond Earth questions at this point? How do I earn more Beyond Earth questions? I think the point is that you don't earn very many of them. 0. Oh my god! Hi, Nico. How's it going? Not even reincarnated, just some random guy from before the Unification Wars or something like that. I feel like we have, like, if this is, like, our writer, then I feel like we have to have some kind of, like, precipice, right? Like, we have to be the protagonist of something. Even if it's just a short story. We can be the protagonist of a short story. Imagine confusion of the writer. Why did you appear in the chamber with him and not some of the main ones? I hate that. I hate that so much, dude. Or is now unlocked as a playable character. Fuck. But I want more. I give away 2 of them. Well, why'd you do that? You silly. Are we just side characters? I hope not. I hope not, chat. In my mind, you're all protagonists. Plots building my ability.
Wait,
and my heart of
what
hearts.
if you get super drunk right before entering, so you don't remember any manipulation, or you have multiple personalities, could that be circumvented?
Hypothetically, I would love to play like a character that gets so drunk and so inebriated that social manipulation works on them, but it goes away because they don't remember anything.
In your mind only Hale is a protagonist? That is what I heard at least.
Possible deniability. I never said anything in my life. The real MC could just hear about you in the Galactic University course in ancient history. Oh my god. Next question. What if your character just wants to die? They give you the weapon and ask you to kill them with your own hands. Would you? Well, assumingly I wrote them that way. So it depends on if that was their intended ending. I have written characters. The characters that I've been speaking about, a lot of them have wanted to die multiple times. And I would do it if it felt like it was a reasonable ending for them, right? If they have only been suffering and there's no upbringing, if there's no...
I asked a similar question. If
there's no hill looking upwards in their future, then I'd be like, yeah, I'll let you go. You know, maybe they were immortal up to this point. This is their one chance of death, like in Am, or like in I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Then like, yeah, it would be super reasonable. If Am was like, just kill me, like if you killed me, I would be happy, right? Then yeah, I would be down. I'd be like, yeah, absolutely, bonk, bye. You know what I mean? But if this wasn't their ending, I would probably be like, I know how bad you want this, and I'll explain to you why it's like this. I'll explain to you why you're going through what you're going through, and even why you feel the way that you do, based on my interpretation of it. But it's not your time right now. Stay strong, go out there, go get him, Tiger. I know you don't believe me now, but you're going to believe me in the future. Awareness is realizing everybody around you is a main character, and you're the only NPC. I'm so sad. Oh, that's mine. It was more of a, could you get the knife and slice their throat? I mean, yeah, you could. I mean, absolutely, you could. But I think it would be really interesting. Like, again, for me, it depends on their story, right? Is this the end of their story? As their writer, do we, in taking authorship, do I believe that this was the end of their story? Is this a reasonable end for them? Imagine a dissociative identity disorder character. Yeah, you could definitely, there's Utopia builds for that. There's absolutely a build for that. Part of the idea behind Utopia and the point, bunk by butt. I don't remember saying that. I don't think that's exactly what I said. Utopia's main function as a tabletop RPG is to make any character mechanically possible, any premise mechanically possible, and independent from other builds, right? So you can build the character that you want level by level because it's predominantly point by system, right? But you can make it mechanically intrinsic to whatever your idea was. If you want to make DID mechanically usable for a character while still expressing them and their difficulties as a character, you can do that in Utopia. The AG helps a ton with this and unfortunately is not publicly available right now. I mean, you can look at the technical version on Patreon if you want, but it's not like public yet. It's going to be, but it's not right now. All right, next question. Would you retcon anything about your character after meeting them, knowing that doing so means essentially killing the person you just met? Would you unwrite them? Oh, that's a big question. Holy shit. Okay. We meet them, something happens. Would we rewrite them knowing that we are essentially uninstalling the person we just spoke to? I would avoid it. Right? Like, if it was necessary, if it was super necessary, if there was something that I discovered I was so intrinsically wrong about, right? I was like, I messed up. I should have never done this. This was not my intention. This did not go the way that I intended for it to go, and I need to unwrite this. I would do it, right? Like, assumingly that is a peaceful death. Oh my goodness! Welcome in, Raiders. How's it going?
With 27 viewers.
YouTube watchers, I apologize. Give me just a second. Welcome in, Nico. How are you doing? Tell me all about, how was stream? Tell me all about it. Tell me your favorite part. Thank you so much for bringing your community here. We're gonna give Nico a big old shout out. We're gonna watch a little clip from Altruistic Nico.
Save yourself. No, you're so altruistic.
I think this is...
That's sweet.
She said the thing.
His name is Altruistic Nico. I love this.
Altruistic?
Welcome in, Raiders. Hi.
Well, I feel like I have to answer this one.
Yes, you do.
Altruistic is
DBD?
like freely giving of oneself towards like the betterment of others.
You scared me.
That's a cute clip, Nico. How was it? How are you? How was it? Tell me about it. Tell me about it. What were you guys playing? Hold on, let me scroll up and let me figure out what you guys were playing. I know I'm not an N, but I hope I'm still a big deal to you. You're the biggest deal to me, Nico. You have no idea. Sons of the Forest. Oh, I don't think I've ever heard of that.
That
How
was my
Sons of the
first
Forest?
collab.
That was your first collab? Yo, that's so cool. We got the coolest clip ever. We're currently talking about, based on a YouTube video that I posted yesterday, which was, would you survive your character? The actual video is called, could your character ever forgive you? That was posted on YouTube yesterday, and we're kind of going over the premise of that and talking about our characters in our tabletop RPGs, our OCs that we've made, our fan fiction characters, whatever it would be. Basically, if we met our character and in a room where they had power over us, and we told them, we wrote you, your history is because of us, your tragic backstory is because of me, I wrote that, would they let you live, is the question right now. Or they only likes Nico since Nico is the biggest deal. No, it doesn't mean I only like. Nico's just like up here though. Nico's just like up here, chat. I'm sorry. Nico's just like here. No, don't worry. Nebula. The one time I ever played DBD, it was DBD? That's crazy. I love that. I played DBD one time on stream as well. I've only ever played DBD one time. We're doing a questions rack right now, so if we do
Nico's
questions like
more
this...
important than all of us.
No.
I see how it is.
Incorrect. Would you retcon anything about your character after meeting them, knowing that doing so means essentially killing the person you just met? So in the precipice of the question that we were just talking about, would our character let us survive, when we go through this conversation, we talk to them, we go back and forth, we talk about their happenings, why we decided to do this. They let us leave, they let us live, we walk out. Would we retcon them, knowing that it kills the person we just spoke to? Or at least you would write them out of existence? I played The Forest, great game. I can play it alone. I can't play it alone because it's incredibly scary to me. No, that's so real. So this is The Forest, is a survival game that that has cannibals and mutants. Oh, is it The Forest? Is it the successor to The Forest? I did a collab with Ty and Kayla.
I remembered right
went
now.
Into the cave and found our first
There is a Russian
wild.
book
Ooh,
with
that
that
sounds really
premise.
exciting.
I probably would.
Interesting. Nico, if you wanna shout them out, you can. Nico, you can use the shout out command, funny enough. If you want to shout out anybody, you can. If you want to shill anything, you absolutely can. Please. Now's the time to shill. I really appreciate you for the raid. Thank you very much. I also need to add time for the timer for that. Thank you so much for trusting me with your community. That's a big time bonus too. Chat, I don't think I can add time. I don't think I can. What? Why is it not working? Oh, I'll just retype it. Oh, you have to use the @ symbol. You have to use the @ symbol, Nico. Altruistic. I was just legal name, dude. It said altruistic, Nico.
LMAO.
I can't add time due to raids, chat. I can't do that. Because if so, then I would have to do that for the cement raid. Oh my god. No, I can't. I can't, chat. I can't. That's not okay. I don't think that's gonna work. That is not sustainable. Don't add time for raids, Ori, please. Yeah, no, I can't. Okay, yeah, I think raid time is not gonna work. For anyone who doesn't know, if you're on YouTube, this is a subathon timer. If you don't know what a subathon is, basically, whenever people donate money or charity or give subs, bits, which is kind of the Twitch financial currency to support creators with, this timer goes up. I stream every day as long as this timer is ticking. If it hits 0, I stop streaming. At least stop streaming every day. I used to stream like 9 hours a week. Now I stream like 30 to 40 hours a week. There's a lot of things you can do outside of money that can increase this timer, such as channel point redeems, loyalty to just watching over and over again, and at one point it was raids. On Twitch, when you end a stream, you can choose to raid another streamer, which basically means that you take all the people who are watching you and you send them to another streamer. I got raided 2 days ago, I believe it was. 2 days ago, I got raided by Small Ant, if you guys have ever heard of him, which is a very large creator. And right now, if I added, which was originally 5 minutes per person, to that timer would have another digit in it, dude. I will add it and then remove it, chat. I will add it and then remove it just so we can see. I will add the time and then immediately pull it off. Just so that you can know what it would have looked like. Oh my god, that's so hilarious. Anyways. Can you, instead of adding time to your timer, add time to the weird internal clock thing I have? Oh, actually, that would actually kind of make sense.
That doesn't seem so bad.
It's not as bad as I thought it was. What if it would just got auto-banked? It just got auto-banked by the raider? You add 4 seconds to the timer, please? Only this one time.
LOL, yes, support the people who support you.
That's actually a really good idea. I like that. Yeah, let's do that. I guess. I guess man's getting banged. That's crazy. It's so unnecessary. I love it here. And then divide by 60. Good job. Hours. It was hours. It was 210 hours. So this is currently 121 hours. That's how much is on the clock right now. Give me just a second, chat. I'm typing in commands right now. And then I have one more to do as well. There we go. Cool. We're gonna get those kebabs before you know it. We are so getting those kebabs, dude. Sorry, we still need to have the vault conversation. It's on the list. We have a long list. Okay, let's go to another question while we're here. What if a character has lived multiple lives without memory of all of them? Would they learn about this? And if yes, would they learn what happened during those lives? I assume what they learn is in the pretense of what you tell them,
I need to go to bed. Love y'all.
Love you, Nico. Thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate you. If anybody needs to raid and run, first and foremost, make sure to go take care of yourself. Go take care of yourself. If you're interested in sticking around, I really appreciate you. The lurk is super appreciated. Lurk for power. Follow if you're interested in seeing more. I appreciate you guys a ton. Do we have any other calm songs we could put in the background? Yeah, I have a couple. Little guy. This is one of the songs I really like to play personally. It's very quiet, I think, right now. I don't know how well you guys can hear that right now. How well can you guys hear the background music? But I can play another song. Question is, if your characters lived multiple lives without memory of all of them, would they learn about this? And if yes, would they learn what happened during those lives? Again, I think that they don't come to this room and immediately, like, learn everything that's ever happened to them. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna do this. I'll refund it to you. I'm not with this chair. I just broke my old chair and I just almost just, like, ruined my room. You got those points back, don't worry. What if Russian songs from the Doomer playlist? I can't play anything copyrighted. Also, I've never heard of that. Stop breaking things. I will never. I don't think that they intrinsically learn anything from being here, right? They only learn what you tell them, which kind of, like, folds back into the hyperbolic time chamber thing, right? Like, you can teach them a ton of things, and they can teach you a ton of things, because you have a room where time doesn't pass, which is neat as hell. Cherry's not dead. Cherry's just in the ICU right now. Don't worry about it. The most important thing you should do when interacting with your OC is regressing them before they do it to you. It's a very pessimistic way to look at that, in my opinion. We're still in the morning. Gosh dang it. No, I think that if they had multiple lives, that's just one of a million things that you can tell them, teach them, give to them, right? This is something that you can offer them. I think that's really cool. I don't think I have any characters. I don't have any conduits that have lived multiple lives that I can think of.
If you can get them to open up, you could become partners and need to worry less about them betraying you.
That is also a very pessimistic way to look at that, in my opinion. Doomer is a type of song, not copyrighted usually, just the melancholy type. Understood. Fitting for the theme of conversation, I believe. No, I hear you. I understand. Yes, no, I agree. You say that as if they wouldn't get more violent or aggressive. Oh yeah, my conduits would probably get more. No, actually that's not true. I think Evie actually gets less violent regressed. I think that Rain's characters get violent regressed. Rain, I don't know if you can hear right now, but your characters get mean when they're regressed. They get angry. Chad, I think I have vertical set up now. I think I might be able to do vertical streaming now. That would be actually really cool. I think a decent number of mine get more violent when regressed. Understandably so. I think that's a commonality. I think my new associate would be interesting to me because they're an artist who was human but became an owl, and they're relearning how to draw with talons and a beak. That is cool as hell. That is so cool. I love that. My characters just become cold. I was gonna say, I think Eevee actually gets calculated when he's regressed. He gets more calculated. He gets less violent, less ambitious, and he becomes analytical, I guess. Interesting. How does Utopia work, by the way? So if you wanted to try Utopia for yourself, I have a couple options for you. Utopia, I can't describe all of Utopia. I can't offer you a video if you'd like. But if you go to this website, and you go to Utopia TTRPG, this is the Mirrormyth website, so mirrormyth.com. If you go to Utopia TTRPG, this video right here is a quick beginner's guide on how to play the game. If you're interested, the game is purchasable, but even if you don't want to purchase it and you just want to get your feet wet with it, there is a sample guide right here. So if you download this sample guide, it is basically a beginner's module that doesn't cost any money. It's purely digital, that has a sample. It's kind of like a demo of the game that shows you how to play it, as well as pre-built characters and then character sheets and customization stuff for that as well. So if you want to try any of that stuff. The sample guide does not come with the customizations, right? So you can't make like custom items, custom spells, custom creatures, custom species, and stuff like that, like you can in the main game. It doesn't come with the advanced rules. However, it does come with enough to learn the mechanics of the game. It's a silly book that's decorating my desk. That's so cute. So if you're interested, do ! Website and check out the Mirrormyth website. Try it for free if you want. You can check out the video as well. What do we mean by regress? Like them as an earlier point in the story? Oh, no, don't feel so stupid for that. Don't feel stupid for that. It's kind of a niche piece of nomenclature. If you're common on Twitch, if you know Mirrormyth super well, or if you've seen specifically the Compass videos, regressed basically means to fall back into your archetype.
I got it 1.8 ago already.
On a shelf in its packaging still? That's wild, actually. That's wild. Regression means to fall back in your archetype, essentially, when it comes to Compass nomenclature. So that is, if you imagine an archetype, hold on, let me do the funny Compass redeem. So this is basically a writing utensil that we use called the compass. These 6 colors over here, when I say that I act red, I'm talking about Tempest. When someone says they need a purple, they're talking about practitioner right here. This is a very common thing that we talk about. Basically, it's breaking people down into 9 potential archetypes as a front face. But you also have a sub-archetype, which is what I lovingly call your backup personality. When you regress, you fall into your sub-archetype. So it's kind of like if you're a mastermind sub-inquisitor, for instance. Masterminds are usually analytical, but still impulsive, right? They're calculated, but they calculate on the fly. They go, that's a dumb decision, I'm gonna do it anyways, right? Whereas inquisitors are more nervous about it. They're a little bit more anxious. They're particular. They're very meticulous about how they handle things. So as you regress, you'll become an immature inquisitor, where you become meticulous and anxious, but maybe kind of freeze up due to your anxiety, because you're the regressed version of an inquisitor. If that makes sense. That was a very, very broad and rough explanation of it. But that's what we mean when we're talking about regression. Over-regression is when you fall into even worse behavior. That's usually what I consider survival instincts. Ashton here in chat right now is like a super nerd about the compass. And I mean that in like a professional sense. Like he knows a lot about it. He is very good at it. He has helped a lot in its development even. So, Ashton is a great person to ask questions to. Let me just hand out Ashton's card to everybody. Haha, get hecked, Ashton. Compass topic summoned me. Indeed, Ashton. Hi, Ashton. Become baby, basically, not physically speaking. Indeed. Resident Compass expert, indeed. I am the Dino of Compass. I feel like Dino would be so happy to hear that you clarify yourself as the Dino of the Compass.
I just realized that it said Thai guy in the book. Record of the past, I suppose.
Oh shit, you're right. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, no, I can actually think of a few people who had name changes who now have their old names. Unfortunately, question mark? Ashton's so important he has a business card. I'm building Halo a business card right now, chat. We're gonna hijack stream just to make Halo a business card. I'm just kidding. Let's get into the next question. Hopefully that answered the question for regression. Ashton is a good person to ask. Also, if you join the Discord, there's like an entire category of channels dedicated to the Compass. The Compass, unfortunately, doesn't have a lot of like paperwork on it right now. There's not a lot to refer back to at this moment. There was, and it was removed. Because, in my opinion, it needed a little bit more scrutiny before being published, for lack of a better term. So, you say that, Hale, but I'm gonna make you a business card. Next question. Wouldn't it be fun, in case of leaving peacefully, to have some souvenir for both of you? I would like a chunk of Ezo, even simply to flex. Actually, yes. I would love that so much. Getting a souvenir from your character is such a crazy concept. I would love that. Like, anything of supernatural to us, right? Anything that would be supernatural to us would be amazing. I wouldn't be able to give him anything beyond sentiment, right? Like, I could only give him something sentimental. A note from me. Like, I could give him a note that tells the future and then make it happen. You know what I mean? My business card is a rough cut piece of notebook paper with 0 badly written on it. I kind of love that. Like, God forbid I take, like, Evie's hammer or something like that.
Give them a copy of their story.
Can I? Oh my God, a copy of their story would be crazy. Including the future. Or not including the future. Like, I would be like, hey, Evie, can I have your old hammer? You don't need it, do you? I just want it. I'll get you a new one. Give me your hammer. I will give you that one, but better. Like, trust me. But let me have, like, something like that. Or your breastplate. Or your gauntlets, dude. Oh my God, your gauntlets. I want his gauntlets so bad. Something like that. Hey, can I have your robot? Chat, what souvenir would you ask your character for? What souvenir would you want from your character? I don't know, dude. There's so many things I would want. For reference, I showed up at a lucky time because I'm currently in a late-night prank war, trying to retrieve a 300-pound boulder that I rolled across a 100-plus meter field in an hour the previous night, and it disappeared this afternoon. What? What? We want a permanent spell cast on me? Actually, that's kind of real. If they are superhuman, could you even pick up their weapon? That is a good question. Eevee's is 27 slots. Hypothetically, if that would be 54 kilograms, like 120 pounds roughly, I could probably drag it around. Maybe pick it up for a very short period of time, but not for a long period of time. I would still want it. Even if it took everything in me to take it home, I would want it. Can you imagine? You just like, okay. What's the door, chat? What's the door? There's a very specific door that I'm thinking of. A door that... Oh, it's from, Vox Machina. It's actually a D&D item, I think, where you put it onto a door, you unlock a door with it, and it turns into another dimension. I imagine
Clarification. A war-capable starship. Operable by 1 to 2 people.
That is a good souvenir. I will take that. Can you imagine that you, just walk into the bathroom, and you end up in this... Excuse me, in this room instead. So, to everybody else, right? You're, living with a handful of people. Rain, can you imagine? I just, walk into the bathroom, and I'm gone for, I don't know, half a minute, because it's a hyperbolic time chamber. And then I walk out, just dragging Evie's hammer across the ground. And I'm like, so I have a story to tell you. Sisyphus? Or I give my character a note to pass along to their local clone. Oh, my goodness. Oh, goodness. I give them the nuclear warhead codes. My goodness. I would give them a 1 free coupon. I would probably just give them a wish, honestly. I'd be like, yeah, just wish for something. I'll give it to you. But I want your hammer. Their local clone is a funny phrase. Clones seem to be a common concept in the Mirror Give me a copy of the overwrite button and reset button from Underverse, bro. Honestly, actually kind of real. I would love to see Rain's response. Dude, I want Evie's hammer IRL. I'm tempted to go get Evie's hammer commissioned. I want it so bad. Fit a specific character a terminal to access their internet. Oh my goodness, dude. The Vault, is that you? The Vault would go hard, dude. The Vault would go so hard. Interesting, isn't it? Fit a specific character. May I? Oh, do it. Wait, do what? Oh, have it commissioned? I will set up the next question before I go get distracted.
I want to commission Neppy's Trident.
Interdimensional internet connection. You should look at the Vault if you haven't seen it yet. The Vault is a game that it's a Mirror Myth owned property. But I think you would like it. It's on Steam. It's called The Vault. Next question. If your character has a noteworthy personal arc, does the answer change depending on whether they are in their arc, and if so, how much? I think mine does, absolutely, but I don't know if it's for better or worse. I think it just changes the nuance of the subject, truthfully. Evie hasn't really gotten better, but Evie's arc is also far from over. Evie has a lot more to go through before he is, like, better, quote unquote. I have an idea in my head of where Evie will end up. I don't know if he will end up there, right? Like, but I have an idea of where he would end up. If he finishes arc the way that I think he does, if he has this quote unquote happy ever after, then yeah, I think he would be in a much better spot. I think that my chance of survivability in this room goes up drastically. However, he also becomes a lot more powerful in this instance. If I meet him at the beginning of the story, I think I'm also safe, because I think he hasn't really understood that his trepidations are even trepidations yet in the beginning of the story, right? Like, he hasn't even realized that he has a problem. But in the middle of it, he's fucked, dude. He's fucked, and that's probably the highest chance that I die. Can you give me the download files for the vault you have on your phone? Oh. You get it, or no, wait. Money has spent on Mastermind Neon Sign. Make moth merchandise. Where? I would never make moth merchandise. Look at this little guy, chat. Look at this little guy. I love him so much. He's not available, but I'm tempted to make this real. I'm tempted to make this real. We have forever to make it work.
If you bring Alex Plot to reality, could they set up a 6 points connection?
I don't think so. There's very, very extensive reason to believe that they couldn't, and I can't tell you what it is. One day you guys will see it, though. One day. Wait, I want Alex Plot here. I was talking about that when someone mentioned the ability to... The ability to bring an NPC instead of a character. I said Alex Plot. I'm like, can you imagine Alex Plot? Chat, where do I get a custom hammer? If any of you know of, like, an Etsy link or a commission link for making something like Evie's hammer, you should send it to me. Thank you. Anyways. Did you know pyrokinesis can make black holes? What? How? How can firebending make black holes? I've had a flashback. I cry. What do you mean? What kind of flashback? Huh? What if Perfection was in the room with you? Oh yeah, I want to bring Perfection back. Actually, Perfection would probably be very happy.
At Nebula_Cole, I'd be dead.
I think that bringing Perfection back to reality would be the biggest service you could ever do for Perfection. I'm gonna be honest with you. There's a lot of homes. Smash. How would Perfection react to this world? I cannot answer that. I cannot answer very many questions about Perfection. For the same reason I can't answer. For the same reason that I cannot answer about Alex, I cannot answer about Perfection, unfortunately. I cannot talk about it. There will come a day where I can, but I cannot today, unfortunately. Keep it in your mind, chat. Keep it in your mind. Fire's energy or plasma. Just summon enough of those in one point and you have a black hole. You know, it's actually fair. I mean, it also depends if your pyrokinesis is generative, right? Like, if you assume that magic is physical bending, like, it's, like, non-technical or breaks the laws of physics, then, I mean, it's probably really easy to make a lot of black holes from a lot of things, actually. If not, then assumingly it has to come from somewhere. And once you insert, like, additional planar rifts or additional planes, so on and so on, I feel like the question gets a little bit awkward. In Mirror Myth, time and space are not connected. Isn't that kind of a meme? At least I don't think they are. I don't know. So say you have a character with pyrokinesis. They can make their own sun, which in turn, if they wanted to, they could just compress the sun and make a black hole. I presume this comes with a very, very high skill ceiling, though, right? Like, you'd have to be very powerful to just make the sun. I would hope. Granted, they won't be able to control it once it's made. Yeah. Chat, write that in the question pool. I can't at the moment. Yeah, what am I writing? Oh, good question. Nothing. No, it doesn't matter. If it's pyrokinesis or pyrogenesis or pyrogenokinesis. Good point. Good point. How would Perfection react to being transported to our reality? R-0. R-0. Wild. I haven't heard that in a while. If we get to that question, and when it's still today, I'm just gonna have to remove it, unfortunately. But with that, let's go to the next question. How about another question, chat? Can I tell you that the next video is going to be whack? The next video is going to be crazy. The video after that is going to be even crazier, I think I would say. I'm so excited, chat. This next set of videos is going to be wild. Which of all of your characters would you be the most afraid of meeting in this fashion? What character would I be the most afraid of? Probably one that I have not talked about very often. Like, I have not mentioned it this stream. I haven't talked about him a ton, but Kathos. Kathos is a character. Oh my god! Rain, what if we met Soapy? Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. This is the opposite of this question. So, I'm gonna get back to this. But I want to talk about Soapy so bad. Kathos was a character I played in a personal campaign. He was a cyborg in a world where... cyborgs were not common. Being a cyborg is a bad thing. S-O-P-I is Soapy. I'll explain Soapy in a second. He was a very, very cynical character. He did not care for the lives of others. He was not necessarily selfish, but he was jokingly selfish and definitely very self-perseverant. Like, he valued his own life over any others. He also was one to make a lot of contingency plans. He had a lot of contingency plans on him. Like, with his crew, with the people that he walked with, that he trusted, he planted bombs on all of them that only he could operate. So if anything happened, he would have a backup plan to get away from them. Or to end them. So I think that Kathos is somebody I would,
yes.
like...
Batman.
He would give me a souvenir without me asking, I think is what would happen here. Soapy is Rain and I's slice of life character. We co-GM with each other, so we both play that character. But when we swap GMs, we swap who's playing Soapy and who's GMing. And Soapy is a little robot that's spec'd purely into blue. He's purely capable. There's a new ability in the slice of life called Rummage. And it means that you can use a peel to forage in town by going up to people and saying, give me your garbage, I will recycle it and make use of it. And he's just a little, oh my god, dude, he's just an autistic little robot. I love him so much. There's a lot more depth to his story. I don't know how much we want to talk about it, but it makes me wonder, like, would Rain and I both be in that chamber then? Would we both get to go in and talk to Soapy? Because we both play him equally. It's 7 a.m. here. I didn't sleep for like 20 hours. Oh my goodness. Go to bed. Oh my goodness. Good sleep to everyone. Hope my insomnia passes by now. I hope so too. Please get some good rest. I appreciate you being here. I love Soapy so much, dude. Rain, can I talk about Soapy in detail? Is there any reason to hide this?
W-A-L-L-E.
It's kind of Wally coded. You know, I actually had a short where I made Wally a character sheet. End stream right now. What a suggestion. There's someone you fear meeting more than Orion. Oh, actually, no, wait, no, Orion's probably the correct one. Orion's probably the one I'm scared of. No, you're right. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, no, Orion's much scarier. Void of Elian. Yep, I've heard of a few things about that. Dark Elixir. Void is trigger happy with magic. Twilight is Orion, but
I swear I will have enough sleep to function tomorrow.
Hates me. Fair enough. I swear I will have enough sleep to function tomorrow.
Wait, what? Wally character sheet.
I do have a Wally character sheet, chat. I will pull it up real quick. I have a Utopia character sheet of Wally. Where did I put it? See here? Weird. No, not here. Did I put it in the core guide folder? Why would I do that? I did. Well. I have the Pious cast. I have... Oh, yeah, here it is. Chat, if anyone was curious, Wally is level 7 in Utopia. I made a short about this. But Kathos, however you spell it, seems like a close second. Yeah, indeed. I built Wally in Utopia. Level 7 Wally. He's basically just an automaton. He's just a duder. He has Deconstructor. That's right. He has Deconstructor because he turns the trash into boxes. Boredom is killing me. Demoted, tempted to draw Oribot and Chatbot being silly. I mean, I would not be mad. Would not be mad. Oh yeah, he has Impersonate because he turns into a box. Because he can go... This is also purely core guide. You could probably do better with the AG, but this was really fun. This is really interesting. He also has 5 energy defense and 1 in every other. This is Duther. This is Wally. Soapy's like level 15, I think, right now. I only mean I would get along with them if I started as a stranger. Honestly, fair. I think the only reason I would have to be afraid of meeting my characters is they knew who I was. Well, assumingly in our current hyperbolic time chamber, they do know who you are. So, be scared. Are we going to talk about Soapy? Oh, did you give me the thumbs up to do that?
I would probably not wish to meet Cat Fael.
Understood.
I think they would be the most likely to kill me out of any character I have.
Interesting. Who is that? I don't think I recognize that name. Soapy was created by a woman on Yuto that was dying, and she sent him off to Paya to explore. She literally built this robot to learn to live, to thrive and explore. So Soapy goes on, and what Soapy doesn't know is that his creator, which he calls Mama, died. So she was dying to begin with. Like Soapy was always intended to be her last creation. She was very ill when she made him. But Soapy's always under this impression that when he finishes his search, his never-ending search, he will go back to Mama and tell her everything that he learned. He's excited, and the reason that he's so motivated is because he wants to go back and go home and tell Mama all that he discovered. Mama's dead. But what happens is in our Slice of Life campaign where we run a bakery, Soapy wakes up one day. She was a weapons manufacturer that wanted to explore Paya, but ran out of time to do so specifically. Yes. What happens in our Slice of Life campaign, is Soapy wakes up as her. So Mama is in Soapy's body for some reason, and she's like, what? So the other players have to explain to Soapy, when Soapy wakes up as Soapy, when I'm not GMing, and when Soapy wakes up as Mama, when Rain's not GMing, the players have to interact with them and teach us what the other one said. They have to retroactively tell each other. So now Soapy writes notes to Mama about everything that he learned. Everything that he's learned in his 2 years of life so far, in his time of exploring Imperium, exploring Grimdar, and exploring Lore, which is now where he's residing, where the bakery is in Lore. He writes notes to Mama, and he says, this is what I've learned. I did this. This is what happens when you do this. Don't touch electric wires. They electrocute you. And he has this journal that he fills up, because every once in a while, unknown to him, when it happens, he has no idea. Just sometimes it happens. A day skips for him. He doesn't know why. He doesn't know what happens, but he knows that Mama can see him, so he leaves little love notes for Mama for when she takes over his body. Mama doesn't know either what the fuck is going on. Mama's like, I died. I shouldn't be here. So that's Soapy in a nutshell. You know what that is, Ori? We talked about them in DMs. There's a story about them, technically. Okay, understood. I probably just didn't recognize the name. So that's Soapy. And that's why I was like, it would be really cool to meet Soapy. Like, if Rain and I could both meet Soapy, and we're like, so we're both you in a way. It's very cute and wholesome and cool. I love him. I love Soapy so much. Soapy's probably one of my favorite characters. I don't get electrocuted when I touch electric wires. Very cringe. I get crushed by war tanks instead. Oh, so cringe of me. I can't believe I thought of that. Okay. Next questions. Little guy. He is a little guy. What would you do if you realized that half of your character is not written by you? I mean, the places that you did not flesh out were filled by themselves without your input. That is really interesting. We kind of hashed this a little bit, not a ton. But we talked about this idea marginally about what would happen if, like, the times where you didn't run your character actually ran themselves. And I think it would make this a much, much more complex question by nature, right? Because there's so much agency you can't account for. Going to the podium of little guys. They're a Death Knight character, if that helps. Okay, yes. Oh, yes. Okay, I understand. Yes, I agree. I think it would be cool. I think it would, yeah, I agree with Hale. I think it would be good if they had their own agency. My survivability might drop marginally, but I think it's good for them. I think it's definitely good for them. And I think I would be much more, appeased to the idea of, for lack of a better term, letting them murder me. Like, I feel like they're a lot more... Like, a lot of my questions I would retract, right? Like, a lot of my answers to, like, would I swap places with them? Would I, you know, all these things, all yada yada. Because if they had this conscience and this agency outside of me, it means that they were organic and sapient like I was outside of me, right? They are not an extension of my conscience. I only take over them for a short period of time. And I think I would retract a lot of my sentiments if I knew that, right? Like, I would treat them as a lot more, knowing that there's agency outside of me. They would exist beyond me if I died. They have much, much more right to kill me. They had plenty of right to kill me before, and now it is only going up at this point. I would ask so I can procrastinate and not write his backstory. Technically you could, but that's not to be viable for any more obvious reasons. Because it also means that if they had agency when I didn't write them, we could just stop writing them. And they would live a normal life outside of our jurisdiction, right? So it kind of becomes an interesting question because, like, we can write them good. We can write them good endings. Or we could just lift our hands up and say, whatever you want to happen. Leave it to fate, because after this point, I don't know. I don't know what happens after this point. You know, this gives me kind of Slay the Princess vibes. That's what I presumed would be the case, which is why I said I would write more complete backstories after getting a personal account of their life. Yeah, no, that makes sense. More complete backstory after getting a personal account of their life. So, the crisp, but cut bit, but we're kind of taking it out automatically. Yeah, something along those lines, I think. I feel like Persephone would really like if I took my hands completely off of her life. Honestly, kind of real. I don't know if it would be any different for Evie, right? Like, Evie is calculated in regression. In regression, Evie is very analytical about things. And he's like, no matter what, the agency was never mine, right? Like, it's either you determine it or fate determines it. But neither of those are me. So I don't really care at the end of the day. At the end of the day, killing you solves nothing in his mind. Killing me solves nothing in his mind. Does that stop him from killing me? Not necessarily. But he doesn't seem like the vengeful type to me. Vengeful in the moment, not vengeful long-term, right? Like, he's not a grudge holder. I don't know. It's a weird interpretation, but I think I'd prefer it. I think I'd prefer that they have their own agency. All I'm hearing from folks is that I need to make an actually traumatized character. Yeah, make a traumatized character, Zero. That way that when you meet them in the funny antechamber, you explode. Join us! Join us in dying to our characters. So a really scary thing is not just that you are meeting your creation face to face and they can do what they want to in that room, but that anything you made could be real. That's like kind of the big thing about it, in my opinion. That's like such a big portion of it. It's like, this is groundbreaking. The fact that these characters exist. Why won't you eat them off? Skipping that one. No eating them off. Do you get to choose the character? Because you can end up with a sentient 8-wheel Mars truck with cool lasers and rockets-esque shit that you imagined in preschool. I think that it would be randomized between relevant characters, right? So between your developed characters in recency, it would be random between them. I think would be the best answer for that. That would be my imagination, at least. At least half the population of writers dies from the character antechamber. Oh my god, the character antechamber is so funny. Yeah, no, I think we would probably get Thanos snapped at that point. I presume it has to be a developed character of some type, right? Not some like random machination you had when you were young, but like Tinge is the only one then.
At Nebula_Cole random thought about an infinite suffering could be real. Damn.
Yes, it could. Yes, it could. If you guys have any infinite torture chambers...
The archivist wouldn't be in my pool, correct?
No, not in yours, assumingly. But if you only have one character that fits that build, then it's kind of not random for you. It's kind of selective. But if you have multiple characters in that pool, then you get one at random, right? Mine is assumingly Evie. There might be others that fit that, like Kathos is technically probably applicable. Demi is applicable. Orion, I don't conduit Orion, but if that's the case, if you're including characters like Orion, then you have like a lot of Mirror Myth characters that pop up. Like Alex is in there, every single clone is in there. There's a ton of people that could be randomly selected. So we double down, or if you trauma them even more than enough, they just explode if suddenly they were to exist with IRL physics. Like, what would happen if I met Tori in the antechamber, dude? Oh, dude, I think the chance of me coming out alive, for non-malicious reasons, I think the chance of me coming out alive is I die. What would Ari's reaction be? Ari's very pragmatic, right? I don't think Ari would ever jump to conclusion, right? Like, Ari would not kill right off the bat. Ari would take a moment to concern and digest, but I think we're spending a long fucking time in that chamber, because Ari would be fucking thorough right? Like, Ari would ask every single question possible, and then take, like, 20 years to decide whether or not what she wants to do, and then I'd probably end up dying one way or another. Tori would give you a hug and explode you. Yes, I think Tori would give me a high five that cuts my head off. High five! And then my face just is, like, handprint shaped. What, have you met your self-insert? I don't think I have a proper self-insert. All of my proper self-insert, like Stanley-style self-inserts, are always, like, useless side characters, right? They're generally characters that just, like, don't mean anything. I have foils of myself, and foils in different ways. Some of them in only physicality, right? Like, their personality is not a foil of me. They're not my opposite. They're not me with a single tinge or anything like that. They're just physically similar to me. And this is usually for symbolic reference purposes, for my own self-indulgence, right? Some of them are foil. There are characters that are foils of me or resemblant of me, but I don't think I have any genuine self-inserts other than those that are, like, funny side characters. Have the OCs randomized and then end up with the purple gender-bent Sonic the Hedgehog from when I was a kid? Wait, that's so real. Oh, I fucking love that. Oh no, hold on. Whoopsies. Chad, I just dropped my water bottle on my bed. Korra, I think, is a valid one to call a self-insert, but I don't think Korra is a self-insert. I think Korra's a foil. It's fine, don't worry about it. We got it. Or you get to meet the Mimic House Hydra from Eden. I just pulled it randomly. Congratulations. You will probably won't survive. Why did I get double oried? I'm getting Inquisitor smacked right now. I tried making self-inserts at least 3 times. Only once I succeeded at it. Well, that wasn't supposed to happen. No, it was not supposed to happen. But we're here now, and that's fun. Okay. Wrong one. Here we go. You meet your author and find that you were a special bio project by an alien. How would you react to the idea that Earth's conditions and biosphere are unimaginable to them? So we're like a simulation. We're like the game of life, but to them, we're like a single cell. And they're like this giant alien, but are like the microbiome that we came up with was like ridiculously impossible to them. And they only realized it was true because we did it. I would be like, neat. Can I go home now? I think if you told me that, I would be like, cool. I want to go back to my microbiome now. Like, I don't really care, personally. Like until we reach a point where we have any meaningful way to impact or talk to you, right? Assumingly we're just an ant in their anthill at that point. And I'd be like, can you please not interact with my anthill? Just let us be a simulation. Please do not end our universe because you felt like it. Just let me go home, honestly. Like, if we reach a point where we can impact you enough that we could, like, communicate with each other, I would love that. If you could bring us to a point where that's the case, I would love that. Until that point, shrug, cool. Doesn't really change anything to me, I don't think. I'm back. It looks like the stream I've been waiting for won't happen today. The stream that you're waiting for? Wait, hold on. I think I'm confused. War? There's sci-fi videos with this premise. Yep. I believe that. So me, for real. Eco successfully made a self-insert cannon. True. Literally true. Like, the most literal formation of a self-insert. It was hilarious. I don't think I'm following Obsidian. If you're willing to divulge. But I think that if, like, we realize that we're in this giant simulation or we're just based in this giant ant farm, whatever, even if we were, like, unique to them, right? Like, if they had something to tell me, right? Like, I would take in information that they have to tell me or what have you. Or if they even had a request from me, I might even consider that. But ultimately, I think I'm just going to be kind of unimpressed by it because it's like, whatever. Like, that's cool. But it doesn't really change much to me that I can think of. At least, I'm not immediately pushed by any aspect of that. So, like, play in Utopia? Like, have your own sessions? How would I be able to join that? There's a few ways. There's a few times that we've done that. So, in Pious Return, let me do a quick Pious command. You can check it out on Spotify. On Spotify right now are the episodes where we're talking about when Eco self-inserted. But on Pius, there was a few times where we took people from chat and had them play. We do chat plays Utopia every once in a while. We've done special events for patrons are usually they get dibs for a lot of Utopia events. And in general, sometimes we just grab community members and say, hey, do you want to play Utopia? Another one is in the Discord if you have racked characters. So a racked character is basically a pre-built character. In the case that Utopia is spontaneously chosen as an activity to play and we want to bring in community members, we'll check the racked characters to see who's made a character and prepared for this. So if you rack a character, then you're more likely to be picked. My first Utopia fight ever was in Return. And it was a level like 92, wasn't it? That was Xavier, if I remember correctly. Or I'm introducing my new character, Tie Guy, who is legally distinct from Me Zero. Perfect. Not, this is a joke, and ergo, not canon. Oh, I don't think you know how this works, Zero. You better hope it wasn't that funny, because if it was funny, you're doomed. What if you self-insert, but the lore is he died from natural causes in the future, so you can know your future by asking him? That's crazy. Would it divulge? I feel like it would divulge, right? If it doesn't actually... What? If you're willing to, that'd be awesome. Thank you. Natsuno is doing intensive care on Cherry right now. Nobody laughed, so it wasn't funny. I laughed. I thought it was funny. 82. 82 no Xavier. Understood. I wonder if it would divulge, right? Because, like, you decide the future of this character that is meant to be a self-insert of yourself, but if you got it wrong, then it divulges. Jokes are especially likely to become canon. This is true. I have several instances of this. Many instances of this. Your plan is foiled. Oh my goodness, we have a Hollow Knight stream avatar. I love that so much. That's so cute. Unfortunately, I don't have money to make custom characters. For Utopia? There's a few ways to make Utopia characters without paying money. Hopefully next Friday the streamer will stream. Oh, are you talking about a different streamer? Understood. I mean, if you're not right the cause, then why wouldn't you? I do stream this Friday if you are talking about me. That's working on Cherry on the ICU, indeed. Nats, you're my new favorite person. I mean, as long as I don't actually make the character, then nothing will come from it. Uh-huh, sure, Zero, sure. I haven't drawn Oribot in a long time. True! Okay, let's go for another question. Chat! Has the Tamagotchi done... No, okay. Ignore me for a second. I've not done my butter churning, I'm sorry. Chat! When will try...
So I could just write a character sheet? Shocked.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Make sure to go into Discord and look at racked characters. I'll grab the Discord real quick so you guys can see what I'm talking about, so that we're on the same page here. So if I were to jump into Discord real quick, we go to the Oriverse server, which we're talking about right now. If you go to Utopia, first of all, make sure that when you join, or if you've already joined, go to channels and roles and select Utopia. You have to select Utopia to be able to see these channels, so you can uncheck or recheck this. It'll give you the Utopia roles. Once you have that, and if you have that, then I believe it's in Utopia content. We go to racked characters. You can make a new post and you can make a racked character specifically.
Not you. A different streamer.
Understood, okay.
Me and him have been analyzing the story from a game that I recently got into. He's been playing it since launch, and I just got into this year.
I know what game it is, just out of curiosity. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. By the way, where I figured out Tori's Hell. What's Tori's Hell? Do I have a server with 141 pigs in it? I have a lot of servers like that. It's not the only one, trust me. So you can take their character sheet. This is their digital character sheet. If you go on the Utopia workshop, you can find this digital character sheet here. You could also grab somebody else's, make a copy of it. There's a ton of ways. Describe their character, what level they are. You can make a level 10, a level 25, a level 50, a level 75, or all of them, or multiple of each, whatever you want to do. Build their character according. Once you've done so, I can go ahead and check it over, make sure that it is functionally correct, and then once you've done that, you're racked. And if you're racked, then if you're in a stream where we are doing games with the community, then you'll be immediately applicable. Hopefully that all made sense. I'll also show you guys real quick where you guys can find the character sheet as well. So if you go to the Mirror Myth website, again, exclamation point website, real quick. If you go to the Mirror Myth website, you click on Utopia. You go to Workshop in this case, because I did not make this character sheet. This is a community built character sheet. So if you go to Workshop, you can find Where are we? AG1 Excel character sheet. Or the normal character sheet. Excel character sheet right here is probably easier if you're new to it. Both of them are made by Elfmage. Or at least, I think the original wasn't made by Elfmage, but Elfmage has been the one doing upkeep on it, if I remember correctly. You can go to the Excel character sheet or the AG1 Excel character sheet, and that will be basically the auto calculation sheet, right? It's an Excel sheet that automatically calculates like your modifiers. You can click talents from checkboxes rather than writing them in manually, so on and so on. Really, really cool stuff from the community, honestly. The community has done really good work for Utopia. Upkeep mentioned. Hello, please, Ori, don't. I want to keep my nightmares night streak continuing. What? My nightmareless night streaks. What's happening? If Oki's hell is imperceivability, Tori is 0 impact. Anything she does changes nothing. She can't even burst through a pillow for it. So, funny story. Ari has an ability, lovingly named, Gay Baby Jail. There's an ability in Utopia where for 1 minute, all creatures ignore its actions, and its actions ignore all creatures. I'm sorry. And it ignores the actions of all other creatures. It cannot impact, and nothing can impact it for about a minute. And Ari has that ability. So when Tori's being bad, Arisuki will be like, Gay Baby Jail. I can find it. Yeah, no, hold on. Chat, you guys have seen this. Don't talk to me. You guys have seen this. You know what I'm talking about. Oh, let me find it. Where is it? I'm pretty sure it's a high tier. Not Death Pact. Not Shared Suffering. Deny? No. Oh, where are you? Is it not a high tier? It has to be a high tier, dude. No! Oh, it's a Prodigy talent. It's a Prodigy talent. I'm crazy. Hold on a second. Where are the Prodigy talents? Somewhere, I'm sure. It was in AG. It was in AG testing one of these Sundays some time ago. I know we're side tangenting a little bit, and by that I mean a lot of it. Oops. What shape of sticker represents Oribot the most? Shape talent. Sticker? Pentagon. I feel like a pentagon is very Oribot coded. To me personally. Okay, let's see. Okay, so this is orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple here. So where is it? Modify another creature. 5 30 focus touch creature. Oh, Prodigy Domineer is really funny. You can puppeteer people who are unconscious. That's funny. Choose strength and will test against your level. Upon failing, the target loses the amount of HP. Nope. 6 turn actions. Nope. 5 turn actions and 20 stamina to target a creature within 10 meters of you. The creature must make its choice of its strength or will test against your level, gaining 3 points of favor for each time you've targeted this way beyond the first within the last hour. If it fails, that creature's actions no longer have any effects, and it ignores all effects from other creatures for 1 minute. Prodigy Repudiator. It is Gay Baby Jail. And if anybody is curious, Ari has Gay Baby Jail. Prodigy Repudiator is just Gay Baby Jail. It's the Prodigy Dismissal talent. It's so funny. Does you saying it's a high tier and not being a high tier count as you getting Utopia wrong? Actually, arguably. I love Gay Baby Jail. Wonderful, very necessary talent to have. Also, something I somehow only recognize today is that Eden is just a knockoff Worldless, apparently. Wordless. I don't think it's a knockoff Worldless. I think that they share kind of a little bit of premise, but they are different. They are, trust me, they're different. Then that's scary, Lamau. Okay, another one. I have the bongo from the Gayeth Babyeth Jail. Next question.
LOL, Gay Baby Jail is funny.
Whoa! Your character lets you go back to reality, where you find someone knocking at your door. This is not the first time something like this has happened, nor will it be the last. What now? I don't know if I'm fully following what this means. Like, are we saying that, like... Are we saying, like the knock on the door is us doing this again, we're gonna do it over and over and over again? Or is this, like, something outside of that? Alternative timeline where it's Worldless but Stone Age. Oh my goodness, Stone Age Worldless is actually kind of terrifying. Owaiomu Shindaru. Nani. I don't know who wrote this question. I might have to go to the next one. The magical government has found you. Essentially, the magical government has found you. Oh, I see. It's like the freaking time police. Ah, fuck. Shrug? Do our characters get any say in this, or am I just getting arrested by the time police? Because I'm getting arrested by the time police. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do about that. I'm gonna get arrested by the time police. If my creative writing has no effect or no impact on what happens from this point on, I'm not gonna resist. Like, what am I gonna do? They have the funny rods that just turn you into paste. I'm gonna get pasted. The magic IRS? You haven't paid your magic taxes. FBI open up, but it's the magic IRS. That's terrifying, dude. I hate that so much. Can you imagine getting a knock on the door from the magic IRS? Fuck that. I'm gonna use Tinge as my trump card. Chat, do you think that happens in Imperium? Like, in the Utopia timeline, Imperium has to have, like, a magic IRS, right? Like, the magic government that, like, knocks on your door and says, hey, you haven't paid your magic taxes? I thought, like, the time police are the clones staying here. I mean, they are kind of time police. That's kind of fun. Can you imagine you just, like, you walk out with your character, you're like, man, that was a crazy experience. I can't wait to tell, knock, 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 open it up. It's just the clones. You're like, today got weirder. How do meta characters / characters with meta powers work in this? I mean, kind of the same. It depends on your meta awareness, right? But assumingly, depending on your level of meta awareness or what type of meta awareness you had, I think it would change or alter their perception on what you're saying, right? On who you are to them. Like, maybe they already knew that you were their author, which means that they already had an assumption or a preconceived notion on what all this means to them. You didn't give a guess yet? I apologize. I think I missed yours. Is it a puzzle game? What kind of game is it, Obsidian? Can I get, like, a genre? My first thought is Animal Well. I've never played Animal Well, but I've heard a lot about it. Or Imperium does have that. Have multiple houses would cover things like that. That's fucking hilarious. I love it here. What are some of the duders you could more than easily get into on a good situation with? Or at the very least, best them in a fight if it came to it. Are we talking about Utopia characters? I don't think there's any Utopia character above level 10 that I'm besting in a fight. I guarantee that. I just freeze. Real. See them pulling out at your door in costumes, Lamau. Magic IRS chat. Imperium created the IRS. You didn't pay your magic taxes. I don't know, man. I think that if I got confronted by the clones, I'm succumbing to whatever they say. Like, there's nothing I can do. Like, even if they were revelations, right? Revelations as, like, a verb. Like, they got revelations. Duh. AKA, you know, succumb to reality power level rather than their own power level. There's still 6 of them. One of them is basically a refrigerator, dog. I'm not overcoming that. If they tell me to do something, I'm gonna do it. A battle of wits and your opponent is a Velicus. That's actually a lot scarier than it sounds, I think. Like, Supernatural with the fake ID police card. Oki comes in with a fake police badge.
Any duder where naturally they'd not try to exploit something out of you and go against it unless you royally hecked the up.
Probably Oliver. Oliver would probably be a good one for me. Frankie might be a good one for me. Alex might be a good one for me personally. Evie, I think, would go well in most interpretations I can think of. Demi might kill me. Kathos probably wouldn't go well. Query might go okay. I think that maybe... I don't know. How did you get here? And, oh, my life is over. 2 thoughts I'd be having. How did you get here? And, my life is over. That's funny. I don't know. I can't think of any other characters off the top of my head. The pink clone? Indeed, the pink clone. You're being charged with unauthorized creation of interaction with a narrative character. How do you plead? Lamau. Ollie was an idea I thought of. Yeah, Ollie, I think would be pretty safe. I don't know. I can't think of any others. Off the top of my head, at least. No, that's all I got. I was gonna choose a chat place character, but I think all of them are murderous by nature. Okay. I would love to be in a hyperbolic time chamber with Ollie. Yeah. I found the rock! That's the reference too. But I just love how excited you were. That's just the gameplay, or at least the main gameplay. I'm sorry, I have to scroll up. I've never heard of that game before, but I suppose the genre is running right game. Oh, it's like a Metroidvania? Is it Skong? Celeste? Just the gameplay, or at least the main gameplay. There's a bunch of mini games, and the story can range from multiple different genres. Oh goodness, I have no idea. I'm off the trail, dude. I am so off the trail. Can we draw the silly dudes to the door? Only if I could draw. Fuck. What about the most recent chat plays character? Rory, the one with split personality. I don't think they would murder me. I don't think they would murder me right off the bat. In fact, I think I had less jurisdiction over them than most other people did. I think there's more people that had more jurisdiction over them. I think realistically, at best, that character is in a room with me, Hale, Zero, and Dino. How would the question work? If my characters do have multiple stories, do they just turn into one of those versions, or do they amalgamate into one, like they have all the memories of those? I'd assume they'd be one version. Each different version. So that's not a Metroidvania? No, but it's a side-scroller. It's a side-scroller platformer. I'd say we treat different versions as different characters. That's what I was thinking, Calamity. I was kind of on the same boat for that, personally. I'll give you a hint. The characters are made by a specific folklore creature. Nope, I don't think I can think of it. Nothing comes to mind, at least. It's very possible I've just never played the game before. On that, or I'm gonna hear the answer. I'm gonna be like, I'm so dumb. That would be one way to meet you for the first time, or that's what I was thinking. That would be really funny. I'd be like, hey, chat, Hale comes over stream, and then we're all sitting there with the chat chooses character, like, guys, what do we do here? Start live streaming in that moment. Easy peasy. Done. We do a cooking stream with them, it'll go great. That is a weird question, though, right? Like, what would their consciousness look like? Because their consciousness is normally split between 3 different people, kind of like Soapy, but with 3 people. So how would they interact? I will charge you after the fact? Oh, absolutely. How would that work? I have no idea, dude. New mechanics, I guess. New mechanics for sure. It would be weird. It would be a weird one. Yes. The answer is yes, but also it's sometimes no. Shrug. Okay, next question. Your character's offers to let you go, but wishes for you to write them out of existence after this due to the burden of this knowledge. Do you follow their wish, knowing that they can't do anything to you at this point? That's a really heavy question. That's a really, really heavy question. The creature I speak of has a specific gender and is related to a historical event, a specific type of trial.
My question.
Gendered creature with folklore creature that's specifically gendered? Is it the Baba Yaga? Is all I can think of? But wishing you for the write them out of existence. I think that this one is really interesting, and I think it's going to fall into a similar premise as what I've said before. That it depends on if this should be their end, in my opinion. Cooking with friends? What? Huh? I think that it depends on if this really should be the end of their story.
Character wake up with a letter in hands, on it written in caps, Naha asterisk.
Who's close, me or Zero? Nuh-uh. Why not offer them magical sudden amnesia due to that knowledge alone? I think that's possible. I think it just depends on what their growth arc is, right? I think once I've been in the room with this character, I have an intrinsic investment in their okayness, right? Like, I want them to become better after this. I want them to become stronger. And if I think that they have run out of the ability to make strength, if this has genuinely ruined them, right? There's no way for them to recuperate from this. They are only to get hurt after this point. I would accept their wish and I would write them out. I would write them away. If I feel like they could learn something from this, if I had to amnesia them to give them prosperity, I think I would also write them out. Because I don't think that aids them in any way, unless it's specific to their ability, right? Like in my opinion, I think Eevee would be happier that way. And I'm okay with doing that to Eevee, because I do genuinely think that Eevee would be happier. Eevee doesn't want the responsibility, right? Eevee doesn't want responsibility. Eevee doesn't want to save the world. Eevee wants to be close to his friends, and he will save the world if that allows him to be that, right? So I think amnesia is safe for him. I would be okay with amnesiaing him because it would be better for him. But in many other cases, I think I would just write them out unless they could be utilized in some way to make them better for it. Even if they don't like me for it right away, I would try my best to tell them there's a reason for this. There's a reason that we do it this way. Your answer was close to the actual thing, but there's a key difference. These were real people accused of certain acts of mystical nature. Rasputin? Cooking Companions was the game I was thinking of. What is Cooking Companions? I've never heard of this. Huh. Interesting. Is this a psychological cooking horror? That's crazy. If Doki Doki was a cooking game. Crazy. Psychological horror title you once would forget? Huh. Wild. That sounds really interesting, actually. That is the wrong gender. Understood. I think I'm out of guesses. I think I've ran out of brain fuel for this one. No, that's what you do. Why not offer them magical sudden amnesia to acknowledge that? I would personally be unsatisfied by that. Like, if I knew that that was your response, I would be upset. I would not like that. I would not be happy with that. I would rather be written out. Well, fuck, I missed Ori answering my question. Yes! Alright, chat, and Ori, I have made it silly. Look in the art chat. Oh,
you had brain
shit.
fuel to lose. At Nico
one
underscore
point.
the
It's
fierce
all
story
spent now.
skipped over it and did not answer.
Well, if Ego was here, I would have. But Ego wasn't here, so I couldn't. Our chat. Oh my goodness, that's so cute. Chat! Look! You can't see. Hold on. This is Chatbot and Oribot. Chatbot's the one in the corner, like right. Oh, it's on the just chatting train. You'll see it in the bottom right. And Oribot, which is this orange guy right here. This is Mooshi's art. The little Twitch logo is so cute. And all the various colored. Oh my god, wait, no wait. The shamrock for Oki, the red heart for Tori, the pentagon for Oribot, the purple diamond for Arisuki, the gold star for Oliver, I love that. And the blue flower for Orion, this is so adorable. The Twitch logo, of course, because necessary, and the little rainbow. Amazing. I love it here. This is my last time for the creators. They live in huts in secluded areas. I don't know if I know what the mythical creature is. Like, it's very possible, I just don't know what it is. Because nothing comes to mind when I hear that. In the Discord, by the way, chat, if you want to check it out. It's in the art channel Discord chat. You might have to select socialite when you join if you want to see it. 20 on the D20, GG. Let's go. Also, that was Nebs. Hi, Eco! How are you doing, Eco? Welcome in. Eco says they're not important. Has literally an entire bongo event to them. I think Eco's just a cryptid. That's how I see it. Alright, next question. If you could / had to become one of your OCs, which would you choose?
Shot but say heck.
If you had to turn into one of your OCs? Oribot enjoys stickers? Oh, duh. Of course. Oribot would be like, and I quote, celebration.
MHM. Yes. I submitted this one.
If you could / had to become one of your own seeds, what should you choose? God, dude, that's actually really fucking hard. Who would I become? Would I become Eevee? I think it would have to be, this is gonna sound really weird, but I think it's either Eevee or Tori. I don't know, I feel like there's something that feels odd. Like, I'm gonna use the clones as an example, because they have such a good spectrum of personality types, right? If I were to become someone other than Tori, right? So, like, Oliver, for instance, I feel
Tinge
like my
is up there.
ambitions...
So is Chroma. Tinge is a Eevee, the Pokemon.
Oh, interesting. If I were to become someone like, let's say, Oliver, right? Like, Oliver's extremely
Shotgun does
capable.
not want to cuss today.
But I do think that Oliver is also not going to share the ambitions and the wants and desires that I have right now. So if I were to become them, I feel like I would lose out on what I was actually interested in, on what I would be interested in doing as of answering this question. But Tori and Eevee, I think, would both share my ambitions in some way. Eevee in a very different manner.
I think that Evie does not want what I want in the long term. We want vastly different things in the long term. But I share enough in common with Evie to be content.
Pretty please.
Tori, I think, is kind of the same way, right? Like, Tori lives on a big scope, and I like a big scope.
Say fuck pretty please.
I think they did. I feel like Tori has enough in common with me that I feel like, especially by being on a big scope, being a big scope character, and being an ambitious character, and being an impulsive character, I feel like I would really be okay with swapping with Tori or swapping with Evie. Also, Tori has the coolest fucking skill set in existence. I love Tori. Kinky would give me a double bongo. Oh my goodness. Someone talk about Frankie. Do you get their knowledge / skills? Could you personality wash away by those skills and knowledge? I presume that you're forced to take on some amount of their personality and you gain their knowledge and skills, would be my assumption.
I don't feel like I have any good character options to become.
I feel like you do. But yeah, I got it. What did I got? What did I got? If I was to live out another life, what with me controlling it, Dark Valiant or Dark Elixir, if not Jeremy Vilve, Light Evelyn, and maybe, but just maybe, Conditions would be my choices. Interesting. I feel like you just named all of them. Oh ho! Double bungo! You gain some amount of their personality. You gain some amount of their personality and likely some combination with your own, and you would gain their knowledge and skills. Indeed. I would choose Eden character. Why Eden, out of curiosity? GGM. Hey, what's up? Welcome in. Hi. Imagine someone gets a blackout. We have had, in the, year that I think it's been, half a year that we've had bingo, we've had one entire blackout. And it took so much finessing to make it happen. It took so much to make it happen, dude. It was crazy. Didn't name Void. Understood. Collida could be an option, too. Interesting. We did a blackout day. We did one entire blackout day. Because it's on the list to talk about, Ori? Oh. 3 people blacked out that day, including myself. Indeed. It was amazing. Alright. You are in this room because your character called you here, and as the power to do it again if they wish. Your character has firmly gone outside of your control, and even if you go back to rewrite them, this person would still exist to haunt you. How will you deal with this information looming over you? Shrug. I mean, that's it. I think that's just the nature of things. If it is, it is. What do they want to do with me? I'm not going to stop them. I'm not going to be able to stop them. I mean, I'm not going to, I'm not going to bow. I'm not going to plead. I'm not going to beg. I don't think my character would ask me to do that, though. If they want to call me again, they may. Go for it. I'm not going to stop them. If they want to kill me, they can. What do I do at this point? This is an act of God to me. Much like it was to them in every other reverse circumstance. What can I do? I'll just let it happen. They ask me to do something, I'll do my best to do it, but like I said, I'm not going to beg, I'm not going to plead. Random question. Would Chatbot and Typebot be aware of or know each other? Probably. Trank brought so many bongo cards. Yeah. Trank did buy a lot of bongo cards, indeed, that day. That blackout day was iconic. Chat, I think we're rearing up towards the end of stream today, so let's mark off the few more. It was really funny, honestly. Oh yeah, because she was, first of all, it was someone gets 5 extra bongo cards, I think was one of the bongos by themselves. But also, it was to try to get one that won. There are only 7 more. One of them I cannot answer today. One of them's kind of my ending point, so we'll see. Oh, whoops. You have a phone a friend to anyone in the real world to come with you into the room. Who are you taking with you? Rain. It's always Rain. Rain helped write most of the characters. Rain knows most of the characters that I know very, very well. Hey, what's up,
Did you give up on the guessing game?
I did give up on the guessing game. That's what I was trying to say when I said that I think I've ran out of things I could think of. I think I have to give in on this one. I think Rain knows a lot of my characters so well, and knows me so well. Can they say no? I would say probably not. You didn't get to choose to be here. I would assume they don't either.
I heard me. Yes. The question is currently, we're trapped in the room with our OC, right? But we get to phone a friend to bring with us into the room. And I said, I'm bringing Rain. Default choose Ori due to it being Ori. Hello. I'm getting phone a friend. So when Zero phone a friends me, do I get to phone a friend then? And then I'll phone a friend Rain. And then Rain will like grab like Hale. Then Hale can like grab Ashton. Forever onward. No, I think that Rain knows my characters, knows my writing style. It is my better half, realistically, in most practical scenarios. Get dragged in the antechamber to, alongside with Ori, face the horrors of the Duders. And honestly, if I guess if we both perish, then so be it. I'm probably calling Dino if I get called. Good answer. Good answer. This is really fun. I actually really love the idea of a phone a friend. It's a very like flowery. Holy shit. Flowery question in comparison, but I really like it. It's Cookie Run Kingdom. Cookie Run Kingdom? What? Nuh-uh. What creature is this based on? I would never have guessed this. I've never played this game. But I just, based on the graphics, I would not have expected that ever. I definitely would not have guessed that. Wild. Do I get to know the character I'm meeting with before I call someone in? Yes, I would assume so. Question said, anyone. You can kidnap a president. No further plans. Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, I'll just grab the president. Be like, hey. You know, I'd actually be like, yo, Evie. Never mind. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. There's many plans that one can make with that. Hey, what's up, Zuna? On the other side. I never would have guessed that. I also know nothing about it. I only have seen ads for it. I would not have guessed it. I would never, ever guessed it. I mean, you could ask your character to hit somebody if you wanted. You, Evie, can you kill that guy for me? That's what I was thinking.
Abraham Lincoln.
I choose Abraham Lincoln. There's just a corpse. You're like, just wait, you just wait until you see my trap card. I summon Abraham Lincoln, and there's just a body, and you're like, I thought this would go differently. I'm crying. That's great. Can you grab, like, dead person? Like Michael Jackson or Jesus? I would presume they'd just be dead. Did I hear manager position open up for me? I don't know. I like the idea that you would just use that to get a hit on somebody. Like, you're just in the phantasmal world with one of your characters that has, like, basically superpowers. You're like, yeah, can you just, like, murk this guy for me? Thanks. I actually phone in my writer, so take that. Oh, I'm so normal, dude. Gmod interact sound. I need that as, like, a sound alert, dude. I love that so much. That's so funny. Okay. I'm getting stir crazy. What if the character is not a conventional sentient character, but a race of hive-minded bugs? And what if they immediately die after entering because they lost contact with the hive? And what if the link is not disrupted? I am going stir crazy. What? What do you mean? Your character was a hive of bugs this whole time.
Peen.
They're just, you just walk in and you're like, oh my god, is this the ephemeral room why is there a bunch of dead bugs? Why is there just a bunch of dead bugs here? And then the other option where there's just a bunch of bugs. They're still alive. They're just bugs. What do I do with this? What am I meant to do with this, chat? What do you mean? Just take one of the bugs with you. It's a special tool that'll help us later. Oh my god, dude, I'm dying. I phone you in. Why did Tybot turn into a pile of bugs? Oh my god, I'm dying, dude. I phone a friend, Zero calls me in. Or why is there just a giant pile of bugs? And I'm like, Zero, where are we? Dude walks into a Dispel Wake and turns into a chair. Bro, I am so normal. Why do you ask? Oh my god. That's crazy. Okay. Well, that was a good question. That might have been the best question today. You agree to part ways, but as your character leaves, you don't see a way to. A way you? You have been trapped in the room, and you see a month-long timer appear on the wall. A different character will enter the room in that time, but you are alone until then.
Agreed.
Well, fuck! The bugs fly out. I've phoned Raiden. We're stuck in here for a month. Is another one of my characters? I don't know how to respond to this. I guess we're just here for a month. I don't know what else to do, chat. What else do I do? The bugs! I want the bugs back! There's just like a hive of bugs and they leave, and then a new hive of bugs flies in after 1 month, and we're like, why does this keep happening? Rain, can you imagine that oh wait, Rain, dead ass though? Are you there? Can you imagine being stuck in this room with Pond? Prepare, I guess. Yeah, that's all you can do.
Stuck in a room with Pond?
Yeah, you get the antechamber with Pond.
Pond?
Pond.
Pond?
Pond.
Pond?
Pond.
Pond?
Pond.
Can I put him on my face?
A month with a dead
He might
body
kill
of
you.
Abraham Lincoln.
Okay. Rain's just going like,
Do I have a shiny ticket?
I don't know. Do you keep any shiny things on you?
My wedding ring.
Pond, 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 pond.
I guess Rain's wedding ring is going to the God sent pond. Bye. Guess we're back to the sexer fight. Oh god, dude, I hate it here. A month with the dead body of Abraham Lincoln. This is really just turning into a fever dream. You open the antechamber. Inside is a single phone a friend. You use it to phone Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln is still a corpse. A bunch of bugs fly in. You try to communicate. Nothing happens because they're a bunch of fucking bugs. They all die. And then you have to sit here for a month. Thumbs up, dude. Wait. This is just warp train situation. What is warp train? I don't know what warp train is. Y'all gonna break the suitor? I'm dying. I'm genuinely dying. Alright, next one. After you part ways, you sense something wrong. Your interaction has infected you with Iker. What do you mean? That's not even mechanically how Iker works! What? Oh, dude, this is getting so much worse! Project Moon thingy. So we're infected with Iker, so we can see into reality, which we already could because we're in reality, but now we're in like an ephemeral place, stuck for a month, a bunch of dead bugs, Abraham Lincoln's corpse is here. We're infected with Iker, so we can see into reality, but only like we go like mildly insane by seeing into the world that we're already native to, but we're here for a month. Neat. What do I do with this? What do I do with this, chat? What am I don't know what to do. There's just a lot of bugs. Speaking of characters in a book series I've been reading, which loves to be a musical at times, a book. The main reoccurring character, Pyre, is one interesting man. I'm very intrigued. I'm wondering about OCs that are giant creatures, realizing their creator is comparatively like a powerful bug-sized person. That's actually kind of real.
What would Iker do if you had it while in reality?
I presume nothing, right? Would it do anything? Maybe give you the flu. I don't think it has any power in reality, does it? I don't know why it would. You summon a random blacksmith to ask a family feud question. They ask, are you real? Does it smell like syrup? Is this guy real? You come home after 6 months of this nonsense with Abraham Lincoln's corpse, and then you realize you have Iker and you can see into the mirror. It works in reverse. You can just see through narrative characters' eyes. This is just a fever dream, right, chat? Like, we're just psychotic at this point. I just summon the Fexathon. I used the phone a friend to call the Fexathon. Hey, buddy, can you help me out for a second? Or the culmination of the stream into one bit has to become canon in some way, otherwise I will stab you repeatedly with my katana. Oops. I guess I'm getting stabbed with the katana. The one time you asked for it to happen, it's not happening. Ha. You are dismissed back to reality, where you find that no matter what you try, you are unable to write or continue this character's story. Instead, as time passes, it begins to write itself. I feel like these aren't questions anymore. I'm being told these things now. What do I do here? I feel like a story is being read out to me. Okay, what happens next? Oh, dear writer. Is this me meeting my writer? I am crazy. Oh my god, I'm going insane. Okay. Would perfection she find peace in our world? This is the question I have to stop at. I can't remember this question. I have to stop here, chat. Since the Fexathon is here now, I might as well what? I might as well take it back to reality with me. I phone a friend the Fexathon. I choose to go back to my reality. I bring the Fexathon with me. Dear God. What's it? Okay. Unfortunately, it's just this question in Zuna's. But unfortunately, it seems that we are going to have to end here, chat. I'm sad to say. I am sad to say this is the question I cannot answer. One day, though. Chat, normally, I would use a Miracast episode to tell you about what I'm making next for the next YouTube video. I can give you nothing. I can give you absolutely nothing on the next video. I am so excited for you, chat. I'm so excited. No, please, keep going. Don't leave me alone! Join us on the next cooking stream, Hale. I don't know what to tell you. I can give you absolutely nothing on the next YouTube video. Usually they come on like 3 to 4 weeks. Hopefully it'll be within that time frame as well. Could be a little bit longer. I see a world where it's a little bit longer. We're kind of at a precipice where I have to keep my mouth shut, unfortunately. Also, I totally accidentally leaked something today and no one caught it. I'm so happy. I'm so glad I don't react to things. Should I specifically care about the next video? Yes, you should, actually. And the question I have submitted are not serious. We can stop. Love. Don't abandon us. I'm sorry, chat. And this is break week. This is break week, which means I don't stream until next Friday again. And in which case, I believe we are doing Superthon. Only if you're paying for me to get there. Squint. Well, I'll see you in your next video in the live stream here on YouTube. I appreciate the heck out of you, Obsidian. Thank you so much. Guys, for anyone who's on YouTube, if you're interested or if you haven't, consider joining us on Twitch. We stream a lot. Or if you're just looking on YouTube, join us on an Ori Does streams when it happens if you're interested in that. Or if not, then I'll see you on the next Ori Don't stream. I appreciate you guys. The antithesis Trank was talking about, the anti whatever. What? Leaked was marked off the bongo instantly, Ori? No, I marked it off. Chat. I marked it off some period of time after it actually leaked. That was a hint, chat. That was a hint. But oh well. I hope Superthon doesn't affect the VOD upload. Love you guys! I really appreciate you guys.
I go now. Bye, Ori.
Thank you guys so much for joining us. I'm excited to see you guys next Friday. I'm excited to see you guys for Superthon. I hope you guys have an amazing week. You guys have been awesome. I'm so excited for the next video, dude. Oh, I've wanted it off my chest for so long. I have been hiding this for so long, dude. Oh, I'm so ready. Superthon's coming soon, chat. Superthon's coming soon. Make sure to copy the right message. Post in their chat. Let them know who sent you. For those on Twitch, at least. The people on YouTube, I don't think will be joining us for the raid. Stream will be ending soon for you guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you. You guys are super awesome. Let's find somebody. Who are we raiding? Sure. It's been a long time since we raided them, so let's do it. Why only that? Why only that? I love Mix It Up. It's so great. I love you guys. I'll talk to you soon. I'll see you guys next Friday. For those who are on Twitch, join the Discord. Check out the website. Play Utopia. I love you guys. I'll talk to you soon. And bye.